This episode of How To Wrestling was requested by our best pal, Hiran, one of our backers over at patreon.com/howtowrestling.
Joe, I'm very happy to announce that this episode of How To Wrestling is sponsored by one of the coolest and most forward-thinking promotions that's going today, Riptide Wrestling.
They've got dozens of free matches over on their YouTube channel. We just checked out Jimmy Havoc versus Keith Lee versus Matt Riddle. Yep, seriously, in a super wild tables match. And it was free.
I think this is so cool because even if you're familiar with the current scene, there is so much gold to uncover on their channel. I never expected to see these three gentlemen together in a match happening in the UK, happening so recently, and it's been there under my nose all along. And honestly, search through their YouTube channel, you will find so many gems of this caliber.
A perfect match with 3 totally different shades of hunk. And it's official, Keith Lee is the hunkiest man in wrestling. You heard it here first. So if you like our little podcast, you will love what Riptide Wrestling is all about.
Search Riptide Wrestling on YouTube for loads of free content, matches and more, or head on over to watchriptide.com for their full on-demand service.
It's time for How to Edge. Eee!
Greetings, friends, and welcome to the episode of How To Wrestling, the world's first podcast detailing how to wrestling, how to get into wrestling, how to understand wrestling, and goodness knows maybe even how to enjoy wrestling. And you may think you know him, but we're going to spend a long time talking about him anyway. Today's episode is all about the rated R superstar. It's Edge. Hello once again, it's me, your old pal, Cowboy Kevin, man, joining you here on this cutting-edge edition of How To Wrestling, alongside my better half, the ever-curious and learning Joe Graham.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm really excited to cover Edge.
So, I'm in a bit of a difficult position and situation here with this episode, because I do have a podcast called the Attitude Era Podcast.
Really?
I do, yeah, I know. I may have mentioned it once or twice, but I may have mentioned this podcast on that podcast once or twice as well, so it evens out.
I don't think so.
But I call Edge Egg a lot, and that's mainly as a joke at Adam Bigelow's kind of expense, you know? However, if I don't make reference to him as Edge here, people might think I've gone soft. You know, I'll be very, very soft.
I bet there'd be some way people would blame me for it.
Yeah, that's Joe Graham. Beforehand, Kevin used to call him Egg all the time.
And now he never does.
With her liberal values. Now, if on the other hand, I'm like, you know, straight up here, like, you know, this talent got poached from the indies, like, and then he was involved in a championship scramble, I don't want to go too hard. And apropos of nothing, Joe, the situation I find myself with Edge right now in his name is quite similar to the situation when preparing many eggs, scrambled eggs particularly, in that I don't want it to go too soft or too hard.
Right, yeah.
And you at home, you may have a preference for how hard or how soft or cooked. Some of you at home, the podcast you want is equivalent of some sort of a warm custard. That's not a scrambled egg. That's not hard enough, and that's certainly too hard. So I'm gonna have to be very careful. I have called him egg in my notes many times.
Well, similarly, I think, you know, you've got to be in the right mood for calling him egg.
Yeah, that's very true.
Just like eating eggs.
It is Thursday egg today,
It's
so
not fried egg.
Yeah, I think if we did it on fried egg, it might have been a little bit difficult. I just thought right at the start, before we even mention who this wrestler is, and those of you who are wondering who is this man, why are they talking about eggs, that there was just some requisite, you know, world building to get out of the way first.
Can we at least get explained why you call him Egg? Is it just literally because his name sounds a little bit like egg?
So, you may or may have noticed, if you're a listener to this podcast, that I enjoy a bit of wordplay, and I also enjoy things that, in some respects, with a long conversation, could resemble wordplay.
Right.
Because I have not yet quite reached the level of puns, like, say, Sam Chaplin. So, a lot of my wordplay is very stupid. And during the Attitude Era podcast, where I have to recite, we go into a lot of detail on the matches, the people in them, the actual moves in the matches, a lot more kind of actual commentary, I guess. And I get bored when I'm taking notes. So I would do things like write down crisp bacon instead of Chris Benoit.
So this is just you doing a shopping list. This is
me
what
being-
Kevin does when he writes a shopping list. He'll write down the most obscure things, expecting me to be able to translate.
What, as if you're doing the shopping on my behalf?
Sometimes I am. It's not unheard of.
What have I written on this list that's so obscure?
I'm trying to think, but I think you've written edge before instead of eggs.
Oh, well, I mean, that's to be expected.
Yeah.
Like.
There's been some more obscure ones, definitely. There's been several occasions where I've had to go, Kevin, what are you actually talking about here?
Other examples include crisp Jericho walkers to the ring.
Yeah.
You know, so once I got into that level, you know, when Edge started coming around, and I like eggs. Like, I mean, that's that's a shoot, like, straight up. I started making reference to his name being like egg, and it made Adam go, stop it. So I did it more.
Right.
I've referred to this man as having a soft, yolky tummy. Winning matches.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. So I just thought I'd get this all out of the way now. I may intermittently refer to him as this. I just didn't want to start off this podcast talking about how great this guy is and then randomly call him an egg. And people who are like listening for the first time are like, the fuck is that?
What type of egg would he be?
Oh, This is difficult for me to say because like I've got a long history with Edge. Edge is one of the few wrestlers now who we've done an episode on who I grew up with as a kid, saw him as an adult, had a period of time to reflect on him as being a retired wrestler, as a more old adult, and now I'm sitting here in 2020, the year of our Lord, about to watch his return unfold. So yeah, I mean, he's a guy I pretty much have grown up with, and I only realised this when we started this episode, when the amount of tweets that had come in and kind of really like underscored how much people had grown up with him, and I realized I was one of those people. So he's kind of one of the all-time classics, so he's got to be like a straight-up fried egg, like done really well with a runny yolk.
Maybe it's unfair to make him just be one type of egg, because he's had so many gimmicks and like phases and stuff. Maybe it depends on what point of his career he's in.
And he's versatile as
He's
well.
versatile, yeah.
That's the thing. Some mornings I might be in the mood for just a plain soft-boiled egg, brackets, Edge, face run, 2002.
Yeah.
Other times I might be going for a decadent, indulgent, this is really all about me, egg, scrambled, brackets, heel run with Vicky Guerrero, 2011,
Right,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
It's not for everyone, it's a bit rich.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's a bit of Edge for everyone. He is as versatile a performer, an athlete, as the titular protein-based animal product that we've spent far too long talking about at this point now.
Are we saying that the whole episode's not going to be just talking about eggs?
It's not. I will, however, at some point in the future when we're doing cooking stuff, and that is something we are working on, a separate project, there will be a whole thing about eggs. So don't worry,
This
folks.
is going to be a whole thing about Edge.
So this podcast ain't about me and what I think about this guy. We've spent a couple of weeks now watching Edge, watching the life and career of Adam Copeland. This is an episode which was not planned to be coming out now, or it wasn't in the viewfinder, let's just say.
No, we do plan episodes quite far in advance, because obviously we work with our illustrator Dan, who can take between like a week and 2 weeks to do episode artwork, because he puts a lot of love and care into each episode's artwork, and we want to get it right because, you know, it's important to us.
It's a huge part of
it. Really
yeah.
is, like, and it's one of the things I'm most proud of with the podcast. And it's not even something I do, so that says a lot. That the thing I'm not even that involved with is one of the things I'm most proud of.
But like the research for this show and, you know, these episodes, it starts with that artwork. You know, it starts with the feelings that this performer or this concept or this thing from wrestling brings up. It's about how we kind of explain that to Dan, who has zero wrestling knowledge, and also me trying to explain it to you, who has limited, you know, exposure, and not to spoil things for you. So it gets my wheels turning, gets your wheels turning, and it gets, most importantly, the artist's wheels turning. So yeah, we're usually quite a few. We're like 4 or 5 episodes in advance usually.
Yeah, and when we decided to do Edge as an upcoming episode, we had actually planned 3 other episodes to go before.
Yes.
And we had to completely reschedule. We're like, okay, we're going to push them all back. We'll do them another time. We're going to do Edge as a priority.
Why is that then, Joe?
Because he made his big return. Edge is back with his big chin and his daddy eyes and his crotch bulge and his rippling 6-pack.
Yeah, and I'm not threatened at all by the physique of Edge. That's like just your opinion, man, you know? So that's fine.
Are you going to deliberately try and like go back into teaching so you get a bit grayer?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to deliberately like massively increase my stress levels, like, you know, so I'll get a couple of them grey streaks in, you know. There's a fine line between being sexy and being dead in this world, unfortunately. So I aim to tread that line carefully. It's safe to say that on more than a few occasions in our history of watching wrestling for this podcast, that big old returns have went down like a fucking rainy parade full of damp farts. I think back to Sting when he came out in Survivor Series.
And I felt really bad about that because then Seth Rollins retired him. He permanently injured him. And I was like, I don't give a shit who
Just
this
like
is.
shrug emoji over here. That was the first time where I realized that the magic of a wrestler returning was not the given. And for me, you could feel a wrestling show at returns was always my thought, and that was kind of like the best thing. A return was amazing because just the fact that the crowd reacts, it's someone that's unexpected, even if you didn't know the story in the context of the little bit you know, this is surely going to be exciting enough and shaking it up enough. Like, it's the NWO coming out of WrestleMania. What the fuck? Ah! All of these things which I assumed, like, in my heart of hearts, with a view to, like, oh, yeah, non-fans, surely everyone would understand this. Like, Paul Heyman, we said in the ECW episode, would always switch the lights off on a big show and make sure there was someone comes out, just because that surprise is, like, life in wrestling. But I think, honestly, Edge's return seems to be the first and only time where a wrestler who you didn't really know came back, and you immediately were like, oh, okay. I get it.
And I think there's a few reasons why that is. So I think one of the reasons is I've been a wrestling fan longer now than previous returns.
Do you understand the importance of the return as a guess?
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think what the most recent return was, like, before Edge.
I mean, you had, like, returns like Rey Mysterio when he was away for a little bit. You know, we had, like, Samoa Joe come back when he was injured for a little bit. I mean, we had...
It's not really the same, though, as someone who's retired. Daniel Bryan, I guess?
I mean, Daniel Bryan was definitely the closest. I'm going to try and draw too many parallels because I feel like there are so many parallels. Drawing them will just kind of dilute both men's stories down. But you certainly, in terms of you thinking that someone's, like, there's a difference in return where it's like, oh, they're gone for a few weeks. Or a few months even, or a year.
Even a year,
But it's like, your career's over. In the ring, tears, we've all been through all that, and it's really emotional. Now, you were through that with Daniel Bryan. You get to see the retirement and whatnot, and you get to see the effect it had on me, at least.
I mean, I wasn't a Daniel Bryan fan when it happened. I only knew of him through you being a big fan. So it didn't have the impact on me that, like, you know, it would have done on you. But I could still tell, oh, he's a very gifted wrestler, everyone likes him very much, and now he's not able to wrestle anymore, and that's very sad.
So the return, obviously, then...
It was a big deal,
It was a big deal.
And also, he was, even though he retired, he continued to be a character on the show. So I was like, I grew to know his character actually more after his retirement than before.
I think you've been pointing out to us on some early episodes that you had less than favourable things to say about the Edge and Christian show that totally reeks of awesomeness.
I don't remember what I said, but I'm pretty sure I was scathing.
So to say that you had any sort of, like, an appreciation for Edge, or, like, you know, before his return here, it's safe to say you hadn't seen much of him before that?
Yeah, not really. I mean, I saw clips from the Edge and Christian show that totally reeks of awesomeness, and
we watched him and Mick Foley. I think I showed you that at one point.
And I thought that Edge had a good look, like a cool look, and I've seen him in, like, compilation videos of him, like, jumping from ladders and stuff. Like, he's always doing impressive jumps, and things. But I think, one of the reasons his return was so effective was because he just cut this amazing promo, and he looks so unlike every other wrestler.
Because when he came out, he didn't even, you know, he returned in a Royal Rumble, so before he got to do any speaking, he just came out, he did a few spots. Why did it connect with you? I'm trying to figure this out, like.
I don't know, it's hard to argue because, like, anything I could say about him, I'm pretty sure someone else could argue about Sting. Like, he came out, he looked really cool and unique and different.
The crowd freaked out.
Like, really freaked out.
But is there something, I mean, I think of Sting when he came out, and the Sting character is very stoic, quiet, you know. Mysterious. But one thing I wanted to say about Edge, and I think we'll probably say this 1,000 times in this episode, and it's one of the reasons why I think it connected with you and all the fans who were waiting for his return, and all the fans who wouldn't even assume there was a return, and even the fans who didn't even know who he was at all, is it's all in the eyes. We've talked before about the eyes being really important in wrestling. As Razor Ramon once said, while directly lifting from Scarface, the eyes, Chico, they never lie. Which means it's all here in the performers, in those eyes. And I think Edge is one of the most facially expressive performers ever in wrestling. In that when he came back and you saw the look in his eyes, it pretty much told the story of a man who had spent 10 years wanting to do this that you didn't even know.
Yeah, I feel like when he came back, his character was so obvious. Like, it was just, he came in and I was like, oh, I see immediately who you are supposed to be. Whereas with Sting, I didn't understand who he was supposed to be. He was this guy in face paint, this old man.
Sting was meant to be who he was meant to be, like,
Yeah.
10 years prior and even 20 years prior. He was meant to be that character you remembered when you were growing up.
And of course, I didn't remember him,
Yeah.
didn't know him, so it meant nothing to me.
But Edge didn't, dye his hair, pale straw blonde and shave off the beard and get, Botox and all.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to make you think he was what he was from all the fabulous clips and matches we've watched for this. He was an old veteran coming back to get back in the saddle. And I don't know if it's just the grey or the fact that he had that kind of fucking weathered look about him. I got very strong Witcher, Geralt vibes off of him.
Definitely.
Is it just that he happened to strike a real chord with the pop culture at the moment because we're all appreciating grey hunks?
Could well be. I mean, I genuinely think there aren't many older guys in wrestling who are like... And I don't want to sound really shallow, but forgive me for a second, I'm going to sound really shallow.
Oh my God.
There's not many older guys in wrestling who are super duper hot. Like, you've got, like, what?
Not many older guys in wrestling, full stop.
I mean, yeah, that exactly. But, like, the ones you do think of, it's like, what? The Undertaker, Goldberg, Triple H.
They're all
like...
people, though, who are men. You're talking about men in their late 40s and early 50s who are trying to look like they're in their early 30s.
Yeah.
There's no one who's owning the brand of an old guy in wrestling.
But also, I think it's important to make the distinction that all of those people, that they're all trying to impress men.
Yeah.
Edge...
Men who were once boys.
Men who once boys. Whereas...
It's the target demo right there. It's Saudi princes, men who were boys.
Whereas I think Edge, he realizes that his appeal is not just, like, to men. It's to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone just loves Edge.
Yep.
He's a bit of eye candy. And he's lent into that even though he's an older guy. And I think a lot of older guys don't do the whole, I'm a bit of a sex icon when they're, like, in their 40s and beyond.
Yeah.
So it's just really cool seeing, like, this hot, buff old guy, like, fucking being awesome. It's just really cool.
Yeah, you've often said you wanted to see a variety of body shapes in wrestling and body types. And I think, you look at a fighting game, any Street Fighter Tekken, you pick something like that, you're going to get Hayabusa in there, you're going to get an old man. Like, you're going to get a variety of shapes and sizes and ages. And I think as long as it's safe, it's great to see someone who's older in wrestling and own that. Like, the little streak of grey goes a long way.
So cool.
So immediately there was intrigue with Edge, and, like, as soon as you had kind of reacted to that, my mind just started turning, thinking, like, what are you going to think about the very, very different phases of this man's career? Because we spent a lot of time recently talking about people who've had careers that have spanned a long, long time, like Terry Funk and Bret Hart and, Ric Flair. But I would hazard to say that Rick, Terry Funk, Bret Hart, even though they changed between good guy and bad guy, the nature of their character didn't change very much.
Yeah, they're always pretty much the same gimmick.
Same guy, same values, just maybe things have changed a little bit, but who they are. Edge has been so many things. He has been a vampire.
Yeah, vampire. What, like a valley boy?
Valley boy, which is basically like, dude, where's my car, essentially.
Yeah.
I don't know if valley boy works like valley girl, but gag me with a spoon, he was one of those.
Sexy heel.
Sexualized sexy heel,
Yeah.
rated R superstar. Also fiery young up-and-comer, friend, idolized Hulk Hogan is going to be the next top guy, real blue chip, blue eyes, white dragon baby face. He has been the most evil, Machiavellian, ultimate opportunist, like chess master, 10 moves in advance. He has been
a boy toy.
He's been a boy toy as well. He has been and he's also been like kind of the older mentor figure. All of this like in kayfabe on camera. He has been so many different things. He has been a kind character. He's been a mysterious character very often. He's been a complete goofy character. He has been one of the funniest, silliest. I've shown Joe so many segments where I was like, I just want to show you this because this makes me laugh.
Yeah.
I just want to show you this, no context, because it makes me laugh. It's funny and it'll make you laugh too. And then the stuff where, like, I'm going to show you this because it'll give you goosebumps because this man's going to do something really heinous, and then look in the camera and give you those fucking eyes. Have we seen as diverse a performer as this on this show ever? I don't know. I mean, Mick Foley, I guess, springs to mind. I don't know if those are very defined different characters with different names. This is still Edge all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing. you can't really compare Mick Foley to Edge. And especially because, like, Mick Foley, as we said in the Mick Foley episode, he often did all these characters around the same time.
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of overlap with
Yes.
when he would do them, whereas Edge was very much, started with this gimmick, then moved on to this gimmick, then this one, then this one, then this one. He never did them all at the same time.
He had phases.
Yeah, absolutely.
Edge is one of these guys that, and I think this happened with Kurt Angle as well, he's one of these people that even us as fans took for granted.
Yeah.
Like, Vince McMahon, surprise, surprise, takes wrestlers for granted all the time. Particularly people like Edge, are like the workhorses. This is the guy who'd been multiple-time world champion, was main event of the show, whatever show he was on. Very much like Kurt Angle. It was like, oh, SmackDown needs a top guy, over you go, Edge. Oh, Raw needs a top guy, back you go, Edge. Like, he was between brands constantly all the time. And there is an issue, I think, where fans will kind of take those performers for granted, because we've had a lot of people praise Edge, but I think the diversity of his performance and the diversity of his character, like, people don't say Edge, one of the most diverse performers ever. They just say Edge is, like, great, but that's a real important part of who he is, because we may get a little bit of whiplash here going between all these different characters as we go through his career. Now, I will say at the get-go, we will talk a little bit about Edge and Christian, but we are going to be doing a separate Christian episode and a separate Edge and Christian episode. So we have kind of looked at some Edge and Christian stuff for illustrative purposes, but I didn't feel particularly good looking at like loads of matches where Edge is one of 6 or 8 people to say this is all about Edge's career, because I feel that talks more about the tag team and the scene than Edge himself.
Yeah.
So we decided to go and look at WWE's documentary that... This was a bit of a weird one. This is You Think You Know Me, the story of the Rated R Superstar. It is up on the documentary section in the network, although it is very difficult to find. It's not like listed normally like the rest of the docs.
That's really weird, because you'd think with his return they'd make a big push. And
I think with his return there's definitely a new documentary that's being made.
Right, I see.
And as we speak in March 2020, probably been hastily remade. So, yeah, I wanted to ask you from the get-go what you thought of generally of the tone of this documentary, and if you could explain for folks when this documentary would have been made.
So, this documentary would have been made in 2012, which is a couple of years after Edge retired.
It's like a year and a half, thereabouts.
Yeah? Okay. And we've watched a lot of documentaries for How To Wrestling. We try to watch documentaries wherever they are. Like, for each episode, we try and see if there's anything out there, because it's a nice way of kind of just seeing the whole story.
Yeah.
From the perspective of a company.
It's always good to have the giant asterisk there floating. Because we'll always want to tell you which documentary we're watching and try and bear that in mind. I think Rick was really interesting because you could see so many different perspectives from the different docs, and like Brett as well. But this is very much a WWE perspective, I guess. It should be noted.
And I enjoyed the documentary. It was interesting. There was some little nuggets that were very fascinating.
And it was definitely educational and useful, yeah.
Definitely. I'm glad we watched it. But I think as far as the documentaries we've watched for this podcast, it's one of the worst.
The tone of this is, whoa, God, it's all over the place.
The pacing as well. It's so... I realise Edge, as we say, he's had a lot of different gimmicks, a lot of different storylines. He's been a tag team wrestler and a single star. It is hard to summarise a career like that into a nice, neat little narrative. But it just felt so strange.
One of the reasons it feels strange is we're watching Edge at the moment, on Raw. We're seeing him in empty arenas at the moment currently. So we're seeing a lot of Edge promo work straight to the camera. And he looks, again, we're going to talk about how great he looks. He looks really great, though.
He looks fantastic, yeah.
He looks invigorated. He looks like he's got a fire in him.
Yeah.
And we see, for roughly a third of this documentary, they do the thing where it's like, there's a bit about the story of his career, and then let's go back to Edge currently. And usually when they do this, it's like in the 365 things we saw with Kevin Owens, where it's like, we'll see him on the day of a big event, but then we'll go back and look at different points in the past. Now, Edge is retired at this point, so we keep cutting forward to Edge, retired, looking so tired.
It made me think of the documentary we watched for Eric Bischoff, because in that you have Eric Bischoff, like modern day Eric Bischoff. He's a bit older, he's retired on his fly fishing mountainside.
Sorry, I'm just having one of these Buffalo Bill Wild Cody beers. Damn, that's really good, but that was a particularly grey area in my life.
And with Eric Bischoff, because he's not a wrestler, and because he's not a wrestling fan especially,
by his own admission, yeah.
You had him kind of, retired from the industry, really happy, out in the woods, living in nature, living his best life. And they very much made it from the perspective of like, yeah, he's doing great now and he's really happy that he's not in the business anymore. And they kind of tried to do the same thing with Edge, where he was like out in the forest or in the mountaintops or whatever, and he was just like exercising using like, it was one point where he was carrying around a wheelbarrow of bricks.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, it's great. I love being retired. You know, it's fantastic. I'm so happy. And
he says at least 4 times in this documentary that he's really happy that he's retired. And at one point he's like, I was probably going to retire anyway, like, you know, which I know he had said he was thinking about winding his career down, but what I think is really strange about this documentary, and it's worth bearing in mind, this whole return, this whole career, was that he was really one of the first people where it was just literally hand on the shoulder, you're done. That's it, you're done.
Right.
You know, kind of when Daniel Bryan and that stuff happened with him, it felt like that Edge was like the original person where it's just like, no return, no like winding down, you're just done.
Yeah.
And give me the belt, you're done. That's it. And end of your career. And Edge's reaction to that was not like Bryan's, where it seemed like he was distraught. It's just like, I'm done. Right, see ya. You know, and I think a lot of fans have not really had a chance to process the last 10 years that he wasn't wrestling, because the way in which he left was so kind of resolute. And also here, just throughout the documentary, he is so like hammering that shit home that he's so happy that he's retired. And you just see it in his eyes. He looks so tired.
Yeah. And
so beat up. And I'm in a weird mind, because it feels like he is really upset, but it feels like he can't say it because he's really fortunate, he's really lucky that he's managed to step away from his career when he did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, kind of a weird tone hangs over this as a result of it.
It must be difficult, I think, as a wrestler to... Because you got to stay positive, obviously. You can't just be like, oh, doom and gloom and everything. But, like, genuinely, if you're a wrestling fan and a wrestler, I can't imagine how hard it must be to be told you have to stop now, you have to retire. Like, and I love the fact that Daniel Bryan was very vocal and honest about how it depressed him. It like genuinely affected him really badly.
He didn't have much of a say in the matter, given that Total Bellas was filming
in his face
on his face all the time. I think Edge has got his moments here set to like a day or two of filming in his mountain retreat and all that. But there is a tinge of sadness, I think, to this documentary.
Definitely, yeah.
You know, it tries to make this out to be a triumphant story, but you can't help but feel that there is sadness there, which kind of makes this return all the sweeter in its own right. So, interesting as we start off with this. We've talked a lot about the different characters in wrestling, and, you know, X, Y, and Z is just X, Y, and Z with the volume turned way up. He says right at the start, I've never introduced myself as Edge. I'm Adam Copeland. The two, very, very separate indeed. Now, Edge, was he a character who struck you as, like, here's my personal life, here is business side of things? Like, does he seem to have a clear distinction between his character and him as a person, do you think?
I mean, it's impossible for me to say because I don't know him. Like, I mean, I must say he is one of the few wrestlers whose name I knew. Like, about the same time as I've learned the character's name. Like, I've known he's called Adam Copeland for about 5 years.
That's very interesting.
I don't know how I know that. I know it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Whereas, like, a lot of wrestlers who I am actually a big fan of and have followed their careers quite closely, I didn't know their real names at all until we covered them for an episode.
Right. Interesting that. I always love, like, the fact that the characters who seem to be able to put up that barrier between them and their character, I guess, the performers, I should say, those seem to have a little bit more, like, long-term mental stability. Is that the right way to say? Because I do think like people like Ric Flair and Bret Hart and some of those people who let the kind of the actual business of wrestling and the stories that were happening in wrestling like really impact themselves as a person, and then let what impacted themselves as a person then, you know, come out into the character. And it feels like when you watch like Ric Flair and Eric Bischoff stuff that it's like really like this isn't healthy.
I feel it's because when you're a lot of wrestlers base their characters on like an exaggerated version of themselves, but I think if you are literally basing this exaggerated version of yourself like on you and it's got your name, I think it's very difficult to then distance yourself from your character and not to take things personally. And wrestling's one of those industries where, you know, opportunities get taken away from you. You know, stuff is unfair a lot of the time. It's kind of there's no rhyme or reason to things. It's kind of at the whim of those in charge, and you know, shit's gonna happen that you won't like. And I think it's very easy if, as I said, your character is you, to kind of go, oh, well, you're rejecting me. Yeah. Rather than, oh, you don't need my character right now.
It's whether that the wrestler can actually kind of go, oh, you're rejecting me. That hurts. Hang on a second. I'm going to compartmentalize that feeling and use it in a promo in a week's time. As opposed to someone who'll just start ripping shit up in a locker room or go on Twitter and burn the whole world down. What I think what you have with Edge, though, is someone who may not make themselves the character, but has spent their entire life dreaming about what that character would be. Because this is your quintessential 1980s super fan wrestling kid who Hasbro would have loved to get their hooks into. He loved Kiss, Star Wars, WWF, and hockey. That is a fucking blue chip young kid right there in the 80s. And he was raised by a single mom as well.
Yeah, that was so cool. They barely mentioned that in the documentary. They brushed over it because they interview his mom and they just don't really mention his dad. And it wasn't until he did his promo this week on Raw that I realized, oh no, he definitely is. He's got a single mom as a parent. That's really cool. I can't imagine how difficult that must have been for him and her, because we've mentioned before in previous episodes, the struggle of a childhood fan of wrestling then wanting to go into the wrestling business. We talked about Gail Kim being a fan and how her parents wanted her to be a doctor and they didn't want her to be a wrestler. Ric Flair, his parents, they didn't want him to be a wrestler.
We've got a lot of parents with means who were not supportive, but what we have here now is a parent who was supportive who didn't have the means.
And I can't even imagine how scary that must have been for her to go, well, I've got to support my family, obviously, and my child, my little boy, wants to do that as a job, and I want to support him and support his dreams because I'm his parent, but that, really?
And it's so weird because, I could even see parents these days, you could look and see at least what wrestling is. You could see all the avenues for revenue, like how, hey, your kid mightn't get signed to WWE, but they might learn great entrepreneur skills and become a great independent wrestler.
And there's a lot of information about the wrestling industry now. It's a lot more open about how it all works.
Yeah, in the 80s, you're watching Hogan and Andre, and you think your kid wants to get into that, and wrestling is still, even though it's out in the open, it's sports entertainment, it's still protected by kayfabe. It's not like when Terry Funk's time, when he was trying to get when people were trying to get into wrestling, how secretive it was. But it wasn't necessarily secretive, but it was still kind of limited entry into that special club of wrestling. And it is a time that was known as well, where, and still is, I guess, to an extent, where people would pay money, get training in massive inverted commas, and not really have anything to show for it. And it was not the typical route. I think that's something that's really worth bearing in mind. I won't say it's typical now if you're someone who's watching, you want to become a wrestler, but back in those 80s days, to actually take it beyond a daydream, that's kind of scary, and the mother seems to be so important in this, because Ed had a bit of a hard upbringing in many respects.
Yeah.
He had an uncle who he idolized, and I didn't know this. He had an uncle who he idolized who was like a hockey phenom, and he was actually had a tryout for the national team. He was going to be a big star. He was only 17 years old, and he died tragically in a car accident.
Oh, that's so sad.
Now, I know what it's like to have kind of an older cousin or whatever who's 10 years older than you type of thing, and they seem like the coolest person in the world. And the idea of losing someone such a strong role model at that point in your life, that's got to be devastating.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. That must be so hard. But apparently the way he got through it, because he was, grieving heavily, as you would, and WWF was how he coped. He would put on the wrestling and watch that and live vicariously through Hulk Hogan.
I think it's always worth repeating how important wrestling is as a tool in its most basic way, that it can just bring joy. In hard times.
Even Hulk Hogan.
But this is the 80s, before we knew he was a wrong one, Can't blame him.
Still didn't make him a good wrestler.
So here's something that's really brilliant, and I love this, that you found out that his tag partner, Christian, was a childhood pal.
I can't get over this. It seems so fake. I can't believe this is real.
Since they were 12 years old. They said 6th grade thereabouts.
Yeah, 6th grade. They both met and they apparently both loved wrestling, and they were like, wait, you like wrestling? I like wrestling. Let's be best friends.
And I empathized greatly, Joanna, with the scenes of them talking about drawing all their different characters, sitting at a lunch table providing commentary as older boys beat the shit out of each other. This was something I very much empathized with greatly. And they say this in the documentary later, William Regal, he points it out. He says, when you see Edge and Christian, both of them, you're seeing people who have spent every waking moment of their adolescence planning for these eventualities. All the stories they thought of, all the little angles, all the moves, all the stuff that you're seeing, it's stuff that they've been talking about for years as they were kids who were fans and they were friends. And that, a bond like that is really, really amazing. And quite rare in wrestling as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, has there ever been an instance of that happening?
Just childhood friends.
Such a long relationship. The closest I can think of to that is Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, who have been best friends since they were 18?
But they were friends after they had become wrestlers. Yeah. So, we've had examples of people who trained to become a wrestler and made friends in the wrestling school.
But not best friends first, went into training together.
Yeah, I mean, this is the purest fucking entry into wrestling ever we're talking about here, folks. Keep in mind, like, we had, like, Scott Hall episode, we had to talk about, like, a manslaughter charge before we got into him being a wrestling. And it's like, two best friends, they meet in 6th grade, now they're gonna become the tag team champs. It's so great.
I feel like I say this, like, every episode, but, like, it would be such a great movie, this. Like, there's so many good stories in wrestling that need to be told. Like,
the scene here particularly, where the two of them go to their local indie in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. There's, like, no one in the audience, and they just go and they say to the promoter, look, we'll do anything. We'll set up chairs, we'll take tickets. And the guy's like, yeah, fine, you know, ring boys, we'll have you to hand in case we need any jobs being done. They hit intermission, Edge and Christian both each other glance them across the ring. They both slide in. They start doing untrained. They start doing like some spots, big clotheslines. Christian went off the top rope.
That's amazing.
Christian said that apparently afterwards, one of the old guys in the audience was like, "Yous were better than the wrestlers." Now that is like such a scene from a movie. It's like, ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can't stop thinking about how this would be like Bill and Ted in terms of like idiot boys, but like adorable, harmless idiot boys who just are wrestling fans.
They're harmless.
Like, and they want to have a good time and they want to be their best. It's just so heartwarming.
Yeah, it's nice to have a chat about what is essentially pure fandom.
Yeah.
You know, there's very little dark-sidedness here in this kind of chat about getting into wrestling. And you think about like how, like, even the greatest wrestlers we've talked about in their entries into it have all like the standard route, like Ric Flair, you're a great athlete, you've got means, you're going to get trained by one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Yeah.
And it's like fucking misery, lad.
Yeah.
This is so much nicer. In high school, Edge was voted most likely to become WWF champion.
That's so funny.
I mean, that is pure and that is beautiful.
Were you voted? Did you have an award ceremony at school?
We did, yes.
What were you voted?
I got the gold medal for debating and the gold medal for English.
Oh, so you didn't have like most likely to blah 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 blah.
No.
Ah, I see. I got voted most likely to live past 100.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've still got it upstairs in the loft.
Still got it, like.
Yeah.
As long as you have that, you will live to be over 100.
I mean,
like.
I assume these things come true because Edge was WWF champion.
Proof positive right there.
Yeah.
WrestleMania 6, which emanated from Toronto, the main event of which was Hulk Hogan versus the Ultimate Warrior. And young Edge is in the crowd. I do love WWE anytime they manage to spot the fan in the crowd, you know. I really like to see like kind of slightly jaded looking Kevin Owens in the crowd for WrestleMania 30, but seeing them as kids is just as good. Edge there with the big Hulk Hogan shirt on, and his mom talking about like how she get the tickets for it was like choosing between, you know, like food, rent, and WrestleMania.
Yeah, she said she took the money out of their rent to see the wrestling, which I gotta say, my first impulse was like, that's so irresponsible. Don't do that. Please, anyone listening at home, don't not pay rent to go see wrestling. I mean, the benefit is you can see wrestling for free on the internet now.
That's true.
Thank goodness. But back in the day, I mean,
And even when Edge is talking about it, he speaks about WrestleMania 6. He's like, the energy in this building.
Yeah.
And he talks about like it's a sacred place. Now, here's one of the reasons why I love Edge, is that Edge understands every facet of this wrestling business and how to maximize every moment for emotion. At WrestleMania 6, Hulk Hogan took on the Ultimate Warrior, and Hulk Hogan lost to the Ultimate Warrior in a match that was meant to be, at the time, a passing of the torch, as the new hero, the Ultimate Warrior, was going to take the place of the old hero, Hulk Hogan, who was going to go on and do some movies and stuff like that. Now, when we do an Ultimate Warrior episode, you'll find out why that was not necessarily the case, but the Ultimate Warrior did beat Hulk Hogan on that occasion. Edge was the biggest Hulkamaniac in the world, and it's him in the audience, he had to see his hero lose. I forget with who it was, but later on in his career, when Edge was a big nasty heel, he's like, I sat in the crowd and I watched my hero lose, and that was the moment I realized that hero worship is for children. And that, you know, and all the people who are expecting, you know, The Undertaker or John Cena to beat me, they're going to be like me. They're going to be like a chump, and they're going to learn, like, I'm going to be doing a service for all these kids because they're going to learn to grow up, and that, you know, that their heroes won't always win. I'm like, man, you're capitalizing on every little scrap of childhood trauma there is. Kudos there. So Edge and Christian both shared a dream of getting into wrestling, and of course wrestling training for a single mom in the 80s is not an easy thing.
I would say if they had to take money out of their rent to go see a wrestling show, I would imagine it would be literally impossible for them to afford to send him to wrestling school. Wrestling school is so expensive. I mean, it's still expensive.
And particularly if you want to go to like a legitimate wrestling school. And the wrestling school that he did go to, Ron Hutchinson, who we actually spoke about recently on our Trish Revisited episode.
Yeah.
So, long list of very, very, very well-known alumni, a lot of which were from Canada. And they offered a contest, which was... This is so fucking made up. This Charlie and the Chocolate Factory ass bullshit. This is incredible.
It's so cool. I love this so much. They had a competition in the local paper, and it said that they would offer free training to anyone with the best essay on why they want to become a wrestler. So
brilliant.
Little Edge, wrestling fan, for years.
17 years young.
Yeah, with a single parent on a single income. This is his opportunity to get into training. So he wrote his essay. Ron Hutchinson said it wasn't the best essay he'd read, but it was like the most passionate. And
I love that. You could tell that.
Yeah, he could tell that Edge genuinely loved and got wrestling, which I think, that's such an important thing to note.
I mean, if you're going to give out free training,
yeah.
I mean, it can't just go on word count, I guess,
No. And the sad thing is Christian didn't enter, but I suppose out of the two of them, I imagine, I don't know Christian's situation, but I don't know if he had a single parent.
I'm not sure of that either, but they kind of make it out that Christian just kind of missed the deadline, so to speak. And there was a few times in this, when they talk about, Christian didn't enter the contest, Christian didn't start training at the same time, that Christian was just a step or two behind Edge, that Edge just had, not necessarily just because he had any necessary advantage or anything, that there was just this little bit extra, that forward momentum from him from the get-go, be it his drive, be it his circumstances, whatever it was. But he's age 17, he's getting wrestling training, and he gets to chat with it. His mom is brought in. There's not like some of the other folks we talked about where they had to keep it secret. And Ron's like...
Yeah, it's really sweet, actually. I think this is the first instance of, a parent being actually involved in the wrestling training process.
Fully consensually involved.
Yeah, she was invited into Ron Hutchinson's office with Edge, and he sat them both down. He was like, look, you could starve. You'll probably be eating bread and water for days on end.
Fucking hell. But he also has the caveat, women will love him though. And I love that even from age 17 we could tell that Edge was going to be
super hunk.
A super hunk. And I'll tell you right now, Joe, of the very few girls and women who I knew who had watched wrestling back in the day, they fell into two categories if they'd watched as a kid. They were someone who liked the Hardy Boys and Lita, and they dressed like the Hardy Boys and Lita, or they were a normcore girl who didn't like wrestling but loved watching Edge and Christian, and how much their brother / boyfriend / friend / whoever got really annoyed when they would be like, woo, Edge and Christian! Bring those guys back out. So, yeah, hunks for heel heat, they were, absolutely.
That's so funny.
So, the training is not remotely as harsh as some of the ones we've talked about recently. There's no fucking fire stairwell and smashing your face off concrete and, oh no, I've dropped Ricky Steamboat down the stairs. WrestleMania 3 can't happen now. But they're training in a boxing ring.
Yeah, I mean, it fucking sucks. I don't think there's been a single episode that we've done where the wrestling training bit hasn't been like...
Oh, that was alright.
That was nice, yeah. That was pleasant. No, it sucked. It always sucks. It's just one of the things about wrestling. You've got to train your body, and that means putting it through hell for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months.
So do you know what the difference between a boxing ring and a wrestling ring would be then?
I didn't until we watched this documentary. So they explained that the boxing ring is often smaller and the ropes are much tighter, which means that when you run the ropes...
Because they're not meant to be for running them,
and they're not meant to be jumping off and bouncing off and stuff. So it means when you run the ropes, that typical training move that you do, both do it in a match, but also you do a lot of it when you're training, it leaves bruises. And
more so than normal, I would say,
yeah.
And of course, the important thing about the boxing ring is that you don't have the protective mat usually underneath.
I bet, it's probably not springy, is it?
It's usually just the canvas with the boards, and
the
mechanism there just kind of hold everything in place. So it ain't nice to be taking bumps on, but there's no glamorous way to say it that wrestling training, from the best of my understanding of it from the friends I know who've been involved in training and being trained, it is mostly about the development of callousing and the kind of development of a thick skin, both literally and figuratively, as it relates to taking these bumps.
Apparently, when Edge took his first bump, so his mum was there as well. Again, that's so sweet. There's not been any other wrestler where their parents were there while they took their first bump. That's so adorable. I love it. And I feel as well, we should mention, she was in this documentary. Yep. She was so happy to talk about his career.
Proud as punch.
Yeah, it's adorable. But yeah, she was there when he first took his bump, and They had Ron Hutchinson in as well to say, like, you can always tell, and they always say this.
They always say, I'll say those people I've just mentioned, they've all said to me, on the first bump we could tell.
Yeah, you can tell if they're cut out to be a wrestler because they will get back up and they'll do it again. And they'll do it again and again and again, which is, of course, how you train your body to become a wrestler. And sure enough, Edge, he took his first bump and he knocked all the wind out of himself. He was dizzy for like a full 2 minutes. He couldn't really see properly.
So he did get up.
but he did get up, yeah.
It took him a while. And I do think that maybe it challenged the old adage of, like, you can tell from their reaction to the first bump that that's going to be it. Because Edge reacted to the first bump like, this is the worst fucking thing ever. But he still got up and kept going.
Yeah, I don't think it's about how you react to the bump. Because everyone we've covered has said how much the first bump sucked. Like Gail Kim, who like took the border toss and said it was like falling into a bed full of feathers. You know, even she said her first bump was disgusting and horrible. Like, I think it's just it's always going to suck.
Yeah, it's inevitable. Yeah,
but you have to have that mental attitude of get back up and do it again. I'm going to keep doing it until it doesn't suck anymore.
He said the first bump made his eyes feel like they were going to bulge out of his head.
Yeah.
And they had some of his, like, kind of colleagues who trained with him at the time, and they all said, like, well, surprise, surprise, the general view from the fee-paying portion of the class was that the lad who wrote a fucking essay to get here, and now he's squirming when he takes a bump, didn't have any business being here. And, like, they said straight up that, like, you know, he was looked down upon, and it was viewed that he was, like, given, you know, an easy ride, so to speak. Which, obviously, you know, I think wrestling is all about trust. You're only as good as the level of trust that your opponent will give you and the trust that you feel in them. And, like, I just kind of, that makes me a little bit feel uneasy, the fact that he would actually even have to have that kind of from the get-go, that it is a little bit of a poison chalice in some sense. Yay, free wrestling training, but also, yeah, you've got all the eyes on you. You'll probably be judged way more harshly.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, we don't have to go into every episode of Tough Enough to know that people look down upon those who get any sort of a leg up.
Yeah,
for better or for worse, you know?
So he and Christian graduate, and this is adorable. They both go to the same college together. So sweet, so adorable. And while they're at college, this is so funny, Edge apparently was very shy. It's hard to believe. Edge was very introverted and shy, and he apparently had great trouble talking in front of people. So he decided to join up to student radio.
Yeah, broadcasting was his actual degree in media. And I think,
such a good idea. Like, I think that attitude is so beneficial in all walks of life. Absolutely. If you understand what your weaknesses are and you work on them, that's a great benefit. But especially in wrestling, if you are able to identify, I'm not a good talker, I will do radio until I am good at it.
And I'll tell you right now, I'm only doing what I'm doing now, and all that because of student radio, and I'll be forever grateful for the people at Flirt FM in NUI Galway for training me and for giving me a show and for giving me a platform. It helped me like so much in so many ways. And I would say anyone, if you're thinking about getting into wrestling in any capacity and you're interested, like student radio, such a resource. Community radio as well. You don't even need to be a student to be involved. Always looking for volunteers, always happy to train you. You'll learn so much and you'll gain so much in terms of confidence, skills that you will be useful so many places. But like for him to know that in, you know, early 90s, to have that forward thinking, to think, if I'm going to get to the next level, that my speaking is going to be an issue. And how many wrestlers have we talked about where the fact that they couldn't speak or were unwilling to speak or felt a little bit about that, like, you know, Bret Hart wasn't going doing broadcasting in you know, because he just thought, well, I'm not good at talking, so I'm not good at talk.
I think that shows the difference between someone who is a wrestling fan and someone who's grown up in the wrestling industry.
Yeah, there's definitely differences there.
Yeah, like I think as a fan, you're going to watch, you know, matches with Hulk Hogan and go, well, he's a great talker, but you know, I don't know if necessarily you'd go as far as to go, but he's not a very good wrestler. But like you will probably go far enough to go, the appeal of Hulk Hogan is his ability to cut an amazing promo.
You hear people from Bret's generation, they're talking about being glued to the screen watching like Ed the Strangler Lewis do something really violent or whatever in the ring. But you know, people like Ed and stuff, they're all the clips they're talking about him as a kid, and he's talking about watching the Hogan promos, the hype up. That's what wrestling was. Like he was looking to perform in the world of wrestling that he saw and as he grew up with. I think that's really important because I think as wrestling has went through different phases of it being more talking based and then more kind of sports oriented or more kind of in ring based, it will have a knock-on effect in terms of those who are growing up. If they're not seeing great promos on telly, those kids are probably less likely to want to be like the great promo person. I often think about the kids these days that, you know, hey, you're not growing up watching a Mick Foley or a Terry Funk or, you know, seeing someone really off the wall like Sherry or something like that on TV every week. Hey, would that affect the next generation? I think it can.
I think it has.
Yeah.
I think already we've got a generation of younger wrestlers who struggle on the mic, who are fantastically skilled in ring, but as soon as it comes time to cut a promo, they lack the charisma.
Yeah.
And I think it's a really hard thing. I think some people, you know, you're either born with it or you're not, but there's definitely things you can do to get better.
Yeah. I just think it's really cool because I think we'd said in a previous episode, you know, modern day media is a great thing to do if you're interested, you know, you want to get a degree and then get into wrestling because you'll learn about Photoshop, basic video and audio editing. These are the tools that will help you be a successful wrestler on the indies and beyond. Yeah. So I love people who are hustlers, and when you're a hustler from that far back from the get-go, I think it's awesome because it's tough to hustle when you're in Edge's position because it's not like nowadays where there's lots of indies or like established indie groups or established paths or whatever it seems. In the early 90s, after you had the big hype of Hogan in the 80s and then the downfall of wrestling after the steroids trial, he said there weren't even indie groups where he was.
Wild.
We'd have spot shows. Now, had you heard this term before?
No, never.
So, yeah.
So, what, a spot show, from what I could gather, seems to be that a lot of, like, independent wrestlers, and I don't mean wrestlers for independent companies, I mean, like, almost freelancer wrestlers, like, they are independent on their own, deciding to work together to create a show which doesn't really have any ongoing storyline or feuds or anything. It's like a one-off show where they just have some matches. And
generally speaking, they'll happen on a weekend. They'll try and like do like a matinee show so families can go to it. This is the type of thing where these shows, the bread and butter would be, hey, we got Road Warrior Hawk or Jimmy Superfly Snuka, or we've got some, you know, person who's on the outs with WWF and WCW at the moment. Can you get a few local boys to fill out the matches and we'll do a main event with this guy or whatever. So, like, Edge, he didn't have the great experience, you know, like, say, Foley or Austin did, where they were, like, working in, you know, territories and learning from all these people. Instead, it was, you know, Edge would show up to some little local indie. He would wrestle his ass off. He said he had to spend around $70 or thereabouts to get his wrestling license, and then he'd get around $35 or $30 for actually wrestling.
The whole wrestling license thing, I couldn't get my head around.
Now, I guarantee you, Snooker, whoever would be who was running that, wouldn't be taking no $30 payday.
No.
But it's the idea that there was this whole little cottage industry of it. I mean, as bad as wrestling promoters always have been and always will be.
Yeah.
And I don't want to talk too much about COVID-19, but I saw some promoter who's like, guys, this is a time for wrestlers to start talking about reducing their rates. Fuck off, promoters.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of snakes out there, but it just goes to show you as well that, you know, a wrestler who decides to put together a show essentially so that they can get a payday, and also take advantage of the fact that they're young kids who want to wrestle and get experience, make a name for themselves. This type of shit, it still goes on to an extent, but I think it's horrible.
Yeah,
you know?
it's nasty.
Like, paying to wrestle. I mean, at least wrestlers who got paid in hot dogs and popcorn got hot dogs and popcorn. Imagine if it's like, yeah, I'll give you some hot dogs, but you have to give me a bag of popcorn first. Like, fuck that, you know?
I mean, I'd be willing to make that trade. If I get hot dogs
for popcorn,
but I have to give you popcorn. Yeah,
but fine. Would you give me hot dogs for popcorn?
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's nutritionally void, is what that is, folks. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, these spot shows where it was just kind of gangs of mates coming together, but there were a lot of people from around this time, most of whose names made you laugh, who went on to become names in their own right in wrestling, like Joey Legend, Johnny Swinger, Rhino, and Christian, who was Christian Cage at the time.
Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger, baby.
Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger.
We're watching Boardwalk Empire, and he sounds very much like a character on Nucky's team.
Yo, Johnny Swinger, you take that shit back to Chicago. He gets his first tryout in 1996, and Edge has wrestled in a few places and getting tryouts. He even got a tryout in WCW at the time as well. Would you like to know his incredibly brilliant name he had at the time?
What?
Sexton Hardcastle.
Oh, I've heard this before.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was his name.
Yeah, Sexton Hardcastle.
Where have I heard that?
He kind of casually mentioned it in the doc, like when him and Christy were talking about all the characters they had, but I like that they kind of tried to skirt around the fact that he did wrestle, like, announced as Sexton Hardcastle a few times.
It's a fantastic name. It's like a character out of Southpaw Regional Wrestling.
Sexton Hardcastle, he's there to make the ladies scream, like,
yeah.
You know, he's there to make sure the ladies don't leave before the pancake breakfast is over, you know. So he gets his first tryout in 1996 against veteran the stiff man Bob Sparkplug Holly, which he says goes really, really well. You know, everyone's really nice to him. He has,
good.
You know, people come up complimenting him. You know, it seems quite early on that he is kind of pegged as having something, and that he has a look. Now,
it's interesting because like when he first signs up to Ron Hutchinson's training, the first thing Ron says is, "Oh, that guy's got a great look."
Yeah.
Like he will be very marketable.
To be completely superficial for a moment, let's talk a little bit about the look of Edge. Now, obviously, it's changed over the years. I've mentioned the eyes.
Yeah.
Some other kind of trademarks to Edge's look. Could you describe that a little bit? What he looks like?
So do you mean like current Edge or do you mean young Edge?
I think kind of like stuff that's consistent about most of Edge's kind of career.
Okay.
Like maybe physique and facial and whatnot.
So most of his career, he's got this really long, shiny blonde hair. And he's got a very large, expressive head.
Very expressive.
Like, I would equate his face to those Greek chorus masks.
Oh my god, yes!
Like, as in, it's designed to be super expressive and to be seen from the back of an auditorium.
His face reads so much. We've talked so much in this show about like how much we love people who mouth off in the ring and they talk and they say things.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, I love that. And Edge doesn't really mouth off that much in the ring, but his facials, everything he does. This is a man that before he does a devious little move, he'll lick his lips. He's the guy who'll kind of, do the big breath, when he's done something, really, really death-defying. He knows how to communicate using that face.
Yeah.
And, a face shouldn't reach to the far reaches of a big arena, but it absolutely does. I think we first started watching this, I was like, I want to show you Edge do something really horrible. Now let's show you do Edge something really fun. And like, now let's watch Edge be a victim. And I show like Seth Rollins trying to kill Edge, just so you can see how expressive that face could be.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone who can come close to those expressions.
Oh, yeah.
He's the absolute master of it.
He's so good.
Big boy?
He is long boy. Long egg.
Long egg. It only took us an hour to get into long egg talk, finally.
He's not like beefy.
He's not lanky though.
He's kind of lanky.
He's got long garbage scooping arms.
Yeah, he's got long limbs and a long body, and I guess he is tall, although I can't really tell how tall he is.
He's taller than you'd think, though.
He kind of looks to me like he's Baron Corbin height.
Yeah, and all throughout my childhood, I was like, Edge, he is average height. Because in my mind, and I think often a lot of times with wrestling fans' mind, if you grow up with someone being kind of a cowardly figure, you instinctively make them kind of smaller in your head. And if someone is quite brave and does, crazy things, you instinctively think they're a lot taller. I think most wrestling fans think that Edge is 3 inches shorter and Chris Jericho is 3 inches taller than they actually are.
And I think as well, because Edge, during most of his career, I'm not including his current return because he's completely differently shaped now than he used to be, he wasn't very muscular. Like, obviously, he's very fit.
He'd be like kind of more defined, but he wouldn't be someone who'd be like bulky, let's just say.
No, definitely not. Like, he's not got massive muscle definition and 3% fat,
In the Attitude Era, he would have looked like a slimmer wrestler.
Yeah, definitely.
But nowadays, he looks like, probably one of the more hench fellows that
well, especially because, he's put on a lot of mass.
Yeah, he's gotten big.
He's a big, muscular dude now.
The goatee.
He's got a lovely little grey goatee. I love it.
He, at one point, went through a period of dyeing it purple.
Oh.
Yeah.
What, like Billy Connolly?
Ah, okay. He did that as well. Maybe it was an ode to him. Goatee's not usually your favourite thing.
No.
You've made it very clear that I can't have a soul patch or a goatee or this relationship will be finito.
Yeah.
You dig? But Edge, I think, pulls it off. It's because of the chin. The chin of Edge. We mentioned a lot about the facials thing. It all goes in there. It makes the smile seem more Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
It makes the frowns and the glowers seem more like evil. I don't know what it is.
He's got a very majestic chin. It's a lovely chin.
It's a great fucking look. It kind of confused me as a kid why girls were so into Edge. It really did, because I was like, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, his character was an idiot, let's just say. Like, he's obviously a moron. Why is he attractive? And I understand now.
Idiot boys are sometimes very hot, Kevin.
It is,
like,
true.
as in, I think men don't get that because, a lot of men are into stupid women.
Yes.
Especially, blonde, ditzy, stupid women.
The 90s kind of bimbo chic thing went a bit... It works for men as well,
It
though.
absolutely works for men as well. Like, I had such a big crush on this guy, Alex, in my school, who was such an idiot.
Was he a ditzy blonde?
He was such a ditzy blonde, and he was so thick, and I had such a big crush on him.
Well, I wonder if we're past the point now where hair color indicates entire personality as it did back then. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that blonde people, there's anything wrong with blonde
no, of
people.
course, yeah.
I think the whole thing is so stupid.
Yeah, it is so stupid, yeah.
It doesn't matter who you are. You all can be idiots.
Yeah.
So he has a positive tryout, but he doesn't go into it here. They just kind of he says a tryout, it goes well, and then he kind of disappears for a bit. But I think what it seems to be is, I don't know if I told you, I think we did our Silly Characters episode for a live show, that there was a period in 95, 96 where Vince McMahon just wanted silly, goofy characters. And that's where we got TL Hopper, the plumber, or we got the Goon, the hockey player, and stuff like that. And
the garbage man.
Yeah, exactly. We got Duke the Dumpster Drosy. Uh-oh, the garbage man. So yeah, there's a lot of silly gimmicks at the time. And I wondered, just from the way that they said, he got over really well here. Great tryout. Everyone wanted him to be there. And then he's then I decided to go away for 2 years. I wondered if that was because he would have been offered one of those shitty gimmicks, like the kind of custodian type gimmicks. And that's why he said, no, I think because Chris Jericho was offered to be one of those silly gimmicks.
I totally misinterpreted this. So, hang on, he got signed to WWE and then just left for 2 years.
No, he didn't get signed. He had his tryout and then he heard nothing back. He went off to Calgary for a year then to train with Brett.
So they didn't get in touch with him? They didn't sign him?
They don't say here. They kind of just imply that he went off to do his own thing. But my figuring from that was, if he had a good tryout, they would have then said to him, right, here's an offer. But the offer at the time invariably would have been, well, you're a young guy, so you're going to be one of these stupid gimmicks. Yeah. Just to kind of, I don't know, Psycho Sid has someone to beat next week.
Yeah.
And I wondered if he saw that and thought, nah, I'll go and do my own thing for a little bit. It's just interesting that he doesn't seem to want to say why he didn't go with them after that tryout.
That is interesting. I don't know, because him being a fan, I would have thought he'd be happy to do anything. Any
job-based gimmick you thought that Edge could have excelled in at the time?
What, jobber-based gimmick?
No, as in a gimmick that is based
that's based on a job.
That's based on a job, yeah.
Milkman.
Ooh, Milkman.
Yeah.
Very good.
Come to have sex with all your wives.
Oh, I think he can work as an ice cream man as well. There's something image in your head, young Edge, gives you a scoop, and then he gives you that smile. Ooh, what's wrong? You're a heel. Boo. Stay away from my boy, I can't wait for the righteous Psycho Sid to beat up this ice cream man. But again, more hustling, more smart stuff. What do you do in 1986 if you're kind of spinning your wheels, you want to get better, but you don't know exactly what to do? He saves up all of his money, he goes to Calgary, and he trains with Bret the Hitman Hart and the family up in Stampede Wrestling for a little spell.
So what year would have this been around?
1996, maybe.
Wow, okay, yeah.
So Bret would have been kind of top guy in the company at the time.
Yeah, big deal. I imagine that must have been very expensive.
And Bret just says outright in this documentary, he's Edge came down, he was great, and I was I'm going to go ring him straight away and tell him to hire you. I don't know why they haven't hired you. And that's really cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that Bret at the time was so heavily involved still, it seems, in the training of the next generation.
And I love the fact that Bret appreciated Edge's style, because at the time, the only person I can really think of whose Edge's style really reminds me of from that era is Shawn Michaels.
Yeah. A little bit of own heart, I would say, too, as well.
I guess, yeah, but it's definitely not that sort of that Bret Hart style of technical mat-based wrestling.
He's not a submission guy.
No.
He's a high flyer though, but a high flyer from the mid-90s, so he's not going to be jumping off springboards or doing moonsaults and stuff, but it's going to be a fast, I think he had the pace of people like Owen and Bret, but maybe some of the more flashy offense that you would have seen from a Shawn Michaels. So, again, something that I think, because he's so heavily associated with being a WWE guy, and hey, it's not the coolest thing in the world to start praising the WWE style, or, that. I think Edge is one of the most refined versions of that WWE catch-can style.
That sports entertainment style.
That stops short of incorporating real sports and MMA.
Yeah.
Because I think it's very easy these days. Oh, sorry, very easy. But there is an appeal to incorporate MMA, jiu-jitsu, stuff like that into wrestling. And you see it with Daniel Bryan, you see it with all sorts of wrestlers now. And it's almost expected. There's MMA people who train, styles in the performance center.
Yeah.
For that very reason. So yeah, I kind of feel that Edge is the end game for the regular catch-as-cat stand skill tree that doesn't bring in any of the other MMA or Japanese. You want to look at Edge and go, oh yeah, strong style.
Yeah.
He's done some of the European style. This is American style wrestling, 1,000,000,000%.
It's fake fighting style.
Yes.
It's like no pretense that it's real, but it kind of has some of the energy of a real fight.
Oh,
like
yeah,
some
and
of the
weight and impact.
weight and impact, yeah. It feels real without looking real.
Yeah, I won't be busting out the edge-o-matic or the downward spiral in a real fight, but I'll cheer when I see them in a wrestling match. So, yeah, he gets, this kind of routine where he trains for a little bit up in Calgary, then he goes on some tours, so he'll go down to California and places like that. Not a world traveler, doesn't go to Japan, doesn't go to Mexico, doesn't go to Europe. It's an entirely North American-based odyssey for Edge, which I think, again, is really interesting, because I feel into the trap of thinking that you have to be a world traveler to have a breadth of experience in wrestling. And again, it's maybe more focused his style, but it's still amazing. Really odd here. He gets a call when he's in Canada, and it's like, right, I want to bring you down for the tryout. And JR says, yeah, we're going to leave you for a tryout. Come down here, and it's going to be you in the ring. Want to have a look at you, see you wrestle. Now, usually, when they do tryouts, how do you think they did them back in the day? How the tryouts usually happened?
I imagine they had to come in, run the ropes a few times, take a few bumps, do a few moves, cut a promo or two.
I mean, they'll usually do a bit of that, and then if you're lucky, you'll get you'll get a dark match before the main show starts, to say before Raw or SmackDown or whatever it would have been. You'll have a match against an established guy. So you'll wrestle someone who's considered to be a good hand, who can take you through the format of a usual match for TV. And they'll watch it in the back and they'll kind of critique it and all that. Edge didn't get that the second time around. What Edge got was, come up to Connecticut, come to our facility, no cameras, no audience, and go in the ring and wrestle Michael P.S. Hayes, an old man who's like one of the producers and agents and is known to be a racist.
Oh.
So, odd that.
Yeah.
I mean, having to wrestle an old man to get into the company when you're in your 20s, that's it.
I mean, I don't know if that's normal or not.
The way they describe it, like, it was the most normal fucking thing, and Michael Hayes like, yeah, they went in there and out-wrestled him, and I'm like, you know what, we got something here, man. Like, what, Edge wrestling an old man? Yeah, I want to see that on TV. Fucking great. So, he gets signed to the big fat deal. It's WWE, baby. You got your developmental contract for the grand total, Joe, of $210 a week, baby.
Which, I mean, that's low, right? But I must admit, when I heard it, I misheard it, and I thought he said $10 a week. So then, hearing $210 a week, I was like, that sounds like good money.
And by the way, pal, that's before we deduct you for the hot dogs and popcorn as well. So you will have to reimburse us for that, Vince still insists I reimburse him for all the food I ate as a child. It's only fair that way. 23 years young, $210 a week. It's one of those things we've talked about where they're kind of like, hey, you're making no money, but you're a kid. You're going to go, you're going to see the world, you're going to get better. It's an opportunity, pal.
Yeah.
And, it's not like nowadays where it's the performance center and glitz and glamour. You're probably talking about working fairgrounds and rodeos and very small little arenas, Memphis and the like. So Edge has been kind of brought up. Edge is in developmental for a little bit. He is being considered to be brought up, and one of the writers, Vince Russo, has a bit of an idea in terms of the character. He wants to make it like a mysterious loner type of a character. And because it's the Attitude Era, and that means that everyone has to have characters, this early Edge character was at best loosely defined. So I showed Joe a bunch of the hype-up packages and what eventually was the Titantron for Edge in his first run, with the music, You Think You Know Me. Oh, how would you describe this footage I showed you that was hyping up Edge's debut?
Well, he described it as being like, he was like, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do here. I don't know who my character's supposed to be. All I know is he's mysterious. So I'm just going to wander around the subway and scream.
Ah! I mean, he didn't have a blues clue what he was doing. And if you I don't know if you clocked it, but I figured from the bits we saw of Sexton Hardcastle and also from the name as well and the style he wrestled, he didn't seem like he was a loner, quiet, gothy type. He seemed like he was an extrovert. He was meant to be like kind of a good time, wacky, over-the-top character. So yeah, Russo has the idea that... I think Russo's like the idea of Edge in a long coat with that long hair, looking sexy.
Yeah.
In a black and white kind of filter on a subway. I mean, it looks really cool. Yeah. It doesn't look very wrestling. No. For better or for worse. And I remember when I was watching wrestling Edge's debut, and it was like, you think you know me? You think Edge is coming? You think you... Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, this is mysterious. And Edge starts showing up, Joe, during one of my favorite wrestlers' matches, because I don't know how much you know about Gangrel, the wrestling vampire, but he was one of my absolute faves as a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of Gangrel in the documentary. How would you describe old Gangers?
He's a vampire.
I mean, as a fan of the Twilight series, do you think there should be more vampires in wrestling generally, or has it run its course?
I think if they did it well, it would be good to have some vampires in wrestling, yeah. But yeah, they'd have to do it well. And I don't know if I trust WWE to handle the complex and nuanced theme of vampires
Sparkly vampires?
in wrestling. I'd like that.
Yeah? Okay. I'll tell you what, if we can't get Twilight, let's just go with the Robert Pattinson stuff. If we can get lighthouse keepers in wrestling, I'd be fine with that. Like, Willem Dafoe cuts a promo, then the big stud Pattinson comes in and, puts over a jobber. I think that'd be good.
Great, I love that.
Excellent. So yeah, Edge is usually shown like in the crowd. Like we'll be watching an episode of Raw and be like, wait a minute, what's that? And up in the corner you just see this like loner sat in a chair with his sunglasses on, wearing a long coat, chewing gum. Like, who's that? Like, and he'd watch Gangrel's matches. He didn't know what to think. So Edge does have his debut match, and they didn't talk about it here in this. Edge's debut match in WWE, he broke his opponent's neck.
What?
Yep. He did a kind of a somersault over the top rope plancha thing to his opponent Miguel Perez, one of the Los Barricas. Great hand. Hairy man we would have seen when I watched some 97 stuff for Attitude Era podcast. Edge flips over the top. The idea is that he kind of catches him in like a powerbomb position, so like your legs catch and your dick goes into his face and he catches you and you sit down, but Edge kind of overshot it, so his arse hit him right in the top of the head. Guy goes down like a ton of bricks. No. So I mean, it's important to bear in mind, folks, Edge's career did end because of a broken neck, but his career in WWE started with a broken neck. And
wow.
I don't know, I'm not blaming Edge for it. I'm not, blaming, accidents happen in wrestling. It was a dangerous move. Maybe the person wasn't prepared for it, Edge wasn't prepared to do it. It's no one's fault necessarily. But I do feel always bad about this kind of thing. We talked about in our Jobbers episode that, like, if a jobber guy or not the star gets hurt, that it's, like, not important. Like I told you about like, all the lawsuits and the jobbers who got, like, paralyzed and seriously hurt. And, Miguel Perez was a contracted performer and he broke his neck. And it's kind of like the fact that it's, like, you don't have to talk about it every time you talk about Edge, but I feel like if a wrestler breaks its neck, it should be a big old deal. It is kind of, I mean, I didn't mean to shock you too much there, but literally this morning I was like, oh, wait a minute, I remember that now. So the character Edge, obviously he's a loner, he's mixing up with some vampires, not Sexton Hardcastle. Where did this name come from?
Apparently Edge, as in Adam Copeland, came up with it himself.
Okay. Yeah, I think they were knocking some names around. He thought, oh yeah, Ed sounds cool.
Yeah.
Now, what was weird was in the doc, he was like, oh yeah, I was trying to think about something musical. So I thought, Edge. And like,
how is that?
I thought he was about to say, I thought it was something musical, so I thought, I'll just take the Edge's name from U2, and that will be my name. Because, I mean, Edge is an established thing, right?
What do you mean?
Well, the Edge, he's the guitarist from U2.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Is that really his name?
Yeah, he's the Edge. He's the Edge. Not Edge, the Edge.
Right.
So it's not like Sting where it's the same name. It would be one thing if it was Sting and then the Sting, but it's Edge and the Edge, so it's different. But it's the fact that he's like, I thought about music. I'm like, did you? No, interesting. And then I came up with my new ring name, Phil Collins. He's an easy lover, Phil Collins. So yeah, interesting name that. The stuff with Gangrel didn't really work, however, because Gangrel was a very interesting looking character, and he was a vampire. And as we all know from our Vince Russo episode, nothing makes Joe pop quite like random amounts of red viscous liquid being dropped. But I think they showed one of the reasons why it didn't work, where you have Gangrel choking Edge going, the blood of Gangrel flows through your veins. And then they bring in Christian. And Christian
Which is so, again, like, I cannot believe the number of times where Edge helps Christian into the wrestling industry.
Christian's kind of like a step or two behind, it feels like, all the way. Like, Christian does get signed to developmental at the same, around the same time. He debuts a couple of weeks later, but he kind of debuts in the shadow of Edge, because they say, like, the storyline in The Brood is Edge is this mysterious loner, Gangrel's an evil vampire, and then Christian, who they say is Edge's brother, shows up and he's wearing a puffy shirt like Gangrel and leads this gothic lifestyle.
So, are Edge, Christian, and Gangrel all vampires?
No.
Oh.
It's so fucking vague at best. I mean, I'm the biggest Brood fan in the world, but the Brood lore, even though it's ripped off, I mean, White Wolf owned the copyright of The Brood and Gangrel, like they're a gaming company, because it is actually Gangrel is based off of a tabletop gaming race.
Okay.
From some series from way back. So yeah, but the lore is light on the ground at best. They are never explicitly said on camera that they're vampires. Michael Cole would say they lead a gothic alternative lifestyle.
Okay.
So they're not vampires. Gothic alternative lifestyle.
But do they all drink the red viscous liquid?
Gangrel will come out with a cup of blood, and Gangrel's got the pointy teeth, like shoot pointy teeth. Gangrel like live the gothic lifestyle, and he'd drink the blood and he'd go and he'd spray it everywhere. And
like Triple H.
Yeah, and then they'd all have a nice big laugh and all that. I think our live show I told you about when he sprayed it all over Donald Trump once. Good times with vampires in wrestling. So yeah, I mean, they say it best in this documentary. Like, man, the Brood was just like cool, you know. They had the cool music. They came up like, you know, they did a little kind of a bounce. I mean, did you like the entrance with the fire? How they came up from the ground?
Yeah, it was really cool, and the music's great.
As a kid, it struck me so much. I was Brood for life as a kid.
Really?
I was unbelievably blown away by them.
Why?
The music. It's so good, that music. It's probably I said in our music episode, our live show, that was one of my all-time favorite themes. I immediately gave that as my... Kevin Devil had that as his entrance music at WrestleMania 2000. I had the Goblet when I came out as well. I had the Gangrel Walk as well. I had the Impaler DDT as well. You know, you can see a lot of this here. I had the Gangrel toy.
Young Kevin like vampires?
Young Kevin didn't like vampires. Young Kevin liked Gangrel and the Brood.
Right.
Very, very different, because they weren't vampires, were they? They led a gothic lifestyle.
But were you into the gothic lifestyle?
I was into if the gothic lifestyle was meant that I could come up underneath the club in a fire ring, then yeah, I'm all about the gothic lifestyle, you know. Didn't necessarily want to drink a blood supper like Gangrel, though.
What was the actual blood?
Red viscous liquid.
No, what was it?
I imagine it was corn syrup and some red food colouring, based off of my limited experience of low-budget horror movies.
Okay.
I just assumed because that would be viscous and a red liquid. But I don't know if gangers would want to be down in that or not, like, you know?
We had to make some fake blood for my A-level project. Because we did, like, thrillers and stuff when I was in my A-levels. And we had to make fake blood. And we made it out of, like, vinegar and honey and, like, cornstarch.
What are you making a fucking marinade?
Yeah, because you have to, if you're going to have it in your mouth, we had a scene where someone punched someone else and they spat out blood.
Yeah.
So it had to be edible.
Of course you
So that's why I was wondering what they used as the blood, as the red viscous liquid, because they're drinking it, so it has to be edible. So I wondered how it would taste. And
what was it? Every A-level and like sixth form project has to have like violence and blood in it, like.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not a real student project.
This is England.
This is England. That's why every friend I've made in England, I've had to watch their zombie apocalypse short movie they made for sixth form. That's the downside of all the talented people I've met. Like,
how dare you? My zombie apocalypse thing was for radio for university. My thriller was for sixth form.
I'll never tell you which of my friends' zombie apocalypse media I liked the most.
It was mine, right?
I'll get back to you on that, guys. Don't worry, I'll get back to you. So, the idea of the Brood is that it was going to be a platform from Gangrel. The idea is that Gangrel is this unique character. He's this cool vampire, you know, so kids, you know, Russo felt very strongly the kids are going to love this. And he was right. One of the things that got me into wrestling whole stock was this whole gimmick and this angle. And the problem was that Gangrel wasn't very good. And I'm the biggest Gangrel fan in the world, but he was a grand wrestler, but he wasn't a great wrestler, and he couldn't speak on the microphone. And they talk about like the Brood finally getting to talk, like it's like, and once we found out Edge, the curtain came back. You know, WWE is so obsessed with there being like moments where everything is revealed, and it never is the fucking way. The fact of the matter is, the Brood had the debut promo, and they all did a terrible job. Edge just did the least worst job. Like, Edge gave a decent read of the worst material ever. We had Gangrel, and the Brood had never spoken. Like, who are you? And like, we are the search for the light and the truth. At first, we wanted the answer, but it was forbidden. By the Undertaker.
You're spitting everywhere.
I'm so sorry. I'm I'm trying to minimize it here. So you can imagine Gangrel, like, you know, mouthful of blood as well. So bad. It's bad when the gimmick teeth make you fucking lisp. Yeah. And also as well, he's the happiest vampire in the world. Like, you know when sometimes you don't know what you're going to say, and then you have to kind of buy time? Gangrel, to buy himself time in his promos, often laughed. So the idea of a vampire who's lisping and then going, so yeah, Edge does stand out as being the best of them, but even still, it's not as if like, oh yeah, he's a top guy straight away. Like, most of the time, Edge, I felt, was like the weak link of the group because he was the least cool, I thought.
Did people have crushes on Brood, Edge, and Christian?
Yes. Absolutely they did. And I'll tell you as well, even though Edge couldn't do a great promo at the time, and even though their characters didn't make much sense and the storyline didn't make much sense, you had Edge using that smile still. He'd come out under the fire and you'd see the eyebrows arch and that big smile. And, you know, they were used as the Undertaker's kind of henchmen as part of his Ministry of Darkness. Edge's first WrestleMania appearance, Joe, was appearing to hang the big boss man from that Hell in the Cell when the Undertaker beat him. Wow. So that was his first appearance, was Edge coming down on a zip line and then have to hastily put together a harness so he could fake hang the big boss man and go in the middle of the ring. So that's a pretty fucked up WrestleMania debut right there.
God. What type of egg would Brood Edge be?
Sometimes you get an egg and it'll be a little blood clot in it, and that you have to take it out with a spoon or a tweezers or just get rid of the egg. And that's also, folks, why you should listen to Bon Appetit's advice from Gabby. Never pool your eggs. Only pool your eggs if you have a first bowl to put them into individually. Because you get. I
don't know if most people will know what you mean by pool your eggs.
If I need 5 eggs, just don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all in one bowl. You go 1 into your small bowl, then into the big bowl. 2 small bowl.
That means as well, if you get a bit of shell in there, it's way easier to get it out.
Exactly, and that's.
Or if you break an egg and the yolk gets everywhere, you only have to throw one away, not the whole thing.
The other type of egg it could be is encourage the cowardly dog. There are alien eggs that have bright red spots on them.
Yeah.
I think Gangrel could have those as well, you know.
Gangrel or Edge? Because I'm talking about Edge here. I don't care about Gangrel as no egg.
I think Gangrel would be, because he in the Brood, there was a lot of blood, Joe. There was a lot of blood baths.
Red viscous liquid.
Red viscous liquid.
It could just as easily be ketchup.
It could have been. Is ketchup viscous?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I think it is.
Okay. So yeah, 100% Gangrel, it didn't work out for him. And Gangrel, like, they did a storyline where the Brood were like held responsible for, like, I think it was, you know, when they kidnapped Stephanie to marry her to the Undertaker, the Brood were the ones who let slip. You know, they had their ankle broken by Ken Shamrock and they were like, oh, Stephanie's in the basement. So, like, they were viewed as being weak. So we had a segment where the Undertaker in a big robe went, blech, 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 and whipped Edge, Christian, and Gangrel with a belt.
Ooh, sexy.
For being disrespectful to the Undertaker. And then they were setting it up like, it's like, oh, the Brood, they're kind of, so they're gothic like the Undertaker, but they're outsiders, they're outcasts. But it never picked up momentum. Like, the fans didn't really get into it as much as it was cool to look at. You know, once they started wrestling, Gangrel wasn't really great. Christian never spoke. The characters weren't over enough. There was too little to work with, really. So Gangrel off and does his own thing. Edge and Christian are put together as just a straight up tag team. They're good, young looking kids. Jim Ross doesn't know which one is which. And at the same time, you've got Matt and Jeff Hardy. They're good, young looking kids. Jim Ross doesn't know which one is which. And they start feuding, and you know, they make out that like, it's a magic straight away. I remember as a kid, I'd be like, oh, again, they're wrestling. They're so boring. I hate them.
Why did you hate them?
Because they used to be vampires, and now they're just Edge and Christian. And they had no character. At all. The Hardy Boys had no character at all, other than they went on to become vampires briefly with Gangrel as well.
Wait. The Hardy Boys?
The Hardy Boys were part of the new Brood then afterwards.
What?
Yeah, they became Gangrel's friend for a brief period. So again, like, this shows you these tag teams, like, their character was like, you know, 1 week, okay, you're going to be a vampire. No, you're just guys. Okay, now you two are vampires. No, you're just guys. You know, as good as Russo was with giving people characters, he was quite like, you know, like Billy Keeble with the playlist at a party. He can't sell on one for more than a week, like, or 30 seconds in his case. So there was a lot of switching around. They get put with the Hardy Boys, and even though a lot of the regular matches were a little bit dull to watch because it was just guys without characters, they got everyone's attention when they had the first ever tag team ladder match. And this began a series of several ladder matches involving the Hardy Boys, Edge and Christian, and also the Dudley Boys would be involved in those as well. Now, didn't want to watch loads of TLC matches, but we did watch some TLC matches in spots before this. Just before we recorded, actually, we watched TLC 2 again.
Yeah.
Does it compare to the modern TLCs? Is it something different there? Are they hitting harder? Is it scarier? Is it more? Or is it just kind of like, Is it still shocking to see those types of matches from 2000 and 2001?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's shocking in a different way.
Yeah?
Like, I feel that it was shocking then because they don't have gimmicked ladders and tables and chairs and stuff.
Yeah, we don't have those nice wood ladders.
Yeah.
You know?
And everything looks like it hurts a lot more. And because they're all doing this stuff, probably for the first time ever, like people are doing these jumping off 20-foot ladders, you know, so it's all very new and scary. And the fact that the ring itself isn't as bouncy as it is now, the fact that you don't have the protective mats that you have now, the fact that you don't have, this hidden balloon under the announcer's table as you do now.
The ringside area that has the nice, the barricades all padded.
Like, there's just so many things now to make it safer for wrestlers, which is great because it means they can do far more ridiculous flip-de-doos
in a safer environment.
But also it does make it less impactful because, like, when you watch the older stuff, it's kind of like, oh, that would have really hurt. Oh, that would have really hurt. Like, just falling off a table was like, ow, that's disgusting because it's a horrid, nasty ring with no mats on it.
I was wondering how much kind of like a pre-explanation a new fan would need now to watch a match like that from back in the day, because I feel like little things like the fact that chair shots to the head are not only okay, that it's kind of, well, we're expecting this.
Yeah.
Things like that are very, very kind of scary to look back on.
Very scary. I mean, I both love and hate the unprotected chair shots. Like, I hate them because they are disgusting and it's really scary to see all that horrid damage being done to...
Legitimately dangerous.
Yeah, legitimately dangerous. All those brain cells probably being destroyed in those nice wrestlers' heads. But also, they happened, and I don't think there's any point to be like, well, we're never going to look at these chair shots because they're dangerous. Like, they happened, we may as well enjoy them for what they were at the time and know that we are not doing that anymore.
It's nice to know that the sacrifices that were made by the men that were in these matches are no longer required.
Yeah.
I've talked about this a lot in the Out Here podcast, and I feel kind of strongly about it. And some of the people involved in these matches have come out and spoken about this, and then when those people went back to WWE, they've kind of changed their tone, or time has went by and the tone has softened a little bit. But there was a little bit of a pervasive theory around this time that, these guys, the Hardys, the Dudleys, Edge and Christian, it's as if they were saying, hey guys, can we go out and have these matches that are super duper death defying? It's kind of like the agents are going up to them saying, well guys, what do you think? TLC, tables, ladders and chairs, you want to do it? Because if you don't do it, we'll probably get some other guys to do it.
Yeah.
And a lot of the risk in this, I've always made the joke, like Michael Hayes is there going saying, go jump off a ladder. But I mean, according to the Hardy Boys book, in a lot of the interviews I've read with folks, it was in the sense that they're like, well, we're going to expect these big spots. And they always say, the thing like to say, well, Vince McMahon will never ask you to do anything that he himself wouldn't do.
I don't see him jumping off a 20-foot ladder.
Yeah, but let's be frank here, a lot of things happen in these matches that not only Vince McMahon wouldn't do, most wrestlers in their right minds would not ever do. And I will say that Edge's transition from tag team to singles to main event guy brought this TLC and these types of matches away from being the sideshow to being the main event. For better or for worse, I think the fact that they've been toned down a little bit in recent years is just necessary, because it's not six guys making a name for themselves. Now it's just the main event.
Yeah.
They've already made a name for themselves. Let's just keep them safe, hopefully. It is a dangerous precedent, I think, because they had to top them, and they did 3 TLC matches. We had the triangle ladder match as well, and like one of the TLC matches, first one was at SummerSlam, next one was at WrestleMania. The triangle ladder match was also at WrestleMania. Then they did one on SmackDown,
right?
Which is a taped show.
Yeah.
And during that SmackDown, Chris Benoit, got a severe concussion, fucked his neck up. There was all these injuries that would happen in these matches. But Ray Dudley talked about being so concussed he didn't realize his mother was dead. Had to keep asking Chris Jericho over and over again where his mom was. It's shit like that is just really sad. Yeah. These matches, I don't want to take away from them at all, but I think I would be doing it a disservice, and I feel bad that if I have spent any time in the past just being gushing about how great they are and how amazing they are and da-da-da-da. They obviously are, but I feel Edge's talks in the documentary about when he feels, these matches, this is when the career started to get a little bit shortened.
Yeah.
The big spear that he does to Jeff Hardy off the top.
Oh, God. So what? Jeff Hardy's grabbed the belt, which is hanging from the ceiling, and he's swinging around, and then Edge spears him from 15, maybe higher, 15 feet off the floor.
20 feet in wrestling terms. At least 30.
And it's just disgusting.
Yeah.
It's fucking gross.
There is a whole lot that they put on the line in these matches, and like it's pretty funny because like the story of Edge is and his character shift originally really comes from these matches. I mean, he's a vampire. He's not a vampire. Then he's just a guy. He has these ladder matches with Edge, and he has these ladder matches with his brother Christian against the Hardy Boys. Then he's kind of like a guy who can hang. Then after the first triangle ladder match, Edge and Christian start getting a little bit big-headed, and they say, "Well, we used to come through the crowd and all that, but now that we're champions, it kind of feels a little bit like you folks might take advantage of us, make it a little bit too close."
We had a very symbolic moment actually in that triangle ladder match where Christian couldn't stand up to reach the belt.
Oh, yeah.
So Edge passed it down to him. And I was thinking, like, wow, what a metaphor for their journey into wrestling. Like,
if you stand up, both of us will fall, but I can hand you something.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I will drag you up this hill.
Man, there's going to be a lot of, like, pretext for the Christian episode now. I feel like, The shift, though, from the kind of just good guys to then guys who are a little bit frustrated about the Hardy Boys getting all the attention, to the guys then who are just out and out assholes, to the guys who become these weird caricatures of themselves who are like these long blonde haired, big sunglass wearing dickheads who'd be like going up to kids like, "Hey, you want an autograph? Sure thing." And then they'd like, do the autograph and ask for $20 afterwards. And they're there with the tag bells asking for $20. They'd have a segment like before the pay-per-view and they're out there like asking fans for money for pictures. And Jim Ross like, "This is disgraceful. No WWF superstar will ever ask you for money. This is wrong."
Wow.
So we obviously not going to spend a long time about these gentlemen reeking of awesomeness. But what were some of your favourite bits of what we saw from Edge and Christian? And was this the character you thought that these guys would be portraying?
I mean, yeah, this is kind of the character that they put across when they brought back the Edge and Christian show that totally reeks of awesomeness.
You're saying that with a lot of enthusiasm there.
Yeah, I hate the words coming out of my mouth. I hate how they feel.
Bad mouth feel.
Yeah, it's not good. So yeah, kind of this is similar to what I expected. I didn't think it would be so like Valley Girl-esque, which I really like. I think there's a problem in wrestling where, a lot of people go into wrestling, they do it because, especially men, they do it because they want to feel cool and badass.
Yeah.
And there's so few instances of like wrestlers being okay with being horribly uncool.
And also like socially inept.
Yeah.
Because you can have someone who like, with a lot of dickheads in wrestling, who are then like really cool though and got loads of friends and like, people think they're awesome. They got like the valet and the friends and the buddies.
My favourite characters in wrestling are always the weirdos, like Kurt Angle as a heel, who's just like a fucking freak, coward, like heel, nasty. And like he doesn't have any friends.
But Kurt's friends he had at the time were Edge and Christian. I wonder if was that a surprise for you? Or did it make sense?
That was a surprise, yeah. Because like when we did the Kurt Angle episode, I kind of thought he didn't really have any friends.
Why would he?
And it turns out, no, he does. He's got these two friends, Edge and Christian, who are both total dinks.
Yeah, and they were Team Eck together.
Team what?
Team Eck. Edge, Christian, and Kurt.
Right.
ECK. When a Rhino joined them, they became Team Wreck. Rhino, Edge, Christian, Kurt.
Good.
But like they had this like stupid symbiotic relationship where both of them just thought, well, we're all cool together, and like, no one understood the other person's shortcomings whatsoever. We watched a lot of like little bits where it's like Edge and Christian with Mick Foley being absolute idiots. Lots of jumping high fives. Lots of blank rules. Like, I was telling Joe about when Edge and Christian discovered that you can just get disqualified and not have to defend your belts. There's a time where they come out in commentary, like, there's a number one contenders match in the ring, and they're the champs, and JR is like, "Why are you out here, champs?" Like, "Well, JR, the reason we're here is that we're planning on interfering in the match and causing a double disqualification, thus negating the need for a title defense this Sunday." Like, they were, like, Christian would be like, "We can just leave. We can just go now, and they'll count us out. We'll still be champions. Countouts rule. Whoa!" Another favourite one. You know what I love about my boots, Christian? What's that? They say Edge on them.
Oh, wow, I never noticed that.
Edge's birthday party was something we watched beforehand.
Their little party hats.
Streamers, kazoos, big heel heat vibes in the early 2000s, folks.
Zoos rule.
Long live the stream. Also, please take Christian's advice, folks. When it's someone's birthday, go up to them and say, "Dude, you were totally born today." A lot of the phrases that you did, like, congratulations, you enjoyed?
Congratulations, yeah, that was good. I think my favourite one was Chump Stain.
Oh,
which
Chump Stain.
I'm totally bringing back. I love that. It's, like, derogative without hurting anyone. Like, it's not at the cost or expense
Yeah.
of anyone's feelings. Like, no one's going to be actually upset or offended by being called a chump stain.
No, you will actually be angry at the person for saying such a stupid thing.
Yeah.
Much like the phrase "Reekazoid," which they also use. I mean, like, here's the thing. Most of the time they were heel. There was a very brief period where they were good guys, and, like, that was a very golden period. I showed Joe, like, the Edge when he won King of the Ring, for instance, and him getting the trophy, and, you know, saying that it was going to be an era of awesomeness, and planning not to Billy Gunn up this tournament because someone who had won it a few years ago had been kind of disappointing in real life as King of the Ring. I mean, there's so much there with the interplay, like the jealousy that plays in with Christian. I mean, I just showed you the King of the Ring segment just so you could see, like, the layers that they built when they eventually did split. I mean, like, a big part of Edge and Christian that we did get to see in that segment as well. 5-second poses.
Yes! We have to talk about that.
You a big fan of the goofy yet tough 5-second pose?
I genuinely love it, and I think it's a great idea, and I, like, this is going to sound like I'm joking. I'm not joking. I 100% think that every wrestler should do a 5-second pose, because every time I've gone to a live wrestling show, I've tried to take pictures of the wrestlers, and they come out, they stand on the ropes for like 1 or 2 seconds, and then that's it, and then they move around, and they're so hard to get pictures of when they're moving, and in that low level lighting, when there's like just spotlights in the ring, and like the crowd is very dimly lit, you're on a camera phone, like, it's really hard to take a picture. Even
if you're a professional photographer, and I will never forget to this day, and the company doesn't exist anymore, but What Culture Wrestling, when we saw them in a very grim show in Altrincham, a photographer who kind of peeked through the bottom turnbuckle to get a pic, and someone just ran arse first and smashed right into him in the camera, and the guy, like, boom, total fucking flat back bump.
Wow.
It's a dangerous game, the photography business in wrestling. So yeah, the 5-second pose, I appreciate that.
I really like it, and I think I love the fact as well that they did. Like, it wasn't just like they came out and they did the same move every time, which I think is what wrestlers generally should be doing, is coming out and giving, you know, whatever pose they're known for doing, do it for at least 5 seconds.
The default one is them kind of just putting their hands out
like
in
a
front
robot.
and then moving to the side.
Yeah.
And you could do that in No Mercy on the N64. You do this to each side. And
that's cool.
I loved the King of the Ring bit we watched where Tajiri's just like doing it loads in the background because he's loving doing the 5-second pose.
But what I liked best about the way they did it was that they did it depending on like where they were, and they would like reenact scenes and stuff.
So when they were in Houston, Texas, they were like, everyone makes such a big deal about the JFK assassination. Was it a lone gunman or was it an inside job? And then Edge goes, so for the benefit of those with flash photography, and Jay was like, good God, no. Do not reenact the assassination of a sitting president.
One thing that it really reminded me of, one of my fondest memories is going to see, this is going to seem very random, but I swear this will make sense in a second. I went to see Ben Folds live about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And he mentioned in it, it was like, oh yeah, with the, the advent of, phone cameras, I'm sure you'll want to take lots of pictures. I'd really appreciate if you don't take pictures throughout the show. Instead, I'm going to give you an opportunity now to take loads of pictures, as many as you want. We're going to do like 3 minutes right now where you just take infinite pictures, and I'm going to give you photo opportunities. So I'm going to make this look really impactful. So he stood up. He plays piano, Ben Folds, if you didn't know this. He got his piano stool and he invited someone from the audience, one of the photographers from like a magazines, to come up on stage.
Yeah.
And he brought his stool back as if he was going to hit the guy over the head with his stool, and like looked really angry. And then he threw the stool away and started like pretending like he was going to punch the guy, but like he stopped in like very slow motion so everyone can get all these pictures. Like, great, now everyone's going to have all this stuff about how Ben Folds picked a fight on random audience members and journalists.
When I saw Chick Notaro live, she was like just doing her set as normal, and then all of a sudden, like way at the back of the room, because it was like a comedy festival, a photographer just came in and just snapped a pic, and she's like, oh shit, that's going to be like the picture that they show on the website. I'm in the middle of this like long anecdote, and you guys haven't laughed for like 20 seconds, so oh shit, can someone call him back in here, please? And someone at the back brought the photographer back in. It's like, everyone stand up like you're at the most fucking rowdy show ever. And we're all like, everyone stood up and was like, ow! And she's like still in a chair going, baby! So everyone's freeze framed. So the guy got this picture when it made it look like we were at like fucking Woodstock or something, which is great. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it, I'm not going to lie, in the Ad Share podcast, we had a running thing where we needed American fans who understood sports to send us in like essentially the translation of what the 5-second pose meant, because 75% of the time the 5-second pose was to do with your local sports team.
Right, yeah.
Which kind of went over my head a lot. But, cheap heat was what they were all about, and it didn't get much cheaper than them going to Memphis dressed up as the 2 iterations of Elvis, Fat Elvis and really fat Elvis.
Oh, harsh.
And everything's big in Texas, Joe, so dig the size of our totally ginormous hats.
Oh, I loved that. That was so funny.
When Texas, boo, that's not a real hat.
The way that Edge and Christian are genuinely best friends, the fact that they constantly dressed up in silly outfits, the way that they're both so entertaining on the mic, and you can really feel like a lot of their promos and their silly skit bits were like stuff that they probably rehearsed together while they've been driving the car. It all really reminded me of the New Day.
Oh, yes. And also the kind of, there's an innocence about Edge and Christian that there was with the New Day.
Yeah.
Like, I remember talking with the folks about Tights and Fights, last year for WrestleMania about, when Kofi and the New Day realized they could cheat, and they were like, the referee didn't even see. And just there's a kind of like innocence, like these like little bold children finding out they could do something wrong and get away with it. And there's like an absolute joy there where you can see, like with the New Day, that it's people just getting to do what they want to do, and they have the writers on their side. And that's a very important thing about Edge and Christian. They were good friends at the time with Brian Gerwitz, who was the main writer, and Brian Gerwitz was the head writer for Raw, and also was the guy who was really known for bringing a lot of the comedy into wrestling at the time. So things like Kurt Angle's character he worked very closely with, and a lot of The Rock's promos. Like when The Rock left, The Rock took him with him to be like his personal guy.
Wow.
So The Rock like viewed him as being like, he had Hollywood experience, so he was always viewed as being like, the guy who can write funny jokes. A lot of people have very different opinions on Gerwitz, as they do most writers. And like Edge and Christian were even taken to wrestlers' court because they were viewed as being like too buddy with the writer. And the idea that Edge and Christian went from being kind of no-names who JR mixed their names up to being like a big part of the show with, every time they had a match, they had a promo segment beforehand, they got big heat. They got over a lot. They almost always won their matches through screw means. They had to do wrestlers' court for sucking up to the writers.
Wow.
So there you go, it's a delicate balance in wrestling, because there's one thing is like, stick up for yourself, talk to the writers, but you better not succeed at doing it, because then you're taking food away from the boys. They have an inevitable split with Edge and Christian. It comes around the time of that King of the Ring trophy where Edge gets to the final, Christian gets knocked out in the semi-final, so it's kind of like, Christian the whole time is like, it's going to be you and me in the final, big brother, not really. Grandma Edna was another thing which led to these two splitting up, where every time Edge had a great accomplishment, like, hey, Nana, I got through the first round of the King of the Ring, or like, hey, I'm going to be on the pay-per-view this Sunday. Yeah, no, it's great. Hey, Christian's here, you want to talk to him, Nana? Yeah, 1 second. Hey, Grandma Edna's on the phone. Oh, awesome, this is great. Christian, every time she'd hang up on him before, he's like, maybe Grandma Edna went to the tunnel or something like that. Like, you're saying now, but Christian is legitimately such a toxic person that even his grandmother like socially distanced herself from him. So like that led to like Christian like having a big blow up feud with Edge. They feuded massively. It was inevitably to make Edge to be a big star, because like we said a lot in wrestling, if someone's a bad guy who's making you laugh, they can flip the switch easy to be a good guy that makes you laugh, and then all is forgiven and you're a super entertaining guy. And Edge had a huge upper momentum. He wins King of the Ring. He's like considered to be the star in waiting, so to speak. Vince McMahon's a big fan of him. A lot of the top guys at the time were maybe moving away to one side, so it feels like there might be room in 2002 for someone to get up onto that next level. And that takes us to our first match, and this is a feud which was designed by Paul Heyman to get Edge to the next level. And we're looking at a very important match, one which I was so excited for Joanna to see, mainly because this really is, this explains a big part of kayfabe in wrestling, i.e., why is Kurt Angle a bald man? This is coming to you from Judgment Day in 2002, as Edge takes on Kurt Angle in a hair versus hair match. Joe, a wrestler you like, a stipulation you like?
The only other hair versus hair match I've seen was the one with Vince and Donald Trump.
Ah, yes, and they didn't even wrestle it themselves. They had proxies.
Yeah.
The idea of a wrestler losing one's hair, it's, in Mexico, it was considered to be next to the mask, like one of the biggest stipulations there could be, the honor of the hair going on the line. Any wrestlers you thought that their hair being on the line could be like a huge angle, a huge gimmick that you'd be invested in? Any luscious hair you'd see in wrestling now?
Roman, would be a bit sad to see him with no hair.
Yeah, Roman and Drew, this town is big enough for both of us to have the exact same haircut.
And Seth.
Wait a minute, it's Seth Rollins and Elias! Wait a minute, it's half of the Indies!
I think Elias would very much suit being bald.
Yeah, I think that would work.
More so than Roman.
I think Seth could pull off being bald with his Messiah gimmick. Messiahs can have haircuts of any sort. So this is Judgment Day 2002. It's Edge and Kurt Angle, hair versus hair. There is a lot of lore in here, but also spoilers, because at the start of this match, I'm pretty sure you would know who was going to win this match ahead of time.
Yes. Well, one of them is bald, and one of them isn't bald. I like the fact that there seems to be a hair versus hair match. The rule is you're never allowed to grow your hair back. Ever.
I feel hair versus hair is something that has not been explored to its full extent.
No.
Like, because Kurt, after this period, when he lost this match, he wrestled with a wig and headgear for a little bit, and that was really funny. The Honky Tonk Man said once he was always going to Vince saying, have me lose a hair versus hair match, because I got the big Elvis pompadour. Hair versus hair match, have me lose it, and I'm going to come back next week with a really shit Elvis wig, and I'll say it's Jimmy Hart's special hair tonic. It's available now for all my friends. And Vince like, nah, people don't care about hair that much. They absolutely do.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that he has that attitude and then put himself in a hair versus hair stipulation.
Yeah, I know, right? I love this match because it is introduced by Taz and Michael Cole. This is a SmackDown match. These are SmackDown commentators. Yeah. And we got a little bit with Michael Cole where he's like, unlike my broadcast colleague Taz, this will not be a fashion statement. They will be going bald, not because of their choice as an American, or in a Canadian Edge's case, I guess. And then Taz goes, yeah, you's gonna be bald. And then Kurt Angle, we're told that tonight, it may be red, white, and bald.
Yeah, there's lots of insults about bald people on this.
Yeah, it's then passed over to Jerry Lawler and JR, who are commentators for SmackDown.
Oh, it's so confusing.
Just proving that for the last 18 years, no one's really figured out this brand identity thing, and you're not on your own, Joe. It's totally okay, because even the commentators seem a bit confused as to why this is happening. Kurt Angle comes out, and King says that he has a nice, normal hair colour. And then he's very worried about this match, because rightly so, King points out that if your hair gets removed, you don't know what's underneath there.
Yeah, it could be all sorts of lumps and bumps.
Now, I don't know if this ever happened to you, Joe, if you're ever part of a group of people who all got into their head to all shave their heads.
No, but I have had a shaved head.
So, oh yeah, of course you did.
Yeah.
Just before I met you, I believe you had shaved head.
When I graduated, I had a shaved head. In my graduation pictures, I've got tennis ball head.
And I will say, when I saw it on your OkCupid profile, it was fascinating.
It's very important. If you're a woman and you've ever had a shaved head, if you like online dating, have one of your pictures be you with a shaved head, because it instantly filters out all those dickheads who are like, oh, women shouldn't have short hair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I had a chance with all those studs who wanted to tell Jo she should have longer hair before they had arranged to meet up. But, I managed to find a way to cut through the chaff, Kevin the Wheat Man over here, am I right? So, yeah, I was part of a language college in Multifarnham in the year 2001. Spent all of the WWF invasion behind closed doors, not being allowed to speak English in German language college. And we went through various stages of madness. The second week, all of the boys decided they all wanted to dye their hair using bleach that they had watered down that they found in the toilets. And then 2 weeks after... Yeah, so they all had this horrible snow white hair. A lot of them had burnt their scalps.
Oh my God. I remember the first time I wanted to bleach my hair, I didn't want to go all the way into town.
Fuck that.
To get a packet of hair bleach and do it
Fuck
properly.
That, yeah.
So I told my mum, I was like, I'm just going to use toilet bleach because it's the same thing, right? It's just bleach. And she was like, I'm pretty sure it's not the same thing.
No, it's not.
Here's the test. Cut off a strand of your hair, bleach it with toilet bleach, and just see what happens, okay? Just wait 24 hours and see kind of how it looks at the end. And sure enough, it disintegrated into fucking dust.
I'm pretty sure as well, a small puff of gas in the shape of a skull and crossbones came off and went... when you did it.
Screamed.
So yeah, that may explain why 2 weeks later the boys all took it upon themselves. I wasn't part of either of the fads, by the way. I was busy getting in trouble for speaking English describing the plot of Clerks to my roommate. So yeah, that's what I was doing, because I was a wild child. But yeah, 2 weeks later all the boys decided they're going to shave their heads. So we had all these boys who had white and yellow hair and red scalps decided, we're all going to shave our heads now. I'll do it. So you had 20 boys then who revealed themselves to have heads of varying shapes. And there was one boy, I swear to God, he was the big fucking tough brick shithouse, and he shaved his head off, and I swear to God, it was like the xenomorph from Alien. He had a proper big crease in the back, and he was furious. He like hit the guy who was cutting his hair. He's like, it's not my fault. Like, I revealed what you already had. So King's here, he's like, yeah, you don't know, if you shave your head, you got all sorts of knots and twists underneath there. Now me, later on that year, I decided, because my hair was annoying me and I hated having to shower in boarding school as often as I did, that I was just going to shave my head so I wouldn't have to worry about my hair drying all the time. And I was like, wow, I've got like 29,000 scars.
Yeah, we said before about how we might do a map of all your scars on your head. I'd like to do that sometime.
Oh man, I just don't process it, because I remember there was one time I remember early on in a relationship, you were like literally running your hands around my head. You're like, wow, you got this big divot in the side of your skull. I'm like, yep, haven't noticed that for the last 27 years, and I have noticed it now.
Yeah.
And yeah, you don't know these things, and yeah, that was a side venture there. Sorry. you don't know these things ahead of time is the point here. Kurt Angle, though, as you all know, has a beautiful round little head.
Yeah, he's got a perfect head to be shaved.
What did you think of this one, Joe? How did you get on with Kurt and Edge? Were you anticipating a particular style from Edge in this match? Because this was really the first time you got to see him bell to bell in not a gimmicky type of environment.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what to expect, to be honest. I kind of went into this without any expectations.
Joe, I'm always watching you as you're watching these things. And I can't help but notice that your notes are far more populated than usual.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say like this match like involved you more, because you always obviously watch and you pay attention and all that, but did these like matches generally just grip you more or take you in more? Was the story clearer? It seemed like there was something different with what we were watching with Edge compared to, say, Ric Flair.
No spoilers. People are going to have to listen to the whole episode to find out what I think about all these matches.
And we'll be right back as How To Wrestling continues right now.
So the first thing I want to mention is that the theming for this pay-per-view was very strange.
Judgment Day.
The gimmick of this pay-per-view appears to be gallows?
Yeah, Judgment Day.
Like, as in they're hanging people.
Yeah, it's Judgment Day. Judgment Day, heroes fade, gallows, and everyone gets hanged.
Okay.
That's Christianity, folks. You just don't understand it, like.
Sorry,
my God will come one day to judge the living and the dead and hang them all.
Who in wrestling was hanged at Judgment Day?
No one in wrestling was hanged at Judgment Day. The Big Boss Man was hung at WrestleMania 15. I don't know if that counts, though.
No, that doesn't count. What's the point of having a gimmick of Judgment Day if no one's getting hanged? If that's your branding.
The other gimmick to it as well was, I don't know if you noticed, that there were tombstones at the back. Like almost like a tombstone where the Titantron was there.
Right, I didn't notice that.
So yeah, I was trying to explain to Joe where we were at the moment in time, where we were at the moment where there was a branding of the pay-per-views, but the branding wasn't like gimmicked. So it wasn't like this pay-per-view is submission night, or this pay-per-view is cage matches, or whatever the fuck it is, TLC, Extreme Rules. So we had things like Judgment Day, Armageddon, No Mercy, New Year's Revolution, where you would get a theme of sorts.
Yeah.
But that theme was, Armageddon might have like a military theme, or kind of like a war theme, or it might have like a castle theme, or New Year's Revolution might have a dragon theme. It might have things like related to the actual nature of the event, but sometimes when it's things like No Mercy or Unforgiven, it's just like, here's some nice ovals. Yeah,
because the logo for this was just a hexagon. But it looked kind of like a hexagon that could have been in Silent Hill.
A hexagon, maybe a hexagon is just like a much more efficient guillotine shape, like,
maybe.
In case someone's got a jacked up neck.
So another thing I have to mention, this isn't to do with Edge, it's just I have to mention it, is I feel Kurt Angle doesn't get enough credit for his bottom.
Yeah, there was a lot of eyes on the ass in this match.
He's got a fantastic butt. It's like Big E's butt.
I was going to say, though, Joe, he was wearing a very snug singlet in this match.
Yeah, it makes it look very good. But
Kurt had my first time wearing leggings reaction in this match, I think,
It was very hard for me to watch this and not just go onto the floor and do a bunch of hip thrusts. Immediately, it was like, made me like, I need to work out my butt more. I need Kurt Angle's big bottom.
Were they deep hip thrusts?
I haven't been doing deep hip thrusts recently because I've been too lazy, but hip thrusts are fine. They work just as good.
Good to know. We need a ranking of the bottoms in wrestling, I think. Like,
careful. It's too subjective.
Yeah, you'll end up on the top probably. So.
Thanks. You would say that. We had Jerry Lawler and JR talking extensively about whether or not they like Kurt and Edge's hairstyles.
Well, that's like the funny bit about this is that, you know, Edge has got the long blonde hair. That's a beautiful mane. Kurt is very, very, very obviously struggling. As a man in his early 30s, I could just say, my hair's fine. And I know a lot of people who are going through what Kurt is doing right now, and I empathize with those folks. Like, you know, Kurt's probably gotten special shampoo. He has the anxiety and ferocious in-ring tenacity of a man coming to grips with the receding hairline. The battle lines have not been drawn, they've been redrawn every single day. And yeah, Kurt's hairstyle is that of a man who's about to lose his hair for obvious reasons.
I mean, I think they've both got great hair. I honestly, I often say, you know, if you're going bald, you should just shave it off and just go for it. But I've got to say, I really like Kurt's balding hair. I think it kind of really suits him.
I had a lot of action men that were like this back in the day, where they had the kind of the fuzzy Brillo pad hair that would just kind of like slowly chip away at the front, like, you know, just become less dense as time went on. I like how the story of this, and forgive me, I think there was a documentary we watched recently where they specifically said, like, what they're doing in wrestling is telling that story with their bodies in the ring. And I'm trying to watch wrestling through that lens at the moment, where I'm not just thinking about the storyline, you know, outside of the ring. I'm trying to think of what are they trying to tell us in the ring using their bodies. And the story here is that Kurt Angle is the best wrestler in the world, but Edge is really, 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 really good. And he's got a cool head and Angle has not. Angle is incensed that he has to lower himself to wrestle this punk who, by the way, I'd forgotten all about this. In storyline, in kayfabe, the person who first starts saying that Kurt Angle sucks to the beat of his music was Edge.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Now, we're living in an era where Paul Heyman has given Drew McIntyre a beautiful little countdown and has made him the most over man in America. And I just love that Paul Heyman, he's very good at making fans have fun with the wrestler who's meant to be the babyface.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important for good guys in wrestling, that you have to feel a sense of like you and them are having fun together.
Yeah, definitely.
And then, you know, stuff where they're the storyline where Kurt had a t-shirt that he wanted to debut, but the t-shirt could only be released in double and triple XL because the t-shirt was a list of all of Kurt's accomplishments and he had too many to fit on a medium or a large or an XL. So if you have any overweight children or parents who are looking for a holiday gift, here you go. And then Edge replaced his shirt with one that said "You suck." And like, it's just brilliant that this whole big part of Kurt's career comes from this one guy who Paul Heyman says he's going to be the fun youngster who we're all going to rally behind. And that's why he has Rob Zombie as his entrance music show. Yeah, man.
Top spot.
Oh, yeah.
Edge does a drop kick to Kurt just while Kurt's standing on the apron, and it makes a disgusting sound.
It was fucking dead eye on the center. It was such a perfect missile drop kick.
Yeah.
To the point where I turned to you and I said, you can tell a match is good and has the audience when they are counting along with the pinfall and go, "Oh!"
Yeah.
When it's not their finisher. And then you were like, that isn't his finisher? Because that was so cool.
So what is Edge's finisher?
Edge's actual finisher, for the longest time, has been the spear.
Right.
But he went through periods of using the spear as like a move that he would use, and then there were times where the spear was the move that he would use. Around this time, he would use the spear, but it would be kind of a setup move or like a in the middle of the match move, kind of like the Superman punches for Roman.
Right.
But he would end the matches, unlike Roman with the spear. Bad analogy, Kevin. He would end his matches usually with the Impaler DDT, which I love because Gangrel used to do that, and he would call it the execution.
Ah, very good.
Like an execution. Like Judgment Day. And then
education.
he had he had Educator, which was a submission move. It was kind of like a step over sharpshooter. So he would educate you with his Educator, which is very, very good. So yeah, he had a lot of different moves in his time. He also had the downward spiral at one point, which is a move that looked like someone else was giving you the rock bottom. And he also had the electric chair drop at a period of time, which is a move where he puts you up on his shoulders and picks you up and slams your face forward. He had a lot of kind of like moves where it's like, ain't no one taking that. You know, you always have a finisher that you could think the top wrestler is going to be like, yeah, I'll do that. Fine. Because if it's like, no.
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we got Hulk Hogan to take a jackhammer. Anything is possible, I guess.
We have another moment on commentary, which is a bit weird, where Jim Ross asks Jerry Lawler if he's ever lost a hair versus hair match. And Lawler's like, no, never. Wait a second, yes, I have.
Yeah, he lost to him back in Memphis, I believe.
Right. So is there a picture somewhere of Jerry Lawler with no hair?
So just a little check there. Lawler did lose a hair versus hair match correctly, yeah, as he claimed. He lost to Austin Idol in Memphis when he was a face. So it wasn't done like a big, wow, my hair's gone. which obviously would be the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
Instead, it was more of a, like, the heel beating him down, doing a really horrible job, and the crowd crying and sad as Jerry Lawler gets beaten up more. Like, so, yeah. Not really what you'd expect from the King getting his hair chopped off. Now, I was trying really hard, and I think I've been really good with the egg stuff here, yeah? But there was a point where Edge gets thrown off the top rope, and JR literally said, egg gets flipped off the top rope.
Egg?
Flipped like a cheese omelette. Come on now, guys.
Making it very hard for you.
Very, very hard. The near falls in this became very insane very quickly, because I remember distinctly this match when I was a kid. It was the first time I actually got tired from going it was a lot. The referee does get taken out in this one, and Kurt Angle is getting increasingly incensed and desperate. He brings a chair into the ring, and I love the spot they do with the chair where Kurt swings and misses and he bops himself. That's beautiful. So we get some serious action here now as Kurt Angle gets super duper pissed off. He tries to get Edge with the Angle slam. Edge kicks out. He spears Edge. Edge spears him. We get all these near falls, and like Kurt is literally crying. He looks at the referee. He's like, "What the fuck do I have to do to beat this?" He's so incensed. And then Edge gets put in the ankle lock. We get a quick reversal and a roll up. Edge picks up the win, and Kurt is just like crestfallen. Kurt is like, no, like he's just missed the fucking delivery man or something like that. And Kurt sold it in a way that he lost absolutely nothing in this, but I thought it made Edge out to be like he was the man who had the tools to beat the best wrestler in the world, and a cooler head prevailed. It made him seem cool in a babyface way that you never really get to see, like where a babyface is like, he's outsmarted the bad guy, and he's done it by just being a better wrestler and a better guy all around. I love this.
And the audience is behind him.
The audience were so invested in
this. That's like the thing that's strangest to me about this, and I think it's probably because I'm a modern day wrestling fan. But like, I'm so used to the top face guy being booed. It's just like, to me, if you're the top face, you get booed. That is just the rule. It's so mad to me that Edge is being completely cheered here.
Just completely loved.
Yeah.
And loved, and also being pushed in a way that's like, okay, this makes sense.
Yeah.
Because if he's beating Kurt now, I can see him going up against the top bad guy down the line. And the top bad guy at the time was someone like Chris Jericho. So you think, well, yeah, surely, right. That's an easy thing for us to swing here, This is on a card, by the way, that's headlined by The Undertaker versus a late 40s Hulk Hogan.
Wow.
Great times to be
had
had
fun
there.
Match.
So there's a little bit of comedy after this. When Kurt loses the match, he immediately runs away. he tries to hide, by putting on like a shower cap and stuff like that.
And then Edge puts him in a sleeper hold, and Kurt's selling here is fantastic. He looks like he's genuinely dying. I
mean, if I had my head shaved to Rob Zombie, that's probably like, that is kind of a nightmare. If I wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat in the next 10 days, that's why it is,
I thought it was very funny as well that they have this like fancy barber with a barber's chair and all the barber tools, and then they didn't use the barber at all. He was just standing
Edge is
there.
like, I want to do this myself.
Yeah, even though he clearly doesn't know how. It looks quite painful.
How many times in wrestling do I have to see someone's head get shaved the wrong way around?
No.
I've seen as many scalpings in wrestling as I've seen in Boardwalk Empire this month. That's too many, like. One set in the 20s, one was in 2002. It's horrible. And I'll tell you what I love, though. This is like, there's sometimes wrestling fans who say, like, hey, we're going to fill in the blanks and we're going to do this thing now and it's happening. And it's like, really? You're chanting this now? Like, there's times when there's this is awesome chants where I'm like, bless you. It's not, but like, bless you. You want to make this show seem like it's something else. You're taking part. When Kurt gets his hair shaved off and the crowd just kind of go, na 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 na, hey, goodbye, and then JR King are like, the crowd singing goodbye to Kurt Angle's hair. The next time I'm getting a haircut, I'm just gonna be like, na 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 na, hey, number 2.
Edge says, you hate the fans chanting you suck? Well, from now on they're gonna chant you're bald. Hit the music.
I think I've never heard a crowd chant something as loud as this.
You're bald.
Like, they chanted so loud, I thought it was a fake chant that they piped in. They were worried the crowd weren't going to be into it. It was so loud.
And then JR says, well, Kurt Angle has 2 things going for him. He sucks and he's bald. Fucking burn.
Now, this was the absolute perfect marriage of really silly, goofy, like, Kurt Angle, they do the thing where Kurt is knocked out and he wakes up and he sees himself, they do like what they did with Vince. Kurt looking at himself in a broken mirror afterwards, for fuck's sake. This is the perfect match of like real great comedy, great performance at the end with the angle. But the match itself, these lads were sweating buckets. Yeah. And I mean, when you hear the word work rate, I think matches like this spring to mind.
Yeah.
This did remind me of a previous match we had watched for this, which was Sting and Ric Flair in their Clash of Champions Classic. Just from the fact that these guys were up, running, like non-stop, except they weren't doing the same 3 or 4 things over and over again. This was like new things constantly.
Yeah, constantly.
Some of the suplexes where Edge flipped complete 180, like they did suplexes over the top rope to the outside. This was breathtaking stuff. I had not seen it since I was a kid, and I remembered thinking like, oh, this is one of these ones I think is probably just going to be like, you thought it was good when you were a kid because you hadn't seen anything like it. This held up for me.
No, it's fantastic. It's such a good match. I would absolutely recommend this to anyone who enjoys Kurt Angle or Edge or just wants to watch a fun wrestling match. It's great. It's just good all round. Great story, great angle, great wrestling, great characters.
Great to see Edge as like pure fucking absolute fiery babyface.
Yeah.
And you rarely get to see that in wrestling. And yeah, so many people talk at great length about Edge's great heel work, but man, he was a great good guy here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And your star rating for this one, Jo?
I gave this 4.5 stars out of 5. I really liked this match. It was nearly perfect.
Wow.
Can't say like what it was about it that makes it not perfect. I think I'm trying to be harsh and not just give everything like full marks.
You can do the same Dave Meltzer thing where it's like sometimes it just feels like it is and it doesn't.
Yeah. There's nothing technically wrong with this match. Like they're a bit harsh about people who are bald, but that's, to be expected of the time, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's your rating system, and you decide. But I would say 4.5. I mean, you usually are quite conservative with your handing out of stars.
I am, yeah.
So I'm really impressed that this one, like, it ticked all the boxes the way it should be. This was one that was recommended by fans, and they did a fucking beautiful job at it as well. So we have Edge on top of the world, beat people like Kurt Angle. Seems like he's Paul Heyman's guy of the SmackDown 6. They've done things like, they tagged him with Hulk Hogan, to kind of get over the passing of the torch. Lots of stuff where it's like, him as a fan wearing Hogan's feather boa and doing promos, and then Hogan's like, let's go reek of awesomeness, brother. Also, I'm not who you think I am. Oh. But, like, you don't do stuff like that without there obviously being, you don't put Hogan there pointing like he's the guy without them having a plan for him down the line. And I never knew when it was. I just knew, like, one day Edge was the next top guy, and the next minute he's gone. And he's gone for, like, a year, like, indeterminate amount of time. Forget about Edge. But he points out it was actually with a returning Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero had been gone for a little bit of time. He'd been out of the company. He came back with, like, a point to prove. He was in, amazing shape, had a very intense work style. And him and Edge were put together pretty soon to, like, have a series of matches for the Intercontinental Championship and of that nature. They were doing ladder matches. Edge points out the moment that his neck actually broke, and like the point that passed over from nagging neck injury to severe neck problems, have surgery now. It was just taking a flat bump on that ladder.
No, and it didn't just.
But I say just because he was only going from the ground out backwards. It was a perfect backwards drop, and it seemed like just the most throwaway thing. It wasn't as if this was like the top spot in the match. You're like, be careful, this one's going to be dodgy. But I think, as you pointed out to me, just where the rungs of the ladder are, when you're about to fall on it and you can't see it.
Yeah.
You don't know if your head's going to go into a divot or into a rung.
Yeah, that's the thing that I assume happened, because it's the thing I'm always really scared of when I see anything to do with ladder matches, is that they're going to fall onto the ladder in a way which means that they hit their neck on one of the steps of the ladder, and then your head falls into the gap, which, could easily break your neck. Like, it's very easy to see how that could happen.
The noise. Like, he said he could hear a crack. You can hear the crack.
Yeah.
If you want to, you can hear the crack. Like, we've heard the crack. There was something he said here that kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit.
Yeah.
He's talking about, obviously, the difficulty of having to take a time off for a year when you have the surgery that he had. And he has the same surgery that Stone Cold Steve Austin had, which is neck fusion, where they literally, get some bone from your hip or your ankle or wherever it may be. You shave it off, then you put those shavings onto the kind of the recently pared away neck, and you plop those bits of bone there. The idea is that you're building kind of a bit of sticking plaster that, well, I say sticking plaster, it's much more like solid than that. It's going to hold everything in place. You lose flexibility, but the neck is going to be sturdy and safe and all that. Now, when you do that, there is no rehab because you can't work out to make bone grow back faster. It's not a muscle, for instance. So you have to just sit around and do nothing. Austin's talked about the difficulty of that. Lita has talked about the difficulty of that, just sitting around. Ed said like he was literally withering away at the time. You know, before he even had the surgery, he noticed that he was losing feeling in his hands. His triceps were going away.
Yeah, he describes it as his arm began to deflate.
He had a divot in like his deltoids, just like they'd gone.
It's so scary.
I can't think of like something as scary as that. And like when you think about that you're thinking in your head, these are symptoms of possibly something that could be paralysis down the line.
Yeah.
Can I wrestle again?
Yeah.
But when he's talking about all that, he says like, when I came back I felt ready, because I felt like the fans and the creative had seen me and they said, you know what, he's paid his dues now, he's tough. And like, I really understand the need to kind of process injuries in a way that's helpful for you and all that. But I hazard to say I don't like the idea of people saying that you're tough because you got injured, you made it through. Obviously that proves so much about you, but I don't think that the precedent that to be over you need to prove toughness via
absolutely not.
Injury, you know. And like, a lot of great wrestlers who never got injured in their career until right at the end of it, like Bret Hart and all that. I think there's plenty of ways to prove you're tough. Prove you're tough by not hurting people. That's kind of what I'd rather see. But when he came back, he's like, yeah, the fans were bored with me. They kind of booed me. Did you understand why the fans didn't kind of embrace him when he came back? Because it feels like a big return, right?
Yeah, and I don't understand, wasn't he in his hometown when he came back?
Yeah, he comes back and like he's put it straight away for like, you got to go for the IC belt. Hometown boy, Toronto, SummerSlam 2004, going to get you in there. Put you up against Batista, who's just like a henchman for Triple H and Randy and Ric Flair. He's like, you know, a faceless bad guy to an extent. He was put a triple threat. Jericho was in there as well, I believe. But like, he was in there to be the good guy. He's a hometown person. And they show the clip of him coming out, and he's like, yeah, here we go.
High-fiving the crowd, and they're just booing him.
Like, it's not like they're quiet or, you know, some are booing, some are cheering.
Yeah.
It's like some are quiet and some are booing him.
Yeah.
Like, no! I can't explain it to you why the fans rejected him like they did, but I think it's just the fact that fans were a little bit bored. But
they're not excited by him coming back. I thought, as you said, any return is exciting television.
It is, but like, if you're gone from a year, and you got to understand the company had changed quite a bit in the time that he was gone. You know, this is a company you're coming back to where, you know, you haven't got Paul Heyman writing that show on SmackDown. You've got, you know, Triple H. There's a lot of problems with the show, let's just say.
Right.
And Edge wasn't necessarily the breath of fresh air, because when something comes that's been away for like 12 months or longer, and it's like, hey, and it's exactly the same as you remember it. You know, I think fans, myself included, were expecting something, a bit of an edge. Hey! We're expecting a little something like a wrinkle, in a divot in the character, something that's going to change it a little bit. He just came back and was like, hey, I'm Edge. I'm the same guy as I was before, except now I'm on Raw. And that just felt like it wasn't enough for people. Yeah. That it felt like he was put in a holding pattern. But I just hate that when fans are like, you've been put in a holding pattern by The Office. Boo! How dare you?
You suck.
And I can tell you, Joe, that SummerSlam from Toronto is one of the reasons why I didn't go back to Toronto for a pay-per-view for many years afterwards.
Wow.
It's weird. You've not lived until you've seen the crowd like vocally supporting JBL and booing that bastard, The Undertaker. It's a weird night, and it's like, you know, them going, it's Bizarro World, and they boo, boo. They did like a thing where it was like the Diva Search contestants were taking on like the heel women, like Trish and Gail in Dodgeball, and they booed those Diva Search contestants so much. Like, odd night, but it shook Edge a lot. He's like, I'm gotta change, because if I don't, I have no point in me being here. Yeah. You know, fans aren't accepting me. I feel like I've worked all this time for the last 2 years, and now I'm like further back than I was in like when I was with Christian. So we get a new character, and the new character is based off of Edge's idea that, right, if I'm going to get booed, I will be the most despicable, horrible, nasty motherfucker ever. Like, were you shocked in any way by the extent of the evilness of Edge and what he became?
I mean, I don't know if I've seen like the true evil stuff that he did.
I mean, you have, really.
Have I?
You have.
Like what?
I mean, it's mostly to do with the stuff involving Matt Hardy and Lita. That was where a lot of it came from, if not most of it.
But like, I feel it's such a complex situation. It's not as easy just to be like, oh yeah, Edge is a heel character, because like there's more to it than that.
If one thing WWE is very good at, for better or for worse, it's about taking complex real-life situations and boiling them down to their most basic components. And sometimes in the process, you boil the people involved in those situations down to their most basic components as well. Like, you know, it is very interesting how this unfolded, because Edge was a bad guy and he had this really great justification. He's like, these fans, like, I've wasted my whole return. The whole time I was rehabbing, I was thinking about these fans, like what waste of time that was. An absolute waste of time. He gets new heel music that's now says things like, on this day I see clearly.
It's way better than his Rob Zombie music.
You didn't like Rob Zombie.
No.
But you liked On This Day. You liked the Metalingus.
It's no You Think You Know Me, which is the best.
You're a fan of that.
Big fan of that.
Why did you like You Think You Know Me so much?
It's kind of sexy, and I feel like a lot of men in wrestling, especially around this time, didn't get like sexy music.
It's one of the only wrestling themes I could think of at the time that's not like boom, 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 but it has like a big kind of guitar like beat to it, you know? This is much more non-wrestling.
And it has a woman singing in it, which is really rare to have a man's entrance theme with a woman singing on it.
I love so much, like, in its original guise, like, You Think You Know Me, it's like, well, no one knows Edge, he's mysterious. And then it was like literally like Edge and Christian and Kazoo's going, our theme song is so mysterious and cool. You think you know me? You think you know me? And now it's like he's changed his character. He's completely become this different person. He's revealed this bitter heart that was inside of him all along. You Think You Know Me. It's like, it's fucking brilliant. It's really great. And you really get a little through line in wrestling that kind of goes through all those different eras.
And the fact that it works, like, even to this day, like when he made his return, you think you know me? You think you know my career, my past, my history? You know what I've been through?
Yeah. It's crazy because a lot of us had him completely written off, and himself included, I guess, for a long period of time. So like, I don't want to say that it's just because of Matt Hardy and Lita, and we're going to talk about this now, that Edge became a heel. He was a proper nasty heel, had a series of matches with Chris Benoit where they really put over that Edge was this new ruthless, complete take no prisoners attitude. He wasn't a cow. He was a coward, but he wasn't a coward from before, in that, like, before he'd be cowardly and run away. Now he was a coward who would kind of find the moments where he could hit you in the head with a chair really, really hard.
Right.
Like, Edge and Christian used to do the concerto, two chairs hitting against each other, which is kind of like those bastards, those sneaky bastards doing that horrible thing. Something about someone in wrestling putting someone's face on a chair, face down, and then like holding up a chair and smashing over it, doing it themselves.
Scary.
It's like an execution in wrestling.
It's
like,
horrid.
One of the most horrible things. So, Edge wins the Money in the Bank ladder match, the first ever one. We have this thing in the back of our heads that Edge can have a championship match whenever he wants, which is amazing when you have this guy who's like, I've been denied my proper championship match all my career, and now I can do it whenever I want to. Like, I showed Joe him winning the first ever Money in the Bank like contract cash-in on John Cena, and I don't know if you could ever understand how weird it was for the concept of someone cashing in on a fallen champion who's not ready to wrestle.
So I was a bit confused by this. So is this the first ever Money in the Bank?
First ever.
So why would it have been weird to do it at the end of a match? Because, like, it's new.
Because he held the Money in the Bank for 9 or 10 months as well. He won it in March. He didn't cash in until the following January.
Wow.
Which, like, it did get to the point with it where, like, most of us were like, they're either going to forget about this gimmick, or it's going to be, like, underwhelming when it happens, because surely it can't live up to the hype that's been building around it for this length of time. He, like, defended the Money in the Bank and stuff like that as well along the way. And he would put it on the line like a title. All the time where they're saying he's entitled to a championship match anytime, any place for the next calendar year. All of us just thought that meant, I'm going to main event WrestleMania.
Right.
Like, he was going to use this to steal the spotlight and get himself a big payday. No one thought that you could actually be like, oh, I'm going to do it. Like, he did it after the Elimination Chamber. And John Cena was the first guy in the Elimination Chamber. He beat everyone, including Kurt Angle, and Cena's like literally dead. And this was the first time Cena lost, Super Cena lost in like 2 years probably.
God.
So yeah, it was really shocking. So yeah, the Money in the Bank is a huge, huge deal. But the Money in the Bank really kind of only gathered momentum when some real life consequences of real life personal issues came to the forefront. Joe, did you know anything about the love triangle? I mean, I've heard of a death triangle in wrestling, but a love triangle?
I've heard of a ladder triangle, but a love triangle. I had heard a bit about this. Yeah, I'm familiar with the fact that Lita and Matt Hardy were very publicly in a relationship in kayfabe and in real life.
Yeah.
And I was aware that there was some kind of angle involving Edge, because Edge and Lita in real life cheated on their partners with each other.
Yeah.
And then it got turned into a wrestling angle. And yeah, so I know vaguely about the live sex celebration, because that was like kind of told to me in the early days of me being a wrestling fan, of like, you know, people like being like, oh, did you know about the live sex celebration?
It's a gold rush to try and ruin things.
Yeah.
But you didn't count on her forgetting things, did you? So, yeah, okay. In the broadest strokes of possible, I can tell this, and I'll try and get into pertinent details where it's needed. Also, bear in mind that I will tell you right now, as this is 2005 it happened, so I would have been 16 going on 17. I'm someone who back in the day really took to outrage in wrestling, like, you know, when I felt an injustice had been done. I talked about, you know, when Daniel Bryan got fired for choking someone with a tie. I was like, how dare you, I'm going to buy a t-shirt. So this is something that I really felt strongly about, because I felt an injustice had been done as my 16-year-old brain understood it.
Yeah.
Matt Hardy, who on screen, as he said, had been involved in a relationship with Lita. Her, Matt and Jeff were like Team Extreme. They were like everyone's favourite. Matt and Lita, great little item. Always a little kiss on the peck on the cheek. And they seem cute together, because it's like, hey, you got the guy who's like, whoa, and the girl who's like, whoa. They just felt like they were meant to be. It felt very, very good. All the magazine spreads they'd have, where it's just them talking about how much they love each other, all the time they spend with each other, what good friends they are. You know, genuinely as hard as it could go putting over their relationship.
Yeah.
And it seemed like in a consensual way, because they seemed very much in love. They did a few angles where it's like, we're going to break up on TV, but they were still together for 6 years. Leah had an injury at one point. She was off TV for a year, which was a really hard time. And then when Lita came back, Matt himself got injured not that long thereafter. So they had an unfortunate period where they were split up from each other, even though they'd been on the road for a long time. During this time, Lita, who was without a travel partner because Jeff had left the company because of drug problems, Lita starts traveling on the road with Edge. And Edge, at that moment in time, who in real life is married to Val Venus's sister.
Oh, was he married? I thought he was just engaged.
No, he was married to Val Venus's sister at the
Okay.
time. So yeah, married to noted tinfoil hat, transphobe, jackass Val Venus's sister. So he was a married man. Three of them start riding together. And at some point over those few months where they're riding together, they start more than seeing each other, and they begin an affair.
They say in the documentary that, because they interview Lita and Edge about this, and it's really sweet actually how honest they both are about it.
Everyone seems grown up and honest about it at this point, which honestly, I remember when they first started doing docs, you know, the Hardy Boys did a doc around this time as well. I was like, man, just hearing everyone say this is just kind of good for the soul. So I will say, all we're about to talk about now, this is all grand, everyone's fine, you know, involved in it.
They had Matt Hardy on to talk about it.
And he wasn't even with the company at the time.
Yeah, and up until that point I was like, well, Matt Hardy is noticeable by his absence, and then he appeared just to talk about this. So yeah, in the documentary they kind of explain that, you know, Lita and Edge both suffered from neck injuries, which meant that they were off wrestling for a long time. And
There's a lot of empathy there.
I think they had a lot in common, and they ended up hooking up.
And like, the thing is, like, you don't blame people who are lonely for kind of drifting towards each other, because they would have known each other. They were friends, they said, because, you know, Lita would have worked a lot with the Edge and Christian during the original tag run back in 2000 and all that. So it was not completely odd that they would start riding together and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, it is around somewhere in this time that they start sleeping with each other. Now, the thing that people don't like to talk about is that apparently Lita and Matt had all sorts of problems before this.
Yeah, I don't think cheating just happens out of nowhere.
No, and I hate to break it to all the Hardy Boy fanatics out there in the world, and I would have been one of them at one point, but I don't think the love story was as picture perfect as it seemed in WWF magazine.
Yeah.
You know, there was a, you know, couples go through ups and downs. It happens. And we've spoken before about how difficult it must be to be, you know, have a partner when you're in wrestling, and even having a partner in wrestling while you're in wrestling is also super hard as well. Yeah. The injury stuff, I'm sure, contributed to it. Matt gets wind of this. Matt's under contract at WWE, as are Lita and Edge at the time. Matt is one of the few people, I'd say the other people included Shannon Moore and Gregory Helms, all kind of in Matt's circle and wavelength, all guys from North Carolina. They were using MySpace at the time. Now, in 2005, MySpace was not something that was being used by WWE at all.
It's so funny. Like, that's when I was using MySpace. Who were their top 10 friends?
Well, Shannon Moore and Greg Helms, you got to believe, would have been in there as well. But I mean, like, Matt, you can't help but say MySpace and people are going to snigger. But I will say this right now, for people who are early adopters, Matt Hardy was using blogs to connect with fans, to talk about upcoming events, to talk about storylines. So like, it was really ahead of its time, because, you know, everyone uses Twitter and social nowadays. You know, some of those hardcore people were early adopters of Tout, didn't live to tell the tale. But like, it was big that he used MySpace, because I remember a lot of us, myself included, he used MySpace. You know, I didn't talk with Matt Hardy on MySpace, but the fact that he was on there and using it, it meant a lot for me as a fan that he was trying to reach out. You know, CM Punk was using LiveJournal in a similar way at the time to try and, you know...
Of course he was using
Of course he
LiveJournal.
was.
5 years later and he would have been on Tumblr.
Just when you think that... I think he may have actually been.
Oh, really?
You think you've got the answers, I changed the blog post URL. But yeah, Matt was using that to connect with the fans, and I think he did it in a way that the fans appreciated it, because it felt like he was trying to remove the barriers between being a wrestler and being a fan, and the fans could actually interact with wrestlers. That's why MySpace was cool, right? Because for me, I wanted to talk to comedians and musicians and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were people you wanted to talk to. It was that idea that it was somehow a level playing field of users that never existed before. Like, you couldn't look up Matt Hardy's number in the phone book, but you could find him on MySpace.
Yeah.
Soon as this happens, Matt's on MySpace with the 500,000 friends telling them, Lita is a piece of shit, she's broken my heart, she betrayed me, I'm at home injured, and behind my back she goes with my greatest rival Edge and steals my heart and breaks it. And it's, you know, Matt has often been someone who's been a bit nebulous with what is something for him to kind of work shit out and what is a character piece. I mean, a lot of his videos over the years have been very, very weird. Matt Hardy has done a lot of video stuff when he's been inebriated under the influence of lots of different things.
Right.
For better or for worse, he's done all that stuff, and I get that he's used social media as a platform to help him with his character and his inner thoughts, but this was using social media as a platform to say, hey everyone, Lita, aka Amy Dumas, is a slut, and Edge is a piece of shit. I am not confused by his reaction. I mean, I understand his frustrations of where he was, but I don't think Matt could have understood what a dogpile was in the internet in 2005, because we'll talk about it in her episode. Lita's career and brand and image was ruined forever because of this.
It's difficult. I empathise with everyone in this situation.
No one came off well in this.
No. Like, I empathise with, I think, Lita most of all. Like, obviously, she made a stupid mistake. Her and Edge, they'd be the first to say, what a stupid thing to do, and I'm sure they regret it totally. But in 2005, a girl who I really didn't like did a big post about me on MySpace, calling me out and saying, oh, that this girl, Jo Graham, she's a piece of shit, she's a slut, she has bad hair, yada, yada, yada.
Oh my God, bad hair, excuse me.
And turned loads of people in my sixth form against me. And I lost loads of friends as a result of it.
And you're talking about it in a much smaller, this would have been like, what, dozens as opposed to hundreds of thousands?
This is, literally, maybe 10 or 15 people who would have seen this as opposed to, 500,000 people.
Basically, everyone who likes wrestling and cared enough about it to go on MySpace and friend Matt Hardy and then read his blog. Like, you're literally boiling it down to the most obsessive fans.
Yeah.
I was included in that group, mind. But it's not a great mix of people to be broadcasting to.
No, and exactly. And, I have in the past, used the internet to voice my frustrations, and it definitely feels good to do. But it's just not the right way to deal with your problems, is to just kind of shout into the... unless it's a true void and no one's there to see it and get hurt. If people see it, people's feelings will get hurt, it will end badly for everyone. It's just not a good idea.
Yeah.
You're better off having a diary.
Matt was very, very emotional at the time. He does all this. Now, there is a point at which there's a bit of a blurred line question mark as to when did they start deciding, right, we're going to do business, and when do we start deciding that, right, actually, this is just Matt Hardy acting out and we have to fire him. But he did appear, like, they had Bite This at the time, which is like a web show where you could phone in, like, wrestlers would just kind of shoot the shit and answer questions from fans. Now and then there was some kind of serious stuff on it, like Steve Austin basically revealed he was going to leave the company on Bite This once. And Lita was on Bite This, and Matt Hardy called in, and she's like, "Hey, it's a quick question. I wonder why you broke my heart. Why you're a slut and a piece of shit and all that. Why are you such a bitch? And she walked off straight away. It's just really upset by it, and it didn't help matters the fact that in kayfabe at this point in time, Lita was married to Kane.
What?
Yeah, Lita was married to Kane at this moment in time on screen. Lita
consensually, or
it started off as a non-consensual,
of course.
But then after they got married,
right? Yeah.
After they got married, I can't spoil too much for these episodes, but after they got married, they did have a bond of sorts where Lita's like, oh, I understand that Kane can destroy people on my behalf.
Right.
And he did so lovingly for her. So they were married together a night on TV.
Very Game of Thrones.
Very Game of Thrones, absolutely. Matt was not on TV, and then I log on to WWE.com to find out what's going on with the situation. Need to find out what's going on. And then you get the news, Matt Hardy's been released. And it's not like, due to the circumstances involving, it's just, Matt Hardy's released.
Wow.
We wish him the best in his future endeavours. And then, of course, you can imagine how Matt Hardy and his fans reacted to that. He's been fired. He did nothing wrong. She's the one who cheated on him. Edge is the one who cheated on his wife. These two have cheated on their partners, and now Edge is going to get a world championship match, and, you know, he's the top guy. Oh, of course, they're not going to hold the golden boy Edge's ascent. Honestly, they managed to take the fan anger that people have about Roman Reigns and John Cena and correctly apply it to a heel who was on a trajectory to be the top guy, and then to go, well, you know what? He's going to be the top guy no matter what, so fuck y'all.
Yeah.
So yeah, it really rubbed people the wrong way. And then Matt's out there crying on the internet saying, like, well, like, my career's been taken away from me. You stolen my dream. And then a few weeks passed, and they start bringing Matt Hardy into the shows. Matt's maybe going to go with some other company. They decide, right, let's do business. You could do an angle with Edge and Lita, because guess what? After all this, Edge and Lita don't even like each other that much anymore in that way. They've been linked together on telly, and Lita's betrayed Kane to be with Edge on telly. And then Matt Hardy shows up and he's like, now all you know that Lita, aka Amy Dumas, was married to Kane, aka Glenn Jacobs on TV, but she was actually my girlfriend, and she broke my heart, and Edge, you ruined my life. And I love Matt Hardy. I felt so strongly at the time that he'd been done by. I wasn't angry with Lita. I was angry with Lita and Edge.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of gross fans around this time. It's like, it's a real unfortunate thing, but like, you know, what kind of year was it? 2005?
2005. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's a bad time to be a woman. It's a bad time to be a famous woman, and it's a bad time to be an evil famous woman.
And I will say as well, part of the reason for my reaction to that was that I probably didn't know enough women, or had seen enough women, or even known people who knew women in my capacity as someone in an all-boys boarding school who was introverted and not very good at making friends, that I wouldn't have even, like, it's not as if I was hanging around friends who would be like, oh, fuck her.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know girls to say fuck her about.
Whereas I'm sure the wrestling fans in my school, which was co-ed, would have been a lot more, like, their hatred to Lita would have been a lot more misogynist, because, like, it was a socialized thing. You know, teenage boys, when I was growing up, you hated women. That was just, it was what you did.
And it's not just the fans as well. They say in the documentary, you know, they said a few people stood by me, or us. Not many.
Yeah.
I think they mentioned Mick Foley.
William Regal.
Regal as well. And they were like, yeah, everyone else was just kind of, fuck you.
But and bless them. I really want to emphasise, like, both Lita and Edge.
They fucked up. They fucked up massively.
They feel so bad about it. It's not like they're saying, oh, everyone ostracised us. It's totally unfair. They were like, yeah, they ostracised us, and yeah, we probably deserved it. And
Edge is very repentant. Like, he's like, he said, like, are. They both said, like, look, we realise we've done wrong. We're going to get a backlash. Let's ride it out. We can use this for heel heat. The stuff with Matt, he said it felt kind of cathartic.
Yeah, he said it was kind of cathartic and therapeutic for all of us. Now, Lita did not say that.
No, I think it was therapeutic for Edge.
Yeah, I can't imagine it was cathartic or therapeutic for Lita.
It was difficult, really, to understand where they were going at the time, because you do this segment where Vince McMahon is like, I very rarely, like, unfire someone, but this person has proven that he deserves to be here, and I want to give him an opportunity, and that's all. I'm bringing back Matt Hardy. And Matt comes out, it's like, here you go, Matt, here's the mic, all or nothing now, and Matt does a kind of a nervous promo. And then Edge, who is, you know, top of his game at the moment, and Edge is using this anger. He's literally in promos going, you know what I think it is? I think it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit that all these fans know anything about my private life, and that Matt Hardy gets all of their sympathy, and they know nothing about who he is. And, like, Edge is the most justified heel in the world in this whole thing. And the reality is that I was thinking, oh, well, they're going to use this to Matt. He's going to vanquish the baddies, and Matt will be the new top guy. He'll be the champion, right? No, Matt was brought in because Vince realized that Edge was going to get a lot out of this, and people never seemed to pick up on this, that Edge was one of Vince's faves from the get-go. Vince loves Edge, and he always thought he was going to be a tippity-top guy around this time. So, yeah, it's like with Roman, you know, once Vince has picked his lane, he's going to stay in his lane.
You know what's interesting, though, about that, the whole thing with Vince? I feel like so often in this podcast, we come across wrestlers who are like, they're obviously Vince's chosen one.
Yeah.
And they often have a bit of a troubled relationship with their father, and as such, Vince becomes almost like a father figure to them. Like Kurt Angle was one of them.
Foley.
Yeah, absolutely. It happens again and again and again. And it's interesting that even though Edge didn't grow up with a dad, he never at any point mentions that Vince was like a father to him.
It seems to be the most professional relationship between Vince McMahon and a top star there ever has been. Where it's just like, you're a great wrestler, I believe in you as this character, let's do it. There doesn't seem to be any problems where he pushed Edge too much or
manipulated him.
This is the closest to it being manipulated.
Yeah.
But even at the same time, I feel like Matt Hardy and Lita are being manipulated. I don't know if Edge really is. Because Edge comes out of this looking golden. And that takes us to our second match. A match which I didn't make me cry, but it came as close to making 17-year-old Kevin cry as was humanly possible at the time. It's Matt Hardy versus Edge in a money... this is going to be interesting. This is Matt Hardy versus Edge in a loser leaves Raw ladder match for the Money in the Bank contract.
Now, hang on. Mine's written down as Edge versus Matt Hardy for the Money in the Bank contract in a ladder match and loser leaves Raw match.
Okay. That's fine as well, I think.
Okay.
The only difficulty was you had originally written down that this was Edge versus Matt Hardy in a loser leaves Raw match, Money in the Bank ladder match.
Yeah.
But if you say it's a Money in the Bank ladder match, I think that implies there's 6 to 8 people there. But if you say it's a ladder match for the Money in the Bank contract, there's 2 people there.
Right.
Are we all okay?
This is like War Games.
It's War Games! This is exactly what it is. And it's from Raw Homecoming. And the idea is that Matt had one match with Edge straight away. And in that match, Edge beat Matt into a bloody pulp within 2 minutes, and the match was stopped because Matt was bleeding too much.
Wow.
And then you see like Edge basically coming out the next week saying, Matt, you had one chance to say to these people what you thought in your promo, and you blew it. You had one chance to prove to me that you're a man in this ring, and you blew it. I've nothing to do with you now. So Matt did get a win against Edge in a cage, and they had a great, series of really violent brawls. I mean, even though Matt wasn't being pushed, he was getting over as a singles guy, and Edge was getting over as well. Like, both these guys, you weren't thinking about the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian when they were feuding, even though Lita was there as well. You were thinking solely about these two guys and Lita and what their careers meant with it. So they have this match, and the stipulation is the loser leaves Raw because Edge is like, right, I'd only put this contract on the line if I can guarantee that I don't have to see you ever again, because I want Matt Hardy out of our lives so me and Lita can go on being sexy together. The chemistry that Edge and Lita have. Oh,
it's undeniable. Considering now at this point they're not actually together anymore, are they?
I'm pretty sure by this point it's stopped. Yeah.
It's so interesting the way that they were together officially while they weren't together on screen, and as soon as Vince is like, yeah, let's put these two on screen as a couple, they've broken up.
But the chemistry was still there.
Yeah, they have total bedroom eyes for each other.
There is kind of a special role that Lita fulfills because we've often talked about the difference between a manager and a valet, and like your arm candy or you're not. And I think they definitely Lita was this Lita that you see here is so different from the fun skater girl, let's go trash the mall Lita. This is like fucking Scarlet Letter, she's sexualized in to the nines.
Yeah.
And she is definitely meant to be arm candy for Edge, but it's not just the case of she's my babe. She's kind of like his co-conspirator. Yeah. Almost. They are this fucking horrible, obnoxious couple together.
And they're so disgustingly hot.
They call each other babe all the time.
They're so hot. It's vile how hot they are.
You bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lita had a great kind of Lara Croft, somehow more sexualized thing going on here.
Matt puts the ladder upside down so it looks like a V, and then puts Edge in it, and then he does, what was it he was doing? Stamping on him?
He squeezed, he pulled the ladder in together, and Edge was in the narrow bit.
Horrible.
Sorry, we just have to point out the first part of this match is one of my all-time favorite things in a ladder match. I don't know why everyone doesn't do this. That Edge hid and Lita stood on the ramp looking sexy. Then Matt came out going, "You're my ex-girlfriend," and then Edge just ran up to the ladder as quickly as possible. I'm if you win a match like that, you deserve whatever's on top of that ladder. The old Money in the Bank case, Joe, that has no branding.
Love it.
Fucking incredible. There were a number of moments in this match that you thought were accidents.
Yeah.
And then I had to turn to you going, oh, no, my dear. that was no accident.
Yeah, there's a bit where Edge was thrown off one ladder into another ladder, which then bounced back and hit the ladder that Matt was on. Have I explained that well? I don't know if I have.
Dominoes involving flesh, essentially.
Yeah.
It was incredible. But yeah, it looked like a total accident.
Yeah, I really thought it was a horrible mistake.
I was realising most of the matches you could watch for Edge involve a ladder.
Yeah.
And I think ladder matches, we tend to see in the modern product a couple of accidents, but it's very rare that you get this thing where they're like playing off you thinking that, oh, this is a complete fuck up here.
Yeah.
It just looks like it happens to have worked out in this beautiful car wreck that we see before us. Were you shocked at the 2005 levels of Matt Hardy just beating the shit out of Lita?
Yeah, I was. And not just Matt Hardy, to be honest. Like, Lita shows up obviously quite a lot, generally in the research that we've done for this episode, and she has taken so many bumps, mostly from John Cena.
Yeah, mostly from men, I think, as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, all from men in this episode.
Taking a 3D from the Dudley Boys in that TLC match we were watching earlier. Yeah, Lita got the fucking shit knocked out of her, like, on a regular basis. We get some really incredible spots here, including a twist of fate off the ladder, and the story that they're telling over and over again. They want to underscore how unfair it is that Matt can win this match, should win this match, has the match won, but Lita just stops him.
Right, yeah.
You know, she comes in and hits him with a stick when he's climbing. You know, there's a point where he's climbing up and she just takes the ladder away and Matt is just there going,
yeah.
fuck. The end of this match, Joe, I feel like I'm going to start crying even talking about the end of this match. Just like, you know, when something really unfair happens in wrestling and then they underscore it with, like, the most unfair thing happening in kayfabe in wrestling. And, like, Matt has the contract. He's holding on to it.
Yeah.
Lita takes away the ladder. So Matt is left up there holding it.
Uh-huh.
Were you surprised what Edge did with, like, the whole spot where you're holding on to something and your legs are dangling?
So scary.
That is the scariest thing. Kudos as well to Christian in an earlier TLC match we did watch where he held on with one hand.
Oh, that's so cool.
Fuck me.
Yeah, no, it's really scary. So Edge pushes Matt, like he swings him like a swing, pushes him back and forth, and then gives him a final push into the faraway ropes.
And he smashes into those ropes like it's a trampoline. Like he goes low right onto his ribs. The ropes, like they should catapult him off over the atmosphere, it seems.
And it's so quick because Lita then grabs him and ties him up in the ropes and holds him there.
He's in like the Andre the Giant spot, like where he falls backwards, the arms are trapped in there. But Lita is just like wrenching
around him,
and he's screaming in pain.
Yeah, and he's like, he looks fucking in agony. Like, he looks so horrified.
And he's screaming in pain, and Lita has this fucking evil, sexy smile. And Edge, the
evil,
worst
sexy smile.
She is. She's like, ha ha ha.
I didn't even notice her face. I thought she was hidden because of the tied up in the ropes.
Her and Edge are making sexy eyes the
Definitely
whole time.
Edges, yeah.
And they're making these little grins at each other. And the fact that Edge isn't like the old Edge would have been like, oh shit, run. Yes, we did it. Yes.
Yeah.
This Edge, he takes his fucking time.
Oh yeah, because he knows Matt's watching.
He takes his time like the fucking cook that he is.
Climbs the ladder, slowly undoes the briefcase, and gives a horrid smirk.
He does a little wave.
Yeah.
Bye, Matt. And then Matt
has like tears in his
eyes.
That's
it. Matt stops screaming and then he's just broken, laying there. And Jim Ross goes, Edge and Lita have taken everything from Matt Hardy. They have taken him off this brand. They have taken Matt Hardy's dreams of a family. Jesus, guys, you can still procreate.
So
yeah, but would he want to though after losing that match?
I was just how like I felt. Obviously, I think what Matt did was kind of shitty. Like, turning everyone against Lita and Edge. Like, I understand where he's coming from, but it's not a nice thing to do.
He took away what could have been a blameless situation on his behalf. If he handled it more like an adult and just said,
he could have come out on top, and everyone would have felt really bad for him anyway. But as it is, he made it into a much more complex situation. But I feel like it's so painful seeing all this that he was put through after he and Lita broke up, and Lita and Edge aren't even together anymore.
It'd be like if we had the Montreal Screwjob happen after Brett had already left the company and he'd been brought back, like, you know.
Only like changed it so like Vince is made king at the end or something.
Yeah, and like Shawn Michaels is there in front of him, and Brett's like tied up in the ropes crying.
Sean leaves with Brett's wife and mistress.
Yeah, Brad's like, yeah, my wife. Oh no, come back. No. Can you believe he has taken the dreams of the hitman of having several families? Yeah, this was one of those times where they managed to take the emotion of what was happening in real life and completely transferred 100% into the screen.
Yeah.
And they took away the complexities really of it. They didn't make Matt out to be a bad guy in any way. They made Matt out to be the valiant guy who had his life taken away from him, and Edge was the devil and Lita was a Jezebel. Like they boiled it down to its most basic components, as Vince McMahon likes to do. We've talked about Vince using personal stuff in feuds and matches before. This, you got to admit, is really effective. But was it ethical? Was it moral? I don't know what your thoughts are on that end.
Yeah, I mean, not really ethical or moral, is it? It's. I feel like so many times we get into these situations of like, you know, these complex social situations where it's like, you know, wrestlers are up against one another and, you know, there's real life relationships on the line and a lot of drama, and it's, you know, fans...
And this isn't about career stuff as well. I think a lot of the time with personal stuff, it's about like...
It is and it isn't.
Yeah, it relates to their careers, I guess.
But like, I feel like a lot of the time with these types of feuds, like, you know, fans take sides. Like the Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels stuff. Like everyone has an opinion on like who's right and who's wrong. And I feel like more often than not, it always comes down to ultimately the person to blame is Vince McMahon. And it's exactly the same here. Like, you know... Obviously, Matt really shouldn't have made things worse by blogging about his problems.
But you know there was a moment in a writers' meeting where someone went in with a big smile going, Vince, look at this, and shows him the blog, and Vince goes, ho, I'm not reading that, but I'm going to take advantage of it. You know there was a moment where they went, oh, great.
Yeah.
That, like, you know, that, and the fact that 3 people's lives were ruined.
Yeah.
However temporarily. But... all I'll say is that there'll be Matt episode, there'll be Elite episode. This is something we'll touch on again. I think looking at it from Edge's angle, we can just say it benefited him greatly. And I think the fact that it benefited him so directly and so obviously, and ultimately at the expense of those other 2 individuals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, it was great Edge having a sexy side piece who was evil and all that, but like, this was Lita, who was meant to be a role model for girls 3 years prior. You know, she lost a lot of fans that way.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They didn't really come back. So it worked out in Edge's favour, and I kind of feel that Edge's utter, entire repentance for this, and the fact that he understands and he owns it, I think is really refreshing. Because even though Shawn and Bret have moved on from Montreal, neither of them 100% own it and can kind of look back on it with that clarity and repentance and what they had done wrong.
It clearly taints both of their attitudes towards the wrestling industry as a whole. Like, it's soured it for them. Whereas, like, I feel like for, you know, Matt and Edge, I can't speak for Lita because I don't know enough about her.
Their careers went on to bigger heights after this.
They seem to genuinely still love wrestling, love the industry, love what they do, and they seem to be, you know, even if they're not best friends with each other,
anymore, but
they're civil. I'm sure they'd say hi if they met each other backstage or saw each other on the street, whatever.
I think it's important to know that like, this is not like a lot of the other situations. It's different in its own right. I wanted to know, though, because this is something I mentioned to you before. I mentioned to it on our Patreon reviews recently about, you know, John Morrison is a character who's returned to wrestling who you're quite a fan of. And I told you about how Vince held it against him that he was cheated on and he didn't stick up for himself like a man would.
Yeah.
Did it help or hurt Matt Hardy that he did kind of fight for his woman in the way that he did? Or does Vince McMahon respect the straight-up cuckolding that Edge did? Does Vince kind of go, there's a real man, he just took what he wanted, goddammit?
I must admit, my first thought when I heard about this was, knowing what I know about Vince, it really seems like Vince punished Matt for handling it the way he did. Because to Vince, the way he likes... Like, first of all, he hates the idea of men being cheated on by their woman. That's, like, totally disrespectful. And if that happens to you as a man, it's your job to go and beat the shit out of that other man.
Like, you've let yourself down.
Yeah, you've let yourself down.
And all the men.
Yeah. It's such toxic masculinity.
Oh no,
bullshit.
It's all the men.
But yeah, Vince, he's like that. That's how he thinks these situations should be handled. So I did wonder if there was a part of him that kind of thought, wow, what a whiny baby. Matt's going to go online and blog and whine about his feelings. Like, it's... Even though I totally think, in a way, it's healthy to do that, to vent, but it's just, you shouldn't do it publicly.
Yeah.
When you're a celebrity, it's hard.
And it as well, it showed as well that Edge had much more of an upward trajectory than Matt, because after this, you know, Matt leaves and he's like, well, where's Matt going? Oh, Matt's going to SmackDown now, you know, because he lost to Edge, he lost to his rival. And, you know, Edge, well, what's the Edge do? Well, Edge is going to cash in that Money in the Bank, like we said, against John Cena and beat John Cena for the first time ever type of thing. And, off to the races. He's a champion now.
Yeah, it really feels like Matt got punished and Edge got rewarded.
Yeah, they were put in their lanes, and Edge's lane was a lot more obviously rewarding straight away. How many stars would you give that dramatic encounter, though? I
was rating the match.
Okay.
Not the whole angle.
How would you rate that infidelity, Joe?
And I gave the match 4 stars out of 5. I really enjoyed it. Some fantastic wrestling. That final move with the Lita tying him up in the ropes is just, I don't know how they did that so quickly.
Devastating.
So cool.
And you know what's interesting? We watched so many ladder matches for Edge, and every single one of them, there's like a spot where it's like, wow, I've never seen that before.
Absolutely,
or since, So Edge, after he picks up the win and defeats John Cena in a 10-second match and becomes the WWE champion, he's labeled the ultimate opportunist, because he's someone who will take advantage of any single opportunity to get ahead, no matter what, no matter if it even seems like kind of somewhat counterintuitive. And they do talk about how a lot of people apparently voted against Edge winning the championship and beating John. And they're kind of...
What do you mean voted against?
As in, like, the writers and the producers sitting around. Obviously, Vince has the final say.
Right.
And Vince was the one who said, I want Edge to be the top guy. But no, I mean, they don't say it outright, but in the documentary, strongly implied, it was Michael Hayes. Michael, jump off a ladder. Hayes, who thinks, yeah, you're good enough to jump off a ladder, but don't you be wearing that big shiny belt. What the fuck? Fuck you, Michael Hayes.
Yeah, I hate Michael Hayes.
What the fuck? He's literally the man who spent his entire career as an agent telling these guys to fucking risk their lives and set a precedent for every wrestler who comes after them. And then he's saying, nah, you're not ready for that championship belt. Fuck you. Did he go wrestle you again? One time where I thought Vince McMahon actually had the clarity.
I know, right?
His fucking idiot yes man didn't.
Chump stain.
But hey, Edge becoming a champion, even if it was immediately taken away from him after only 3 weeks, it did lead to something huge. It led to Edge, with the refreshing new championship win, having a huge boost in ratings, their highest ratings since 2003, because when he won the belt, Edge declared that he and Lita were going to have a live sex celebration.
Have you ever had a sex celebration?
I've had many sex celebrations in this very room.
What is a sex celebration?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. There's been many times we've recorded a great podcast and afterwards we've had what could only be described as a live sex celebration. I don't know. I mean, okay, one time at the end of WrestleMania 31.
Oh, I know where this is going.
At the end of WrestleMania 31, after Seth Rollins cashed in against Brock Lesnar, I don't know why, it was 5:30 in the morning and we were both like, that was really good. Yeah, that was really good. And we just had really great sex. Yay! And I whispered into her ear, I told you wrestling can be exciting.
You know what it was? It was that dragon soup we were drinking.
That was it, yeah. All fire. So, less about our live sex celebration, but more about this live sex celebration. When you heard this was going to be a thing in wrestling, what did you think was going to happen? Because when I heard it as a fan at the time, I'm like, okay, Edge and Lita are going to come out, and then John Cena is going to come out and say, no, you're not having sex.
Yeah.
And that would be it. Maybe Lita would get an FU.
I heard about the live sex celebration very early on into my wrestling fandom. It was like that and Katie Vick and Mae Young giving birth to a hand were kind of like the holy trinity of, you're a wrestling fan now. Have you seen these bits? And I was I kind of didn't know what to expect really, because it's called a live sex celebration. Whenever fans recap it, they talk about it as though Edge and Lita actually had sex in front of everyone and everyone could see it.
I will say as well, we watched this, I think it's the second or third thing I showed you, just because I was like, wait a minute, there's some people in this segment I don't remember. Let's just put this on. And so this wasn't Joe appreciating Edge as a performer, knowing any of the kind of complexities of the relationship between Lita and Edge or anything like that at the time. So you were just seeing him kind of almost sight unseen when we watched the segment.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Billy or someone. Someone did tell me at one point. I was like, what is the sex celebration? Do they actually have sex? Like, what happens? And whoever it was who explained it to me was like, no. They come in, they kind of undress each other, and they're in their underwear, and they mock have sex. The lights go out, and you don't really see anything, and they're obviously wearing underwear and stuff. So it's not a live sex celebration.
Well, what assumed is that Edge would have come out, pointed at Lita, and went, "Way!"
Yeah.
And then we went, lads.
So yeah, I was expecting this to be very tame.
Were you expecting it to be sexy?
No, because they're not together at this point, and I
did tell Joe that much.
Yeah, it just seemed very awkward.
So
can you imagine
awkward.
having to? Like, it just seems like this whole segment just feels like a nightmare.
It's like in Monty Python, The Meaning of Life, when they have sex in front of all those children.
Yeah,
And like,
all those children, yeah.
It seems to be almost as inappropriate, like, given the lack of command they have over the situation compared to John Cleese and his not wife. Coincidentally, he divorced that wife in The Meaning of Life as well, just the mock wife, just to be sure. But... yeah, he undresses Lita slowly, like unzips her boot.
The fact that they're not even going out anymore. Like, this is your ex, who you cheated on your wife with, and now you're having to, as a part of your public humiliation, you have to pretend to have sex with this woman in front of 30,000 people at least, not to mention all the others watching on television. It's just so strange.
So awkward. I can't imagine how awkward it is.
The actual live sex celebration is so much more weird than I thought it would be.
Yeah, because we start off with, there's a heart-shaped bed, there's sexy music that's been played on a loop. You've got Joey Styles and Jerry Lawler and Coach kind of go, wow, man, look at Lita there. Oh my, Lita's taking off her top.
I mean, that's how you make, your sex life more sexy. You get, Jerry the King Lawler, JR to commentate over the top. It's what we've done before.
Absolutely,
You just want to bring a bit of atmosphere, a bit of mood.
Absolutely.
To the activities.
You want that mood to be there, and obviously it's helping with that mood as you can cut the fucking tension with a knife.
Yeah. First of all, Edge tries to remove Lita's bra.
Yeah, now come on, Edge. Come on, Edge.
I mean, I know it's hard. I know lots of people who wear bras can't even put on or take off a bra.
To paraphrase The Rock, do you want to know, Edge, why we, men, don't respect you? Ow. It's because you don't know how to undo a bra.
Did you hurt yourself?
No, I just The Rock always hits himself in his Instagram videos, so I thought I'd be The Rock and hit myself as well, but no, it didn't work out for me. But yeah, I just say, guys, very easy to find out how to undo a bra. Guys and girls, bras are very easy to decipher. It's not a Rubik's Cube. There's much more complicated things to deal with sex than the bra. That for me is the equivalent of the first bump in wrestling training. I don't know, maybe people should just do like I did, be involved in the bra buying process.
Yeah.
And then you can practice in the shop and they won't even know.
Yeah.
They just think that you're checking for the material. You're not. You're checking for your own skill level.
A guy I used to date admitted to me once that he practiced undoing bras by putting his mum's bras on his big teddy bear and undoing them with one hand to practice the ability. Because he was really good at undoing my bra with one hand. I was very impressed. I was like, wow, how did you learn how to do that? He was like, oh yeah, I'm going to ruin the mood now. I learnt it by undoing my mum's bra on my teddy bear. I wish you hadn't told me.
How sexy is this teddy bear now?
So sexy.
I had a friend in university and she used to she often struggled with her bras. Like on more than one occasion, I remember having to go into a quiet corner in the bar to have a friend help her reapply it. And she was like, I don't understand why so many men have struggled to do this when of its own volition it seems that this will undo itself anyway, so yeah, Edge does have problems there. He kind of defers from the bra, then we go into some very short simulated cunnilingus, I believe is what we're going for here.
Yeah, kind of like so. And
also I like as well the fact that in wrestling kayfabe in 2005, going down on a woman is basically heel heat.
Yeah.
What is he doing? Oh my god!
Yucky!
Boo, you sold out! You sold out! So, yeah.
He peels off some of her underwear. Mm-hmm. That's the thing, because, I didn't think she'd be actually naked under there. But from the documentary, Lita's perspective seems to imply she was naked.
Oh yeah, they had to take off the bra and all that. There was a t-shirt underneath there.
Right.
And I think she had layered lingerie.
What do you mean there was a t-shirt underneath there?
As in underneath the bed, because Lita hides under the bed at one point. When she comes back out, she has a t-shirt on.
Right.
So they had a rated R t-shirt slid in there, I think, for when she came out from underneath. But yeah, she does get nude underneath there. And Edge doesn't have to go nude as well, by the way, folks. Only Lita had to go nude.
And I just feel that must be fucking horrible for Lita, because as we said, they're not going out anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot of horrible things going on here. We've mentioned a lot of horrible things that make this quite a in fairness, if you were to have what I call a sex nightmare, which is a dream that starts off like, oh, something sexy is going to happen.
This is literally a sex nightmare.
This is a sex nightmare, and it ramps up right now.
Because it starts off, you're having sex with someone who you're no longer in a relationship with in a very stressful, tumultuous time.
And they're looking at you like, I'm into this, are you? Because if you're not, you need to say right now.
Jerry the King Lawler's on commentary.
Always a mood killer.
It's in front of, 30,000 people all there, screaming and chanting. Ric Flair comes in.
Yeah, now this is really weird because Edge it's his turn then, right? So Edge sits back and like the fucking mark he is, holds the championship belt. And if you're not posing with your championship belt as your partner goes down on you, you ain't doing it right at WWEshop.com.
How many fans do you think have received oral sex while holding their replica title?
Literally zero ever. It's a concept that is out there in the air, but I think literally it's never happened. That belt comes out, that's it. There's nothing less sexy than a championship title. Belts can be sexy in some contexts, but a championship title is never going to be sexy. I'm really sorry. It just absolutely isn't. So he's there posing with the belt. Imagine Triple H and all of that. Like, what a merc. I only pose with my belt afterwards after I've showered in my private chambers so no one can see. Like. But as Lita goes down on him, we hear the woo! And out comes Nature Boy Ric Flair. And I turned to you and I said, this is like when a dog comes into a room while you're having sex. Like, it's going, woo! Woo! What are you doing? Woo! What's that on the floor? Woo!
And I said it was like when you have a dream and you're like, yeah, and in the dream, there was this dog that came in, but the dog was Ric Flair. It wasn't, it didn't look like Ric Flair, but I knew it was Ric Flair because he was talking like Ric Flair.
And then the Ric Flair dog starts rating your performance and critiquing it.
And getting undressed.
He sees that, he's like, woo! Oh my God! You are dead in bed, Fred! You got nothing going on between the legs! And then he's like, let me show you how a real man takes me to a lady like Lita. And he walks into the ring.
Starts taking his clothes
off. Are you
off.
going to have sex with Lita right now in front of Edge to prove some weird point?
And Lita's like cowering, like hiding beneath the blankets, like, please don't rape me.
And then Edge, the hero, kills Rick.
Yeah.
Smashes him in the head with a chair. Does a concerto. Nothing like a live sex celebration as Ric Flair bleeding all over. And then John Cena comes out. Now, this is where it gets a bit strange, Joe.
This is like such a fucking strange sex nightmare.
We're not making this up.
We're not making this up. And I love that you'd seen this a fair few times and never noticed this. And it was me watching it for the first time that was like,
hang on.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? So John Cena comes out and he's wearing a t-shirt that says Click for some reason.
But it's Click, the t-shirt, kind of a jazzy font, but it's done in kind of like an abstract style with some kind of like geometric shapes for letters. So they're all different shapes and thicknesses, these letters.
Yeah, and the spacing, like the kerning on the letters, the spacing on the letters is not great. So it spells cuck.
So yeah, the capital L and the capital I are so close together with the kerning.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like it says the word cook. And it's kind of a bit... It reminded me of, like, I don't know, Bedazzled or something when people have got the name of what they do written on their shirt. But John Cena running out in the middle of a sex nightmare and...
threatening to have sex with your girlfriend.
Oh, no, John didn't do that.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Yes. And then Lita again is like, please don't rape me.
And then John gives her the FU because he's a big dirty cook. And Edge is there running with his pants by his ankles going, no! So that's a sex nightmare.
If you were to be cucked, would you like to be cucked by John Cena wearing a t-shirt that says cuck?
I mean, if I'm going to get cooked, I'd like it to be very much a non-subtle cook. So, if I'm going to get cooked, just tell me, advertise it to me.
I can make you wear the t-shirt that says cuck.
I want it to be very known because I don't want any of these kind of stealth cooks going on here.
Yeah.
If John Cena was coming out like saying like, I'm just here to talk, baby. I'd be, oh, okay, what? And then I'd be confused. But the fact that he does what it says on the tin, I think I could mentally prepare myself and process it a lot better. So any and all cookings, wear the appropriate t-shirts, please.
Yeah.
I could do without having to have the blood of Ric Flair on my hands, though, when all this is going on. So yeah, that led to the biggest ratings bump in several years, and Edge earned the nickname the Rated R Superstar Edge. Do you like that as a moniker?
I didn't like it until I found out why he was called that.
Yeah.
And it was because of the live sex celebration, which makes sense. So, yeah, I do like it. I think it's clever.
So, he does lose the belt back to Cena quite quickly, and this is during peak Super Cena time, when, what would you say some of the characteristics of Super Cena are compared to regular big match John?
Cena wins. 5 moves of doom. That's it.
I associate this era of John with a level of clumsiness.
Oh, yeah?
Where he's like, I'm John Cena, and I might not be able to do a headlock, but I'm going to run through a wall. You know, that type of a thing,
Yeah.
you know? And he'll do that. And I'm like, okay, John, that's not a wrestling move, but Jesus Christ, all right, you're going to go do the media in China now as well. Great, okay, that's all right.
Going to play a concerto on piano.
You have Edge being very, very open here, and actually the most open person in this whole documentary. John Cena is like, I didn't know how to wrestle before I met Edge, quite frankly. I really hadn't had a good match at that point in time. Like, a lot of the commentators in this documentary, like, people were upset that John was unable to have a credible match at this point in time and felt that he wasn't developing at the rate you think he would. Enter Edge, and then John Cena says that the feud with Edge really turned him around, because we have John Cena, who everyone hates, everyone boos, everyone is sick and tired of. The one person on the roster who's an actual heel who people hate with heat, it's Edge, and he was perfect, you know. These were the matches that made me think that John Cena could actually do something with himself.
So is this before John Cena's match with Rob Van Dam at ECW?
This would have been right around that same time.
Right.
So yeah, John would have been feuding with Rob Van Dam and Edge kind of around the same time, in that kind of following summer around 2006. So Edge did spend a time kind of floating near that championship, but only got a chance to finally get that belt around September 2006. And the feud with Cena is full of plenty of big moments, including him beating up Cena's dad.
Yeah, seriously.
Lita stood all over his dad's couch as well.
So disrespectful.
Fuck your couch, John Cena's dad.
John Cena did throw Edge into the Long Island Sound River,
Yeah.
which is apparently really contaminated, and Edge got sick.
Yeah, that's really funny. Naked Edge being thrown in there, and he's like, I love this, we're getting to be part of history. You know, like Rock and Stone Cold. Like, Rock and Stone Cold threw belts into the river. You jumped into a very green river. It's so fucking green. But, like, he says, Edge, that he looked at Cena and he said, I knew one thing that he had, and that was he had the tools. Like, he had everything there. He just needed the right opponent. And I think a lot of John's matches with Kurt, even though Kurt Angle was a great wrestler, people just wanted to cheer Kurt Angle. And I think Edge was someone who was easier to boo than Kurt was. You know, even though Kurt was telling people that he'd beat up Jesus at this point in time in his career. The biggest heel move that Edge ever did was when he won the belt. He said, I'm getting rid of this stupid spinner belt. I hate it. It symbolizes John Cena. We're all like, yeah, Edge, the new era. Edge is our guy. And then Edge unveiled his spinner belt, which is exactly the same with a different logo.
Wow. Heel.
What an asshole. This takes us to our next and final match. And I'm not going to lie, folks, this was kind of difficult to pick between. It was between this and his match with The Undertaker that was also a TLC, but I didn't want to do a TLC match and then another TLC match right after it, so I picked between the two. I went with who we knew. You knew big match John, so we went with John Cena taking on Edge. This is from Unforgiven 2006. This is a TLC match for the WWE Championship. And Joe, there's a couple of special things about this match and where it's taking place.
Yeah, this is in Edge's hometown.
So this is like 2 or 3 years after he got booed out of the building.
And it's the first time he's been back since.
Yeah, first time like where he's been back in Toronto for an event. He's the champion. And they did this great thing. Like, so many times with John Cena, you had to explain why the fans would be the way they were. And I know you reacted very strongly to the Rob Van Dam match with John Cena. And I thought this will have a similar vibe, because Edge is like, right, I will defend my belt against John Cena one last time, because Edge kept winning with screwy means and kept getting the victory when John rightly should be winning. I'll defend the belt one time, but I get to pick where and I get to pick when, and the where is in his hometown of Toronto, and the type of match is going to be a TLC match, which at this point in time, Edge had never lost a TLC match.
Wow, okay.
I love any time any wrestler has the gimmick of they're the master of this match type.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you can think of who has that anymore? Because I really can't think of a single one. Undisputed Era are good at war games. Oh wait, no, they're rubbish. They always lose. What am I on about?
No, I can't think of anyone who's particularly known for doing a certain match type.
Cactus Jack back in WCW was the king of the Falls Count Anywhere match.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I think that you can do that very easy, where someone gets over with a certain match type as their specialty. So yeah, with Edge it was TLC, and he's like, yeah, it's going to suck for you, John, because you're going to go in with a match you've never been in and I've never lost, and everyone here is going to hate your guts because I'm the hometown hero coming back. And I don't know if it took away from Edge's character, but when he came out, he was genuinely emotional.
Yeah, you said that he was going to cry.
He looked like he was welling up.
He did have certainly watery eyes, yeah.
The crowd are not here on John Cena's side, evidenced by the several creative signs we see here tonight, like John Cena fears work rate.
My favourite one was, if Cena wins, we cry about it at Tim Hortons.
That is the most Canadian sign I've ever seen in my life, like... or I mean, if Cena wins, fucking way she goes. That would work as well. The match starts off in earnest with some fun action, but Joe, playing the role of the vocal audience, turned to me and said, "Where are the TLCs?" We do get some TLCs.
We do. I feel I have to mention in this that Edge has shorter, newer hair.
Oh yeah, do you like the shorter hair?
I love his hair. He looks like a sexy lion.
He does. He's got... Yeah, and I point out to you as well, it was just enough length that he could pull on the sides of it.
Yeah.
Because he'd pull on his hair when he was doing, like, anything, like, to show his emotion. He'd like, pull his hair out, kind of. So yeah, the fact that he kept it long, but just long enough for that... I mean, hey, anyone's good for cutting down shower time. If you've got long hair like that, it's going to be a pain in the ass to cut.
Yeah, definitely. Also, you wanted me to mention John Cena's weird t-shirt that we couldn't quite figure out what it was.
I think it's a dog. It's the Chain Gang Soldier t-shirt, and I think it's a dog.
I thought it was Earth wearing a army helmet.
Wow, that's really fucking imperialistic.
Yeah.
John Cena is not known for his innovations, and Edge is. And Edge takes John through what could best be described as a plethora of really athletic, really quick, fast-paced spots involving weapons and ladders that really reminded me of the match with Kurt in terms of the pace. Like, there was a really amazing bit where there was reversing suplexes with these chairs that were set up.
Yeah, there was one moment in particular which is totally a top spot where Edge tries to suplex John into the chairs, but then John reverses and tries to suplex Edge, and then Edge reverses that into a DDT and throws John into the chairs.
There was a horrible noise when that happened.
Yeah.
It was clunk and clink at the same time. It was fucking gross. Like, the amount of times where Edge does things with these weapons where the contact sounds so evident that you can't help but think that he's... and yet Edge, someone I watched, I don't see him covered in welts and bumps and bruises like you would with a lot of other wrestlers who kind of throw themselves into things, but you gotta think that he is hurting in these matches.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
the things that he's doing. There was one moment that was like a botch that I was like, uh-oh, this might spoil it for the match.
Yeah, and I didn't spot that at all. I thought it was deliberate.
Yeah, no, when he did the sunset flip powerbomb, they just kind of like slowly sat down together as John's bum went in his face. That was unfortunately not planned. Edge does, in this match, despite the fact that he's a nasty heel, he's still doing athletic, super fast things. There was a bit where the ladder was just laid out, not folded, not even open. It was just laid against the ropes, and he ran up the ladder.
He ran up it, yeah, and the ladder fell underneath him, but he kept running up it as it was falling, and then jumped off the ropes to the outside.
I call that spot Mirror's Edge.
Very good.
There's a concerto tease to John, which he dodges, and the crowd are interesting because they're not cheering John, but they're not rejecting him. They're still like, when he does stuff, they're making it that he's part of the match. Because I think there's times when fans just disown a character in a match. Like, we're not going to even react. We're just going to like drone boos when he do stuff. The fans are getting very emotional about the prospect of John winning, and they really control this fiery crowd in a way that I've not seen a lot of folks do. The STFU, as it was known in 2006 on the ladder. This made you grimace quite a bit, Joe.
Edge in the STFU, but in a ladder.
So fucking horrible.
Yeah, it's really horrible. And Edge taps, and I thought then the match was over. And I've written, John Cena wins, 4 out of 5 stars. Oh wait, it's not over. It's a TLC match.
Yeah, because you were kind of like, finishing up. I'm like, where are you going? The match is like not even a third of the way through. And then I spied your star rate. I'm like, well, if it's 4 out of 5 now, you're going to have a fucking good time. Because they've barely done any of the TLCs. John Cena does one of my favourite unseen things in wrestling. He does a move on a weapon. He gives the FU to the ladder onto Edge. That is the best thing ever.
And then he does a top rope 5-knuckle shuffle.
Top rope 5-knuckle shuffle, also known as an incredibly good wank. Although he's not even top rope, he's on top of a ladder, Joe.
Yeah, he's on top of a ladder. You're totally right.
The setup for this was so contrived. It was so John Cena. I loved it. John spends like a minute it, setting up the ladder in the corner, then goes over to Edge and goes, "You can't see me," runs against the ropes, then, "Hang on a minute."
And like notices the ladder that he's just put there.
Ladder up here in this corner.
Did you guys see there's a ladder here?
Now, hang on a second, I know that this is a TLC match. You tell me that the L stands for ladders?
Whoa.
And then, John decides to climb up the ladder and use it. And I think you were right when you told me that one of the scariest sights in the world.
Yeah, I think it would be the perspective of Edge seeing John Cena's fist come at you from the top of a 20-foot ladder.
I always say the only thing that could settle the nerves is the knowledge that his fist will come nowhere within contact of his head. I think that's why Edge and John Cena were such good partners in the ring, is because Edge's hair was long enough that anytime he was on the ground, that five-knuckle shuffle looked like it connected something at least.
There's a moment where Edge hits John with a chair, and John's selling is so good, considering John Cena is not known at this point for being like a good sellout whatsoever.
I mean,
he's doing the Daniel Bryan nerve damage stuff in his fingers. He was like twitching his hand, shaking his hand out.
I was legitimately like 60% thought that John Cena was not just selling, that this was like John kind of rolling with the punches here. Because this was very much like, the Attitude Era, full-on chair shots like Edge was used to, meaning 2006. We don't really do these anymore as much, at least. And John, tried to get his arms up and didn't in time. So, he gets hit and he kind of hits his elbows just at the end and grazes them. And John's reaction literally is that of someone who thought that he was going to protect himself, and then his bell has been rung.
It's a nasty old crack it makes as well. It's a sick sound.
It absolutely, they are, it is what it is, folks. It's something that happened in the past. We don't need to see this ever more, but Jesus Christ, when you just see the willingness they had at the time, and it's not that we didn't know that chair shots caused concussions. We did. Mm-hmm. It's just that the long-term effects were not 100% not understood, not cared to be understood.
Yeah. They'd rather keep their fingers in their ears and go la 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 la.
I tell you what, John Cena in this match, when I remember when this match was announced, I'm like, he's not going to do anything. It's going to be, Edge wrestling a ladder and John Cena's going to climb it,
No, John really, he has such a work rate in this match.
We got a John Cena sandwich on table bread, brackets Rivita.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion on the commentary about the number of tables being used in this match. We had fascinating lines such as, I think there's 3 tables? Just fascinating stuff.
I do like the other counter you get when they take out the big ladder and Jim Ross goes, "Whoa, a big ass ladder." Yeah, you put that ladder over. John Cena is left all alone, climbs the ladder and takes as much of a spear off a ladder as John Cena's going to take.
He lands on his stomach, and then again, John has such good selling. He starts dry heaving, which is what I remember said. I can't remember when I said this, but I know in an earlier episode I said if I was a wrestler and I got hit in the stomach, I would dry heave. The whole can't breathe. You can't do anything.
Yeah, the regal thing of pain that you can empathize with.
Yeah.
I was telling you, I got winded by my brother more times than I can remember as a kid. It's a horrible thing. And you said you had got winded as well.
Yeah.
And you also winded your brother more times than
you.
So both ends of it, So Joe was watching this kind of going, "Oh, good job, Edge. Yeah, you really got him there,
See, my tactic was I've got very small fists, so you have to really know where to punch to win someone. And it's right here in the diaphragm. You have to hit upwards and really firm. And it doesn't matter then if you've got a little fist like me, because it just makes it more punctuated.
Jesus Christ, these are the Graham rules now. That's what they are. So, John Cena, he gets a chance to use a chair.
You said this was so weak. I thought it was fine. I'm so used to, the weakest modern day chair shots, which aren't even chair shots.
Honestly, if I was in the match and I got this chair shot, I would have been like, "Thank you, brother." Because, it was so light. Yeah, John doesn't really swing for the fences like Edge does. John's got a conscience when he's swinging that chair, is what he has. Now, John doing a safe chair shot led to me, having the inevitable chat with Joe about, ECW fans and how they would boo the light chair shots.
Yeah.
And I thought, John's gotten away with it here because I think the crowd are kind of spicy enough already with just the fact that it's the hometown boy and John Cena, who they are convinced is going to win and don't want to see. They're not going to boo the chair shot because they're already booing him anyway. And for the most part, the crowd don't react to the chair. They don't go, "Oh," or "Oh." There's no sort of a grumble from them. But then JR is like, "Oh, that chair shot. I mean, that wasn't like that chair shot we saw earlier. That was a chair shot. This, whatever. Oh, you give me one of those, John. You're so goddamn tough." John John Cena literally has the belt in his hands. And then Lita appears.
Yeah.
Just for your reference and those listening at home, this is the same pay-per-view where Trish Stratus retired earlier in the night by beating Lita in this very pay-per-view. So yeah, John is going to have his big moment now when Lita's going to push him off the ladder, go to the outside through the table. Now this is a spot we see in ladders and TLC matches all the time.
Yeah.
It's a scary one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, there were some really hair-raising ones in the TLC match we watched earlier on this morning. Mm-hmm. Did you notice that when John was pushed off the ladder, my fucking heart went out to him because it's the first time it's ever happened to him in his career. He was tensed up.
Oh god, this bit. Yeah, this was horrible. So this is when he got pushed off the ladder to the outside of the ring into a table.
On its side. So quite a small crash mat for Big
John.
Big John,
he's bigger, he's broader than the table. And when he fell through it, his shoulder went underneath the metal reinforcements of the table. Oh my god, that must have been so painful.
Utterly smashed, like.
And the worst thing you can do when you're falling, like, if you do any kind of, like, self-defense class or, like, wrestling or anything which involves, like, falling, the first thing you will get taught...
Tuck your chin
and stay limp. Don't tense your body up. That makes it so much worse. Yeah. And if you're a big hoss, like
full
John Cena, you think how tough and hard muscle is when you tense it up?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's like falling onto a bag of rocks.
He keeps getting smaller and smaller as it's tipping further over.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, there's a lot of reasons to watch this match, and I would just say when you're seeing that bump, just watch John, because he makes it 10 times worse. It's fucking horrible, man. It's so... And the fact that he went through it and he hit that small target, I was absolutely blown away that he did. It said a lot about the spot, that it was safe that it did, because how many of these TLC matches have we seen now? I mean, we were watching earlier on where Jeff Hardy goes off the top of his big 20-foot ladder and he manages to miss 300-pound Rhino and smash through 150-pound Spike Dudley, and then Rhino falls on top of Spike.
Yeah.
So that these things can go wrong,
yeah.
And this went perfectly, and John... I don't know if he took too many of these in his career, but this was eye-opening for me as a kid. Watching this was eye-opening that John was willing to do this.
Yeah. We have a moment here on commentary which led to an interesting discussion where when Lita pushes John off the ladder, JR on commentary, and I thought this was Jerry at first saying this, and you corrected me. You're like, no, it's JR.
Oh yeah, this was really intriguing.
JR says... What an evil bitch.
It's so casually. Like, I was blown. I was like, whoa!
Yeah.
2006, JR.
Yeah.
That little bitch.
What an evil bitch.
What the heck?
He sounds so hateful.
Now, you turned to me and you went, oh, I'm surprised Jerry wasn't saying that. And I was like, what? Hang on a second. And kind of, this is a little bit like I entered into Gail Kim's Titantron. I went to the Matrix here for a second. And I thought back and I thought, now hang on a second. Jerry Lawler will objectify every woman till the day is long, every part of her. He'll call, a character like Mickey James crazy, or, Victoria crazy or psychotic. He'll use those words. He has never called a woman on commentary, to the best of my knowledge, and I've spent 6 or 7 years of my life watching this guy. Jerry Lawler's in my life at least once or twice a day, every day. And I don't think he's ever called a woman a slut, a bitch, a skank.
A Jezebel?
No.
Wow.
I mean, he'll call and say, "You call this woman a Jezebel, JR." He'll.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I realized that women who are faces who are beautiful, which is basically all the women in WWE throughout history, Jerry will always be like, "Wow, Kelly's so beautiful. Candice Michelle's so beautiful. Trish Stratus is so beautiful."
What would he say? Like, other than they're beautiful, what would he say? Though, would he say like,
"Oh man,
puppies and stuff?
If I had one night alone with Kelly, oh man, or
right.
she could be my next ex-wife, that type of thing.
Uh-huh.
Just like I'd love to be with her, or a great terrible line for a recent show I was watching. I hear Trish Stratus like Starbucks. Maybe her and I could go back to her hotel room later and she can grind my coffee. Just like shit little innuendos and double entendres. So I was really racking my mind to think, but I could think of JR he's called women bitch, Jezebel. He's not called them slut.
Yeah.
But, crowds have chanted that at people. And, Jerry was more often than not would be, when crowds would chant slut. Or, good guy wrestlers would call baddie girls slut.
Yeah.
Steph was called a slut all the time. Lita around this time, the crowd would be chanting slut.
Yeah.
Or chanting hoe or stuff like that. And Jerry would be like, well, crowd chant hoe, And Jerry would be like, how dare they, So, Jerry, as he was the heel commentator, often who loved all the women, often found himself defending the evil women and also calling the good guy women beautiful. So,
But you said similarly though. You said his attitude to prudish women.
If you were someone now like Ivory or Molly Holly, like Ivory who's in the right to censor, or Molly Holly who had like kind of I'm a wrestler.
Any woman who's non-sexualized.
Yes. Like a heel woman who's unsexualized, or that was part of their gimmick. And again, you could either be a sexy heel or you could be the prude heel. That was kind of the two types of heels there were in the Attitude Era.
Yeah.
He would be, very harsh with them. But again, that wouldn't be about like, oh, she's a bitch or she's this, that, or the other. It would be like, oh, I believe in freedom of speech. She just needs to loosen up, or she needs to have a good time, or like, the only reason she acts like this is because no one likes her, that type of a thing. But again, he wouldn't. It's JR. And on the Attitude Era podcast, we've pointed out a number of times where Jerry Lawler has reeled in Jim Ross.
Yeah.
Vice versa, it's happened as well. Obviously a lot, but yeah, Jerry Lawler. Not all misogynists, yeah? Not all misogynists slut shame. Some of them just ogle and degrade women.
I just thought it was really interesting, and I can't believe I've never noticed this before, that with JR and Jerry the King Lawler, we actually have a perfect representation of the Madonna whore complex. In that Jerry punishes the
So
women.
you explain what the Madonna whore complex is for our folks.
It's the idea that women have to be one of two people. You're either the Madonna, as in the Virgin Mary, you're virginal, you never have sex, you're covered up, you are...
pedestal.
Yeah, put on a pedestal, you're worshipped by men. And
everyone should be like her.
Yeah, exactly. You are symbolised as the right way for a woman to be. Or you're a whore, and you sell your body for money, and you sexualize yourself, and you're not worth respect, and all this. And considering I always thought that Jerry the King Lawler was like the gross misogynist of the two.
And he absolutely is in his own way.
But so is JR. It's
in
just
his own way as well, yeah.
They hate different types of women in different ways. And like it's a perfect representation of exactly the struggle that women, and especially female wrestlers, have been put in for such a long time.
I will just say, and I think he's worth kind of bearing this in mind with regards to these two and their attitudes towards women. This is probably less indicative of their attitudes towards women in generally, and more indicative of the lack of archetypes for women in wrestling at the time. If we think about that, they're meant to be the kind of the score, they're meant to be the voices you hear that explain everything, and the things that they want you to explain in the headsets from Vince McMahon, the producers, is that this woman is this or this woman is that. And there's not much nuance for women at this point in time, nor any of the years that had kind of come prior to it in WWF. So I think that's worth bearing in mind, that a lot of what you're hearing is often coming from Vince McMahon. Now, I don't know if we could necessarily say that they themselves, as people, fulfill that complex, but the narrative and the commentary that they're made to tell does.
Yeah.
I just want to maybe, because JR has said some lot of stupid shit in his time, but he's also, been a proponent of a lot of women in his time in wrestling. But it is shocking to go back in 2006 and hear verbiage like this.
What an evil bitch.
Yeah, I mean, what is this, a John Cena, Roman Reigns promo? Like, come on. That word is for them and Nikki Bella and every woman on the roster from now until Kingdom Come to use. For every single feud. I did like when John Cena FU'd Lita, he did it so hard that a table fell over in the background. Lita accidentally kind of bopped into a ladder which sent Edge cream to the outside, and then Lita gets taken out with the FU, and she gets taken out and JR says, Lita has been cancelled, which would mean a lot different thing if this happened in 2020. Like,
is she toxic?
So we got a duel on the ladder. Last few seconds of the match, the last two guys are there, and Joe couldn't help but notice that there were two tables set up in the corner, and you were adamant that these tables had to be used.
Oh yeah, you're not going to set up two tables in the middle of a ring and then not go through them.
You were getting upset that you thought the match may end without them being used.
I'm a bit worried, yeah.
Chekhov's tables, like, you got to go through them. Did you like the big spot at the end?
I did, yeah, very much. John threw Edge through the tables, and John wins.
Something about when Edge fell over and he kind of sat up as he fell down. That was like really, and all the little bits of table fell down on top of him.
Yeah.
And I love that this title belt is like, because the match has been so chaotic, the belt is swaying in wildly, and John Cena's puts his hand up, and this is my championship. I fucking loved it. Joe, this match was huge. I'd not seen it since I was a wee nipper. This is great. Like, so much of Edge's stuff that like, I remember, like, that's recent, it's modern. Like, oh no, this is like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm an old man now.
Yeah.
This is what it's like to be in your 30s. But what do you think of this one?
I loved this match. It was so fun, and I think it goes a long way to show how good both Edge and John Cena are. So I would absolutely recommend it to anyone. I think it's a fantastic TLC match. I gave it 4.5 stars.
Nice.
Really, really enjoyed it. Yeah, I want to watch it again sometime.
I think in the matches that we have seen Edge's like versatility as a performer and his facial expressions and all that, but like it's one thing to have put together a great match that makes you look great. I mean, because when he was having this match with Matt, it made Edge look great.
Yeah.
You know, the match with Kurt made Edge look great. But this match here, Edge was doing everything in his power to make John Cena seem like fucking Big Match John.
Yeah.
And I've probably been guilty on How To Wrestling of really kind of putting over the feud with AJ and a lot of the matches with Kevin Owens as being like, that's the moment when he really started clicking it. But we had these moments back here then. It's whether or not I chose to remember them or not. And that shows you how toxic John Cena was at the time and how stupid I was as a fan. This was fucking beautiful. I absolutely adored it. So the years kind of go on with Edge, and as I say, he becomes kind of a utility guy, not in the sense that he's not important, in the sense that he is incredibly important. And Edge goes from being the top guy on Raw to being the top guy on SmackDown, starts a lengthy feud with The Undertaker where he cashed in his Money in the Bank on him, and he had a feud with Batista around the same time as well. Edge did say at this time he was trying to put Batista over like he did John, but he said the power that Big Dave had was like, you know, that powerbomb, he said, that was where the neck issues were really starting.
Yeah.
And the show matches where Edge, and he's looking smaller, and Batista's like smashing him, just fucking splattering him, you know, powerbombing him on the outside, and Batista's a big old boy. Batista, again, though, when they spoke to him, he was so gracious about Edge and what he had done for his career. I can't think of many people who are not like, you know, way older who've had this level of like
helping others
you
come
helped
up.
me so much, like it's like Terry Funk levels of help.
Yeah.
Edge is in his 30s when he's doing this. Like, what the fuck? It's incredible. Now he talks about helping the youngsters and a lot of the people who he reached out and he helped. There was a really amazing kind of angle that they did with Edge, and the angle has its origins in kind of someone not being happy to do an angle. I told you that Teddy Long, who was the general manager of SmackDown, we saw him a little bit in the Edge and Cena feud. He was involved in a year or thereabouts long storyline where he was falling in love with Crystal Marshall, who is the real life wife of Bobby Lashley now. Crystal Marshall, who was one of the WWF divas of the time. She had come runner-up in the Diva search, had a great look. She was not a great wrestler, but she could do talking, and the idea was that she was going to fall in love with Teddy Long, and then it was going to be revealed at the end that this long con she was playing, that she was secretly in love with Edge, and that Teddy Long had married her, and Teddy Long was now going to be like, I don't know, some wrestling logic was going to mean that his wife was going to be the general manager instead of Teddy Long, and then Edge was going to use the fact that his wife was now the general manager, or his lover was the general manager, to run the show how he wants.
Right.
Big long angle. We got all the courtship with Crystal and Teddy Long. We got the wedding with Crystal and Teddy Long, including Crystal's falling down and tripping because her wedding dress was so big.
Oh, wow.
SmackDown, folks. And then Crystal decides at the end, totally within her rights, she says, you know what, I don't want to play this kind of slutty character that you're giving me here. You're kind of trying to do the Lita thing again. I don't want to be known as like one of Edge's girls. I kind of feel like my role in this is just to literally be a heartless Jezebel who's just going to like fuck over this sweet old man, and then it's all going to be about Edge. It's not really going to be about me. So thanks but no thanks, and then they let her go because, well, if you're going to do that, well, we've nothing for you. So there you go.
Wow.
Enter Vicky Guerrero. So Vicky Guerrero, who we would have seen briefly in our Rey Mysterio episode, she is the widow of Eddie Guerrero at this point in time. She's been given a job. Many people believe that, you know, I think they were quite open that it's like, look, we want to help her family, you know, get her some money, help the kids, they're going through college, we'll make you a character. There wasn't really much for her to do. They kind of made her that she was like a nice lady who liked wrestling, and then maybe she would like help out, be general manager. They had like, you know, she would be the guest general manager, and she'd book some good matches for the good guys, and like she was fair, you know,
right.
She understood wrestling and all that. And she was friends with like Chavo Guerrero and, you know, Rey Mysterio and Benoit, all the people who knew Eddie and stuff like that. So he was used like kind of very seldomly as a character up until that point. And then they decided, right, Edge, we're going to do the exact same gimmick as before, no changes at all, with the whole you stealing this lady away and her being the general manager and you kind of being her like kind of boy toy and you treating her like a sexual goddess and you're like Bonnie and Clyde together. Except instead of doing it with Crystal Marshall, we're going to do it with Vicky Guerrero, who is the very definition of like a woman in her 40s, a very normal looking, like unglamorous woman, like compared to the women that you would normally see on TV.
Yeah.
And Edge, fucking both feet in, nude photo shoots, feeding each other strawberries and whipped cream.
Wow.
Long walks on the beaches, pushing her on the swing, flower arranging classes. This is all going on in lengthy segments, and most people would be like, Edge, this is going to kill your heat, bro. Nah. He put her over as like the sexiest fucking woman in the world. He was in love with her. He wanted to marry her. She's everything to him. Aww. And it's like all of us are watching this going like, oh my God, Edge, you old dog. You're literally... He's literally being a gold digger. Like, he's flipping that trope on his head, isn't he? Because he's like, he's the younger guy going with the older woman to get her power and pretending that he's in love with her. And they kind of, you know, they brought in Alicia Fox at the time. Alicia Fox was the meant to be the wedding planner for them. And then, like, they revealed that he got off with Alicia Fox because she's this sexy young thing. And Edge is, of course, a fucking sleaze.
Right.
And then the tables get turned again because you think this is all going to be about Edge being the bastard and Vicky Guerrero being this poor lady who gets taken advantage of. What actually they do by mistake is that Edge putting her in this position of power makes Vicky this megalomaniac, and she gets a thirst for power, and she gets this big faction with Edge called La Familia. But when Edge cheats on her, she sends them and the Undertaker to kill Edge.
Wow.
She puts Edge in a Hell in a Cell match and gets him taken out because Undertaker is like, you know, is the scariest person in the world, and she knows that Edge is scared of him. So Edge did all this to get Vicky Guerrero over as this heel character, and then, you know, Vicky glows up into this like heel fucking monster who is probably one of the most important on-screen authority characters for the next 5 years.
Wow.
No one, myself included, would have thought, hey, Vicky Guerrero, she's going to be so important going forward for the careers of so many wrestlers. But
so are we going to get a Vicky Guerrero episode?
I would love to do a Vicky Guerrero episode. I think she's fucking great.
She was one of the first names when I got into wrestling that you mentioned to me.
I just love her because she, like, didn't have a place in wrestling. She was, like, put into wrestling. There was, like, no place, no fit for her, and she made one. And, like, I don't want to say, like, Edge gave it everything, but, like, how many wrestlers have we talked about where it's like, no, this is me, I'm getting over.
Yeah.
And who's this guy here who's been given the world championship? He has to be the flagship guy in SmackDown. And we're here going, make sure we get this middle-aged woman over as well, because this is going to be super important in a few years. I just think it's incredible, you know, that he did all of this. Yeah, Edge was, of course, you know, racking up injuries along this time. You know, we did get to see a little bit of him with the Edge heads as well. Were you shocked to see Zack Ryder and Kurt Hawkins in their earliest guys?
I certainly was, because they don't look anything like them. I didn't recognise it was them at all.
Did you know that they were put over as brothers originally?
Really?
Yeah, because they looked so similar.
They do,
like,
yeah.
You're the Major brothers.
They don't anymore.
No, they've kind of glowed in separate branches of the path, like at the Broski path and the Jobber path. Like, so yeah, they had this thing where like literally this is so sweet, like, but it's so cyclical. They write Edge this long letter saying, hey, we've got this great idea. Because, you know, you're the top guy and you want to be protected. What if you know, me and Ryder were like your doubles? Like kind of, you know, Saddam Hussein and all the despots have like, you know, body doubles. And so we'll run in the match and Undertaker will spend time beating us up and you'll be able to get the win. And Edge is like, this is great. And, you know, I just thought of it there. Like Edge, you know, got his first shot. He wrote an essay kind of about why he wanted to be a wrestler. And then, you know, say what you will, but once you're signed to WWE in certain points of time, it was no means a guarantee that you're going to get anywhere, modern times included, and Edge was able to help him out. So I think it's so fucking cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's like, it's nice just generally in wrestling seeing wrestlers not pull up the ladder behind them, but to then to deliberately lower the ladder a bit for the next person.
And stay on it a little bit to help him up along the way.
That's so nice.
I mean, if you compare Edge's career trajectory where we're talking about here, because this is not like Edge knows his career is going to end now. Edge probably thinks he's still going to be going for 4 or 5 more years. He's doing this stuff while he's the top guy. Compare that to, like, you know, all the other people we've praised. They all did this stuff, after their star had kind of faded a bit, and it was time for them to give back. Edge was doing this as he was the top guy, and I think very few top guys can actually say they've done it. He has his last match at WrestleMania 27. It's really scary when they were talking about, like, he had problems with his nervous system. They showed he was getting a chair shot, and he couldn't feel his hands afterwards. And they're like, look, go to WrestleMania, see how you get on, have a match with Del Rio, you know, it'll be fine. You know, he's a safe pair of hands, see how you get on afterwards. He says, you know, the day before he got tested, he felt fine. During the match, he said he didn't feel any pain. He felt as good as he'd felt recently. He thought, okay, maybe this thing is gone away and it's all right. Because nerve damage, if you've had a neck problem, it's just like...
so scary.
He was very good at kidding himself, I think. And then he's literally just tapped on the shoulder after his match at WrestleMania. They check him up and it's like, doctors have come back with more MRIs. You have to stop wrestling now. Not like wind down, not like finish off your contract, just like you're done.
So he never really got to do a retirement match or retirement angle or anything?
No, his retirement match, in retrospect, was Edge versus Del Rio. But Edge was the champion defending against the Royal Rumble winner in the opening match of WrestleMania. Like, that's not a retirement match. That's like all right, we're here, this is wrestling, we're kicking things off. You know, these are the top guys. So, yeah, they did like a thing afterwards, which was kind of sweet, where like Christian then said he wanted to become a world champion, and Edge kind of hung around as like his corner man, and his manager, and he helped Christian become a champion. And I think it was one of those things, much like when Dean Ambrose, John Moxley left, that they kind of didn't know how to say goodbye, because Edge said goodbye, and then he came back and he said goodbye again, and then it's like, hey, I'm here with Christian, bye. You know, there was a lot. They had him under contract. The network was coming out, so I guess they're going to do the Edge and Christian show, but it felt like they were kind of spinning their wheels with him a little bit.
Yeah.
Like he did have a retirement angle, but it was kind of, it wasn't like the ring out and everyone's clapping and it was just off you go into the sunset. He was there and kind of was there for a little bit too long, and it wasn't an ideal ride into the sunset. He didn't get the last match, the last angle.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of overshadowed Christian. You know, Christian didn't win the belt, but it kind of overshadowed it a little bit in the end. So
that's a real shame.
It's not the way you want a career to end.
Yeah.
And I think this episode would be a big old fucking downer if that was kind of how it was ending now. And of course, we talked about, you know, that return at the Rumble. No one thought it was happening. Like, SummerSlam, he came back and he speared Elias, and I thought, wow, he's doing something physical. Maybe somewhere down the line, there were rumors. Edge denied all the rumors, of course, because he's a big wrestling fan. But, like, yeah, I mean, he tried to get into acting and stuff like that. I don't know if you thought that he would be a good fit in that world.
I've mentioned so many times that I think he'd be a good actor. I think he's got such an expressive face. Like, he is one of the best actors in wrestling. And it's what I think immediately appealed to me when he made his return, was just his promo was fantastic. He cut this just heart-wrenching promo. It was just so effective. And it just made me immediately think, like, this guy could be a leading star of a movie. Like, put him in something. And then you said he's been in a Highlander movie.
Oh yeah, Highlander Endgame, which they had a special 5-second pose for him winning an Oscar for Highlander Endgame.
He won an Oscar?
No, I think Edge and Christian assumed in their heelishness that his cameo role in Highlander 4 straight to video would garner him an Oscar. Although it was in the category for the actor totally most reeking of awesomeness, which I believe the Academy dropped. So yeah, that's what that is. But he did show up on, like, he did Psych, he did like Vikings, a few of those like shows. You know, I don't think he was ever considered to be a leading man with the kind of, much like Batista. I think he has like a great look in wrestling, but I think Hollywood will always view him as being like the villain or the sidekick, or you know, he has done some WWE movies, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah?
You know, maybe we'll check those out sometime.
That'd be great.
But, like, I think the most amazing thing about Edge's return is that, you know, when someone returns and it makes you excited for them, that's one thing. But when someone returns and just makes you excited for wrestling in general, that's something else. And I think a lot of people at the moment, where we are, the WrestleMania 36 is currently going to be emanating from, you know, a closed set with no audience. Hardly the ideal return match that we want to see. You know, we'll have an Edge revisited down the line where we'll talk about this, but like, I don't care about WrestleMania, really. I care about, like, Edge as a character going on down the line. He's only going to wrestle 3 or 4 times a year. I'm glad to see a part-timer who I'm really invested in, you know? Don't just wrestle in Saudi Arabia, please. That's my only plea to you. Let's wrestle, you know, the rest of us as well.
Yeah, please. Oh, don't give it to the blood money.
Yeah, there's perfectly good money that's not blood money as well here. Like, so I think I would like to see that as well, that we have some rest. It's not just Goldberg and Undertaker where it's just for the Crown Royal family or whatever in Saudi. It's for all of us fans, because I can tell you from the reaction we've gotten, this is someone who struck a chord. People are so emotional right now about the return of this man. So why don't we check out some of your tweets and your Facebook comments about the Rated R superstar Edge.
How am I standing here, one day removed from participating in the Royal Rumble? 9 years ago, I was medically disqualified from ever doing this again. Oh yeah, I had the same reaction. But I refuse to live in a world of what ifs. The second I ask what if, the very next second I get to work making that what if disappear. You know, and over the years, I started to feel pretty good. And I asked myself, what if? What if I came back home? So I got to work. I got a second neck surgery, and then I busted my ass. I got in the best shape of my life at 46 years old so I could step back in here and end my career on my terms.
First up on Twitter at HowToWrestling, this one's from Jameis Jones. Edge is the wrestler that got me into wrestling. He was a long-haired dude with a rock star attitude beating up a laptop on Raw. I thought that was dope. I even got the chance to see him wrestle at a house show before he retired, and I will never forget that experience.
Awesome. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get to see Edge live as well at
Oh,
WrestleMania
really?
25, where he was involved in the love triangle involving The Big Show, Vicky Guerrero himself, and John Cena. Classic times in wrestling, folks.
Wow.
From Branovan Candia here, Edge is one of the biggest examples of how a heel can be entertaining without being pandering to the audience. Also, I strongly recommend the TLC match with John Cena at Unforgiven 2006. The feud with Cena is absolutely great. There's a lot of great matches in there, not just that TLC match. The SummerSlam match is really, really great as well. They had a match on Raw with Mick Foley as the ref, also great. I mean, yeah. Lots of great stuff with Edge and John Cena.
Another comment from Branovan Candia, this one on Twitter.
Joe, you're crossing the social streams.
During a very meh time for many long-term fans, Edge was one of the best guys to drag the wagon and step up to be a main eventer. His heel work especially is some of the best in American history. He is the go-to example of a heel not needing to be boring.
Yes, absolutely. I think we were used to, for a long period of time, of the droning heels, and Edge was exciting, like, just because you didn't know what he was going to do, you know? And he was exciting as a verbal performer and in the ring. I feel like oftentimes we have wrestlers on the show where I'm like, oh, it's, you know, these promos are so great, but in the ring it doesn't connect.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's a serious 1-2 punch, because you enjoyed the Flair promos, but not the Flair matches, and or not the Flair matches as much, I should say. But I think the character came across so strongly in all the matches and all the promos.
And he's such a good wrestler. I love the matches we've watched for him.
Carlos Nelson Sandoval here. Edge is a part of the reason I'm still watching wrestling. After the Benoit tragedy, I just completely turned out of wrestling for some time. What got me into it was hearing that there was a TLC match between Edge and The Undertaker. Found it online. It was great. Then they had a Hell in a Cell match, which was also great. It took me a while to come back fully, but I don't think I ever would have been open to returning as a fan if it wasn't for Edge. There's a lot of people who are saying this guy's bringing them back. Yeah. And it's not just like when you would think, like, oh, 06 then. Like, this is like someone from there, like 2010, they brought him back. This is from like 2008, they brought him back. Like, this is incredible stuff. Like, he's got a serious boomerang quality to him as Edge.
And considering these are like the dark times of wrestling, like when wrestling was not considered to be at its best.
No, I mean, this is when you were dealing with, like, you know, malaise with John Cena for the most part, you know, and malaise with Triple H as well.
Malaise with the women's roster.
There's a lot of malaise going around.
Now from Cool Blonde Nerd on Twitter, Edge was my first wrestling crush when he was a weird vampire, so ultimate hunk for me. Always handsome, engrossing and entertaining. Fantastic at being an unlikable heel. Both his retirement and return made me cry in very different ways. I'm delighted to have him back.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, there's just times in wrestling when you're just excited about what's going to happen next, and this one is I don't want to know what happens next, but I just, you know, I don't want anything spoiled. I'm just excited. My mind kind of drifts to certain wrestlers and certain feuds. Oh, it's really exciting. I mean, Randy Orton, I think, is a great first feud for him to come back to.
I'm really excited for this.
Definitely for both of them. I think there's a lot of them to sink their teeth into. So, yeah, a revisited look back. And on Patreon, of course, we'll be reviewing this strange WrestleMania that's coming forward. And all of our reviews available there on patreon.com/HowToWrestling. One here from Lewis Muirhead. It's really impressive that as much as Edge the character has changed and grown, but it still feels like he's fundamentally the same person. Like, I think... Yeah, I really do agree with that. I think Adam Copeland has grown in the same way that Edge the character has grown.
Yeah.
But, like, I could lay out, like, bullet points like we did at the start, the different types of characters, but it always felt natural for him to go between each one. I know we've only taken a very brief snapshot of his career, but very few people care about consistency in wrestling. And Edge is, like, one of the few guys who I would think, like, when he was partnered up with someone who had a history with, they'd they mention it, like, you know, they make mention of that fact. Like, I love there was a point in like 04, 05 when, like, you know, just randomly, because they were two heels on the show who were singles guys, Edge and Christian were put together in a tag team.
Oh, wow.
And like straight away I was like, Edge and Christian, and I was like, this is it, they're back together. But then the story was that because they were now both like so focused heels on their own individual shit, that they were completely selfish and they ruined the match, and they just wouldn't tag each other, and they were just like, no, I got this because I'm the top guy now. Chris is like, no, I'm the top guy now, bro, I got this. And it just, I love that, like, just little subtle things where wrestlers care about their history, because fans care so much, and wrestlers very often care almost as little as the promoters do.
Next up from El Bilbo, despite being the most evil man on the roster, Rated R superstar Edge was my favourite wrestler as a kid. I remember watching the hardcore match with Mick Foley and being in awe. I cried myself to sleep when he retired, and nothing makes me happier than seeing him back.
Guys, can I just say, everyone out there, it's okay to cry for wrestling.
There's a lot of crying in a lot of these comments we've gotten. Seriously, like, almost everyone was like, yeah, I've cried like 3 times, just generally seeing him.
I mean, yeah, when I watched it, I had tears in my eyes, and then I thought, I'm watching the Royal Rumble with a tear in my eye, and I was like, oh shit, that's funny, and then I just kind of got out of the zone. But if I'd been on my own, I would have definitely bawled my eyes out. Like, got one here from Rob Miller, telling people who watched him during the Attitude Era of all of his accomplishments, titles, and all he achieved after they stopped watching is really something. Somebody who could have easily been a mid-carder or a tag team wrestler his whole career, whose character grew and progressed in a way I think he's one of the few who continually rose to greater heights as his career went on. I really didn't appreciate how good he was until he was gone. Yeah, I think a lot of people have that, like, taking wrestlers for granted, because, like, I saw a lot of people who were kind of like, you know, the last few years, like, yeah, Edge was great, but he was never a top guy, because he never connected enough on the microphone. He was never that good in the ring. I was like, don't stop kidding yourselves. He was great. Like, just because someone spent a lot of their career being the baddie, putting people over, doesn't mean they weren't great. Like, he reminds me so much of Ric Flair and his willingness to put other people over, and so much like Bret Hart, and the way that Rob has put it here, that he started off like, you know, as that normal lower level guy, then kind of a tag guy. But like Bret, he kind of found his success, and then he struggled, and he found bigger success with setbacks along the way. You rarely get that story within the WWE now. Like, so many times it's like someone's traveled the world and now they're here in WWE. This guy was from the get-go. There weren't even promotions for him to go to. So, yeah, he's a WWE success story, true and true.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up from Pumped FX, Edge was one of the first true heels I hated. When he cashed in the Money on the Bank on Cena after he had just won a grueling Elimination Chamber, I was livid. And the live sex celebration is the one all-time great moments from Raw.
Anthony Harris, the only man who can tell entire stories purely with facial expressions. I think that's what won me over. I think I said to you 90 times when we were watching stuff, like, look at his eyes, look at the facial expression.
The number of times you rewound it because I was like taking notes and I missed something, you'd be like, quickly have to go back and watch this, and I'd expect it to be like a big move or a top spot, and
his eyes.
It's just Edge looking at something in his eyes.
I did like that at the start when it was like, let's see him as all these different guys. And I'm rewatching the segment with Edge and Seth Rollins, where Seth is like, I'm gonna break his neck, John. I'm gonna cripple him. He won't be able to look at his kids. And then John's like, I'll bring back the authority. And then Seth like, I'm gonna kill him anyway. Oh,
I'm gonna break his neck.
How good did we have it?
So good.
We'll be talking about that the way we talked about some of this stuff here today in 10 years' time, let me tell you.
Next up from Stephen Muses, controversial opinion time. Metalingus isn't a good theme. His original You Think You Know Me was much better. Stephen, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, Metalingus for me, that's very much of the Cody Rhodes if the glove fits.
Yeah.
Because I had a tweet that kind of went like a little bit viral recently where I was slagging off Cody's. I said if Cody Rhodes' neck tattoo was a song, it would be his theme song.
Yeah.
And vice versa. And people are like, oh, how dare you? I'm like, no, I'm not saying it's wrong or it's bad. You may hate the tattoo. I hate the tattoo.
I don't
But if the glove fits.
Are they criticizing his theme song or his tattoo?
I think they're criticizing my blistering hot take, Joe. That's all it is.
So apt though.
But like Edge, I mean, there's a lot of characters who like I'm not going to put on Metalingus, but like when he comes out, like yeah, I feel the feelings I'm meant to feel. It suits the character,
Yeah.
absolutely to a T.
Now from Illis Clare, his appearance in Highlander Endgame is wasted, but his movie Bending the Rules is really not as bad as it could have been. As wrestlers go, he is not the worst actor at all. Plus, all-time best long hair in the W.
Oh, okay. I mean, how many long blonde boys have we had in wrestling?
There's Chris Jericho.
Jericho, it's Sid,
Christian.
We're having a bit of an epidemic of long-haired brunette wrestlers at the moment, we have one here from Andrew H. Behrens. Kevin better cry.
One here from Joe Del Toro. Edge became the most relatable heel ever. Vince, DiBiase, Flair, etc. were over-the-top characters designed to be heel, but Edge made heel very grounded. He was every shitty friend, rival, boss or colleague we've all dealt with who just had to beat you to prove you wrong, to take something away from you. And the more he persisted, the more he seemed to get away with it. It's, in my opinion, some of the best character and acting work from any wrestler in the modern era.
It is that is an absolutely beautiful tweet that completely encapsulates it. There was a relatableness to it because I said I was a little fucking I was a little frigid kid when the Matt Hardy stuff was going on, but even still, that guy stole his girl.
Yeah.
That rings true, and he got away with it, and he's been rewarded for it. And then he has that complex then where it's like, he would get the Money in the Bank every which way. Like Ken Kennedy won the Money in the Bank, and then Edge just kind of stole it from him in a non-match, and then Edge just cashed in on the Undertaker. That was the cash in I showed on you. Edge didn't even win that Money in the Bank ladder match.
Oh my god!
And there was a time where Kofi Kingston was meant to be in the Elimination Chamber, and this is for the Raw side of things. Edge wasn't. This is for a different brand to Edge. And everyone was like, maybe Kofi might win or have a good showing in the chamber. Edge knocked him out, stole his place, put himself in the chamber and said, I'm in this match now, and then won the world championship.
Oh my god.
You would come up to WrestleMania and then you would start thinking, all right, Edge is going to be the champion now. And it's not like that because John Cena will win, because he always wins. It's like, what scheme? What will he do? This is the thing is well, if he's going to marry a fucking woman, a widower, to and pretend to be in love with her to get ahead, he will betray everyone and anyone before him. And that was really cool that you didn't know what was going to happen next. There was and I thought it brought out the best in everyone else around him, because you had Edge doing heinous things, and I think heinous things are really important in wrestling, because when wrestlers do heinous things, the announcers react and the referees react, and every scheming little shitty cash in the Money in the Bank where Edge did it, the referees looking at him like, how dare you, I don't want to do this, but I have to because it's the rules. And Michael Cole, I think, glowed up as an announcer when Edge moved to SmackDown, and he had Michael Cole had someone to be like, no, damn him, the ultimate opportunist. I love that was something that Michael Cole coined as a horrible thing.
Yeah.
And then Edge is like, no, I am the ultimate opportunist because I will always win. Fucking great. And I kind of in a weird way, how his career, like you just said there, proven himself right. Yeah, he's retired. Of course he's fucking back because he's Edge. And he'll always win. And I'll just say right now, you think you know him, wait till this motherfucker turns heel and breaks all your hearts. Because can you imagine the straight fire of this grizzled grey Edge being a baddie? I don't think I'm ready for it, folks. I really don't.
Okay, last one now from 100% Adam, and this is on Twitter. You're going to love this. I've saved it till the end. My first ever live WWE show was Unforgiven 2006, and Edge was the hometown hero, though he was a heel at that time. The chills I had as a young teen watching him against Cena brought me to near tears of joy. He's one of the most versatile characters WWE has ever had. I signed up for a contest he started with a wrestling school, where an essay writer would win free training for the best essay.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. Although I didn't win, it is amazing to see somebody who's always willing to give back the opportunity to those who needed a bit of serendipity. I don't know if Adam was aware that
That's
Edge
incredible.
got into wrestling by winning an essay, but isn't that so nice that he then
amazing.
he fed it back. He lowered the ladder behind him. He gave those opportunities to those who would come after him.
I rarely say this at the end of an episode of How to Wrestling without doing a deep sigh and then saying they're a complicated person, but he's a very rare example of an example to us all in wrestling. This is how you want those who are on top to treat those who are below them. This is also the upward mobility and the reward for hard work that you want to see. And obviously there's other things that went into it along the way, but the humbleness of Edge, I think, and just the sadness of his retirement. When you watch that retirement speech, a lot of people say it's probably one of the saddest retirement speeches ever. And I know I mentioned how it was kind of quite abrupt, and I think that kind of compounded the sadness. I was just like, I have to go now. I'm gone. And like, feels like Edge has had a time to actually finally process this. Seeing the Edge in that documentary that was kind of a little bit listless and not sure what was going to do with himself. And he's like, yeah, I'm waking up and I'm happy and I'm excited. I'm like, you seem really excited now.
Yeah.
God bless the technology. I honestly, I'm a lifelong, I've spent most of my academic and working career involved in science in some way, shape or form. I'm not currently involved in science, but like, obviously I'm a big proponent of it. And the fact that we're living in an age now where people like Edge, through technology and the advancements in medical science, can come back, it really, like, it's like, it almost feels like a weight off shoulders of fans. Like, that kind of, you don't have to feel like kind of guilty for enjoying the things that these people did. Because Edge is, if we look back and watch this stuff that we watched with all these ladder matches and stuff, and Edge hadn't come back, and I just said he retired because of neck issues, the end, would we be having this kind of vibe that we have right now?
Well, I think I would have gone on to ask you the question I'm planning on asking you anyway, but I imagine the answer would be different. What do you think the future holds for Edge?
Oh, man.
Like, do you think he's going to... Obviously, he's working on a part-time schedule. He's going to be wrestling a few days a year.
We're saying 3 or 4 matches a year is what they reckon, yeah.
Do you think he's going to get more of a backstage role, like a production sort of role? Do you think he's going to help coach wrestlers or scout for talent?
So.
He's got so much to give.
Yeah.
As you said earlier, he's skilled both on the mic at giving promos, he's great at developing characters, and he's fantastic in the ring. And not only that, but he has the best attitude you could hope for someone like that, in that he's been a top guy, he knows how the industry works,
he knows the frustrations of it,
and he wants to help others get to the position that he's been able to reach.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many people who could be a head trainer or could shepherd the next generation, and like, there's great people at that performance center. WWE have scoured the world and like stolen people you don't even realize of, you don't even know who they are, like people who WWE wouldn't have even admitted were stars, but trained their next stars. Edge is both of those things. He was a star and he knows how to make stars. I would hope that there is an involvement with him in the training, because I feel like that's kind of like, that needs to be glamorized somewhat. We talked about in the Gail Kim episode about how it was like, oh, they're going to make you go be a trainer like Jillian. No. No, it should be an honor. It should be.
It should be. It's such an important job. You can't get the fantastic wrestlers that we've had in the past unless you have them continue to train those who are going to be wrestlers in the future.
Yeah, as history will teach us again and again, you invest in teaching, you'll reap the benefits of that. So I think for me, the future with Edge holds a number of feuds that I feel he will do at his own pace, his own time. I think there will be a big heel turn, but there'll only be a heel turn when there's a designed opponent. And I think anything further than that I'll comment on, it'll just get into fantasy booking. But I would like to think, given that Beth is a commentator now, his wife is Beth Phoenix, Hall of Famer, former women's champion, I'd like to think that he will be involved in some capacity. Because I know Beth is involved in like a bit of production and stuff like that as well now. So I would hope that if Beth is based in NXT and Edge is only part-timer, that he's going to be hopefully doing some NXT stuff. Hey, who knows, maybe we'll be on the new season of Vikings instead.
I'd be down for that too.
But yeah, it's a much different future than like I would have thought before. Because I would have thought before, I don't know, and also I don't care, because I don't think like his future would involve anything to do with wrestling.
But it seems so sad that, like, even with a broken neck and the inability to wrestle, like, why would he not be in a commentary role
or a manager or anything like that?
He's so good at all of it.
I'll tell you why, Joe, because I, like 99% of fans, took him for granted. That's literally it. It's like kind of, you look back, you kind of think, at the time I remember thinking, well, he's had a grand old long career. I started watching when I was like, a wee little boy. Now I'm like, like Edge retired the year I moved to this country.
Wow.
So kind of like I felt very much like I'm an adult now. I'm living in a different country. I'm proper grown up. I've got hairy face and everything. So yeah, he's had a grand long career. So that's it. It's fine. He's done. But like, I think just because someone's had a grand long career doesn't mean that they get to go out in the terms they want to. And yeah.
Why do you feel that fans take him for granted, as opposed to like other wrestlers like Daniel Bryan, who's someone who like fans definitely do not take for granted, and when he had to retire, people were absolutely gutted
because the WWE were on Edge's side all the way. You know, all the way, really think about it. Talk about all the kind of hiccups on the road, the broken neck. Yeah, they got you sorted, champ. Don't worry. Big push when you come back.
Yeah.
You know?
He's very much not an underdog.
No, he's not an underdog. He's grand. Like, Edge is the guy who's like a real nice guy and all that, but he's fine. He didn't need...
He's the jock in school, the popular boy that is inexplicably also really nice.
Yeah.
And everyone gets on with really well. And you're like, you should hate him because you feel like you're supposed to hate him because he's popular and everyone likes him.
He's
But
a favourite.
He's just great. All the teachers like him and all the students like him.
That's it. I think that's it with Edge. I think there is a hesitancy to be kind of like, he doesn't have that kind of grassroots, like, oh, come on, we have to support Edge.
Yeah, or no one else will.
Well, because if I don't support Daniel Bryan, they won't hire him back. If I don't support Daniel Bryan, he'll never get to live his dream and wrestle again. If I don't support, any of these wrestlers who I feel don't fit the mold. But Edge is like, well, if I don't support him, Vince McMahon will. And I think that goes a long way, because Edge was never someone who I sat back and I thought, man, what are they doing with him? What's going on with him? Like, he was a guy who could just slip into a world championship like a pair of well-worn slacks. Like, he just was a top guy for a long time, a top guy who had lengthy runs on multiple brands. He had knock it out of the park feuds with Batista, Cena, Undertaker, Matt, Jeff. He did it with everyone. He had nothing to prove, pretty much. All he has left to prove now is what matches he wants to have. So I think a lot of the reason why people realize they're so happy that he's back is they realize how good he is. But I think, that there was an element of taking him for granted, as there are a lot of wrestlers. But I think, it's because he was a favoured guy. But that doesn't take anything away from him. He wasn't shoved down your throats, it felt like Roman Reigns. If it ever felt like he was being shoved down your throats, it was for heel heat, and that worked super good. I mean, for me, my love of him is reinvigorated. I'm actually shocked at how you've gotten on with him.
Really? Why? Did you not think I'd like him?
There's a lot of folks who I just kind of think, well, top WWE guy, he'll wrestle his WWE style matches. I thought, well, I mean, like, he'll only... Like, you usually only get drawn in so much by in-ring performance.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt that I was worried that there were so many different facets to his character that by the time we'd been through them all, that you'd be like, who is this fucker?
Yeah.
Like,
I think if we'd only done matches... that would have been the case.
Yeah.
It was seeing the documentary and seeing all the different segments and promos and skits that he did that kind of really created the world in which he could exist in.
Yeah, I was really worried that I was just like kind of like going, God, I'm just showing Joe random shit from every which way. But I just felt like, look, this shows you how versatile that he was and all that. So, yeah, I'm somewhat shocked that you enjoyed it, because looking at your match ratings, I think these are the highest average match ratings for a wrestler on this show, like, ever, possibly.
Could well be. At some point I need to go through and collate all my match ratings.
Yeah, hey, if you're someone who's been following along and doing that, if you love data, if you're a sports head, let us know at Howchi Wrestling. And hey, thanks very much for listening to this episode of Howchi Wrestling. And as always, if you're listening on iTunes, SoundCloud, or Stitcher, or Spotify, leave us an old rating or review, or leave a recommendation to a friend who may be looking for some new long-form podcasts in this trying time we find ourselves in. Joe! Now, we all know that you're doing, over on Patreon, some nice Q&A videos now.
I certainly am.
Full-length, hour-long videos of Joe, Q&A, having lots of fun, good times.
I can't guarantee they'll all be an hour.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not selling them as like an hour-long Q&A. It's just they happen to have been an hour long so far.
It's a decent chunk, like.
Yeah.
It ain't a quick Insta blog. You're sitting down, rolling up your sleeves.
It's no Insta story.
That's available, of course, to all $10 backers on Patreon. And I know that folks are having hard times at the moment. People are able to still support us, or people who are opting to support us during, obviously it's a hard time for us as well. We really appreciate all our backers who've stuck by us, or those who have opted to join us during this time to kind of, get through some of that extra content that might be there. If you have a couple of 1,000 hours to spare, so we really appreciate all of the support during these times, folks. It's really, really great. But Joe, you've been involved in something else in the world, and maybe want to tell the How-Tuniverse all about it.
Yes, so for the last 2 years, I've been secretly involved in a new podcast called Subcultured, where me, Jake Brennan, Jacob Abbott, and Ben Hymans all look at the various subcultures across the globe. Our first episode was on Vor. Yep, that's right, Vor.
Yeah, baby.
Our second episode was on preppers, and our third episode, which came out last week, was on juggalos. And we're really excited to cover all the various subcultures that exist. We've got some really interesting topics. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's going to get weird. It's going to get freaky. And I'm just really, really hyped for everyone to join in.
Yeah, thanks for everyone who's been listening so far. We're getting some lovely feedback, and I've been enjoying hearing what you guys have been laying down with the subcultures. It is available on
Spotify, iTunes, Stitcher. Just search for Subcultured Podcast and you can find it. We're on Twitter at SubculturedCast. Leave us a rating or review if you enjoy it, and we're just really happy to have you with us.
Yeah, and introduce some subcultures into your podcast diet to get you between those big chunks of wrestling, am I right?
Yeah, I think we need it.
Hey, next episode is one that was deferred because it was going to happen this time, but then this guy decided to come and make a big return, and we thought, all right, well, we're going to have to bump him. So, unfortunately, hopefully you will not be too upset with us. The next episode is going to be How to Taz. And I am very excited to talk to Joe about the man from Red Hook, Brooklyn, New York, the man with the short temper, and the man with the fucking thighs that can give a suplex to the entire universe. He's going to choke you out on the 13th. And Joe, you're going to learn all about this man who was a killer in ECW, who was a commentator in WWE and TNA, and a persistent part of my childhood in so many different guises. This guy is versatile in a way that you may not have thought. We'll be heading back to the land of extreme, but also into WWE and TNA for some commentary moments as well. So, if you have any match ratings, shoots, stories, interviews, funny moments, or recommendations for Joe to check out all about the man who was known as the Tazmaniac, let us know in the comments below. We heard a little bit about Taz in the ECW episode, if you recall. So.
The only thing I really remember about Taz was actually in our Gail Kim episode where he's on commentary. And he...
Yeah, you brought this up like every time we've watched wrestling since.
Yes, and he mentions that women have crazy hormones, unlike men who don't have hormones.
So, folks, join me in this uphill struggle to explain the appeal of the human suplex machine to Joanna, the human podcasting machine. Let us know all of your match thoughts, recommendations, and feelings using the hashtag HowToTaz.
Now, is that Taz with one Z or two?
Let's go with HowToTaz with one Z, simply because that's how he was known originally in ECW. The two Zs is the WWE version of it. So let's go Taz with one Z. That'll be easy. We will probably end up checking the second one because that will. Taz with three Zs, you're out of here. Yeah. Taz with no Zs, that's HowToTaz. That's a different thing. That's not happening for a long time. So yeah, we're really excited about this one because I've got a lot of feelings on Taz, and I don't know if I can get all my ducks in a row, because I feel depending on the day of week you sit me down, I'll be like, he's the most fucking badass real man in wrestling ever. And other times I'd be like, look at this idiot, listen, look what he's going to say now, look what he's going to say. Yeah, look at him say it. I think if you look at any of the content from the Attitude Era podcast about Taz, it may colour your views on the gentleman. So I will need your help from the ECW especially, folks. And hey, if there are any matches with Taz as a commentator you think he really stands out and does a great job, or just maybe like an era from SmackDown that we could maybe pop on a show so Joe can watch and listen, because I want Joe to know all about Joey numbers and all the things like goozles. This all has to happen. Recommendations for commentary, please, because we can't zone them all out, Joe. And he's got a very unique voice in the world of wrestling, and I can't wait for you to hear it. You look somewhat trepidatious about it.
I am. No, I'm sure it'll be good. I'm sure it'll be really fun.
Yeah, artwork looking on point there.
Oh, the artwork is gorgeous.
You can check that out, as well as a back catalogue of all the episodes, fabulous articles, all that available from HowToWrestling.com, your home for all of How To Wrestling. And hey, thank you everyone for joining us for this special episode looking at the Rated R Superstar. I feel like I've learned a lot about Edge, so I assume you've learned something as well.
I've learned so much. I feel my brain is just exploding full of Edge right now.
Joe, final question then. Do you think you know him?
Oh, yeah. I think I know some about him.
Well, the story continues as always. We'll always revisit this as we do all of our episodes at patreon.com/HowToWrestling. Until next time, it's a goodbye from me, Kevin.
And a goodbye from me, Joe.
We'll see you at How To Taz. Tweet me if you can. Make it on to the episode if you use the hashtag on How To Wrestling.
See ya.